Silence is power. You don't need to announce every move you make. That's what weak people do. They talk because they need attention. They post every little thing to feel relevant. But the powerful, they move in silence. They don't broadcast their plans. They don't seek applause for starting because they know the real recognition comes after results. Silence is the weapon of the elite. It keeps enemies guessing and haters in the dark. You want to win? Start by shutting up and working harder than everyone around you. The minute you speak, you expose your intentions. You tell the world what you're thinking, what you're aiming for, and who you are. And once they know that, they know how to block you, how to distract you, how to play you. Silence protects you from all that. You don't owe anyone a single word about what you're doing. Keep it quiet, stay dangerous. The less they know, the more they fear. People can't attack what they can't see. And when they can't figure you out, you become a problem they can't solve. Everybody wants to be loud. Loud on social media, loud in conversations, loud in their ego. That's why they stay broke. That's why they stay average, because they think being seen equals being successful. It doesn't. Silence is success. Silence is you keeping your grind sacred. You're not out here bragging, you're out here building. Real men don't need approval, they need results, and results don't come from talking. They come from obsession, isolation, and relentless execution. While they're talking, you're transforming. You see, silence forces you to look inward. It forces you to face yourself, and most people are terrified of that. They need noise to drown out their weaknesses. But when you master silence, you master your mind. You sit alone with your flaws, your goals, your truth, and then you fix them alone. You don't go looking for motivation or sympathy. You create your own power. You build yourself in silence because that's where the greatest weapons are forged. Away from applause, away from eyes, deep in the dark. Every hour you spend grinding while the world is distracted, you build leverage. And when you show up months later, richer, stronger, more dangerous, everyone wants to know your secret. But there is no secret. The silence was the secret. While they scrolled, you studied. While they partied, you planned. You didn't need validation, you needed vengeance, and you earned it by vanishing from the noise and emerging as something they can't understand. Most people lose because they want to be seen too soon. They're in love with potential. They want praise for trying, not for winning. But the world doesn't reward potential, it rewards dominance. And dominance comes from discipline, in silence, when you're focused, when you're locked in, when you're building a life no one even knows about. That's when you're lethal. Because no one can sabotage what they don't even know exists. That's the advantage of silence. It gives you control. And control is everything. There is power in unpredictability. When no one knows your next move, they can't prepare, they can't compete, they can't compare, because they don't even know what you're building. Silence puts you in a position of strength. You move when you're ready, not when they expect you to. You strike when it's time, not when they're watching. You don't announce your success, you make them feel it, and they feel it harder when they never saw it coming. That's how you shock the world. Not by screaming, but by arriving. Silence also kills your excuses. You can't talk your way out of hard work when no one's listening. There's no applause, no sympathy, no distractions. Just you, your grind, and your goals. Silence holds you accountable. It strips away the fantasy and leaves only the facts. Did you train or not? Did you build or not? Did you improve or not? There's no pretending when no one's watching, and that's why most people hate silence, because it exposes their laziness. But the strong, they crave it. They dominate in it. They use it to become unstoppable. Self-mastery is the foundation. Without control over yourself, you're just another pawn in the game getting moved around by your emotions, distractions, and external forces. You can't dominate the world until you first dominate your own mind. That's the first battlefield. And most men lose right there. They let fear, laziness, weakness, and temptation control them. They make excuses instead of making progress. For the man who controls himself, that man is dangerous. That man is unstoppable because no one can take from him what he doesn't give away. Your mind is your most powerful weapon, but only if you train it. If you wake up reacting to everything, scrolling, complaining, blaming, then you're already finished before the day begins. Self-mastery means you wake up on your terms. You decide what you think, what you do, what you give your energy to. You're not triggered by noise, you're not moved by opinions, you're not shaken by pressure. You operate with precision. You operate with purpose. That's what separates winners from everyone else. Internal control. External chaos doesn't matter when your internal world is locked in. Most people are slaves to their impulses. They eat whatever, say whatever, do whatever they feel in the moment. That's not freedom. That's weakness disguised as freedom. Real freedom is discipline. Real strength is saying no to what feels good now so you can have what feels powerful later. Self-mastery isn't about being perfect. It's about being intentional. You train when you don't want to, you study when you're tired. You stay calm when most people would lose it. Because you're not driven by feelings, you're driven by your mission. You don't get self-mastery from books or motivational videos. You get it from suffering. You get it from putting yourself through hell and refusing to quit. You get it from choosing the hard road every day until it becomes second nature. You do the work when no one's clapping, when no one's watching, when no one's around to give you credit. That's when it's built. When the world is silent and all that's left is you and the standard you hold yourself to, that's when you become something most people can't even comprehend. Master your emotions or your emotions will master you. That's the rule. Anger, jealousy, fear, insecurity, those are tools. You either use them or get used by them. Weak men get emotional and act out. Strong men get emotional and use it to fuel the fire. You want revenge? Good. Use it to grind. But never let your emotions steer the ship. They're fuel, not the driver. You stay in control. You use everything as power. That's self-mastery, turning every weakness into a weapon. Every day, you're either feeding your lower self or your higher self. You either give in to the voice that says, sleep in, skip the gym, take it easy, or you answer the voice that says, get up, keep going, you're not done. Self-mastery is about starving the weak voice until it dies. You're building something inside you that no one can see, but everyone will feel when you walk in the room. That's the silent power of a man who has mastered himself. You can't buy self-mastery. You can't fake it. You either have it or you don't. And the only way to get it is through repetition. You do the right thing over and over again until it's not just what you do, it's who you are. You don't need motivation anymore. You've replaced it with standards. Most people can't even imagine what that's like because they've never pushed themselves past the edge of comfort. They stop when it hurts. But mastery begins when comfort ends. That's the initiation. It's where the real transformation begins. You don't chase goals, you become the kind of man who achieves them. That's the real secret. It's not about the money, the physique, the status. That all comes later. First, you become disciplined, you become unshakable, you become a machine. And once you've mastered yourself, everything else bends to your will. People respect it, the world reacts to it, but none of that matters unless it's built on the foundation of ruthless self-control. You don't need to talk about it, you don't need to prove it, you just live it. Every second, every breath, every step. Discipline over distraction. That's the dividing line between average and elite. Every second you waste scrolling, talking, daydreaming, someone else is locking in, outworking you, outlearning you, outgrowing you. You can't afford to live like you have unlimited time. Distraction is the silent killer of dreams. It doesn't hit you all at once. It chips away at you little by little until you wake up and realize you wasted years. Discipline is the antidote. Discipline is saying no when everything in you wants to say yes to comfort. Distraction is easy. It's always there. Your phone, your friends, your excuses, they're always ready to pull you away from the grind. Discipline doesn't care how you feel. It doesn't care if you're tired, bored, or uninspired. It demands execution. It demands that you show up even when the world gives you every reason not to. The more distractions you kill, the sharper you get. The sharper you get, the more dangerous you become. That's how power is built, through ruthless discipline in a world addicted to noise. Most people are owned by their impulses. Their attention span is garbage. They can't go 5 minutes without checking a screen. That's how weak societies become, dopamine zombies, constantly chasing the next hit of cheap entertainment. But if you can control your attention, if you can focus in a distracted world, you become rare. And rare is powerful, rare is valuable. Discipline isn't just about doing the work, it's about doing the right work for the right reasons over and over until your results silence every doubt. You have to become militant with your time, ruthless with your habits. You don't negotiate with distractions, you destroy them. You delete the apps, you cut off the noise, you walk away from anything that doesn't elevate your vision. You train your mind to obey your goals, not your cravings. Most men move based on emotion. That's why they lose. You move based on your standard, that's why you win. You do what has to be done, whether you feel like it or not. Discipline isn't built in a day, it's built in one. Every time you resist distraction, you gain power. Every time you choose to focus, you gain leverage. Every hour of deep work puts you further ahead of the ones who can't stop chasing stimulation. They don't even know they've lost yet. They'll realize when it's too late, when you've already taken the lead. That's the power of discipline. It compounds. It builds momentum. It separates you quietly, steadily, permanently from the masses who never took control. You're not just training your body, your business, your craft. You're training your ability to ignore what doesn't matter. You're conditioning your mind to stay on task, to lock in, to block out the nonsense. The world is built to distract you. Every platform, every notification, every headline is designed to hijack your attention. Discipline is how you take it back. You don't get distracted. You distract them by doing what they thought was impossible, by showing up consistent, by producing when they're just consuming. Your enemies aren't always people. Sometimes your enemy is your comfort, your laziness, your entertainment addiction. You beat them not by fighting, but by refusing to engage. You beat them by choosing discipline every time. Because in the end, success doesn't go to the smartest or the loudest. It goes to the most consistent, the one who did the boring work, the one who showed up every day, the one who stayed focused while the world was asleep at the wheel. That's who takes the throne. That's who rewrites the rules. Get rich in silence. Don't announce your moves. Don't broadcast your hustle. Don't run your mouth before you've got anything to show. The loudest in the room is always the weakest. Real wealth moves in shadows. It grows behind closed doors, far away from the validation-seeking noise. While they're busy trying to look successful, you're too busy becoming it. You don't need to wear fake status or post motivational quotes. You need to shut up, grind, and let the results speak so loud that you never have to. Getting rich in silence means your work ethic is private. Your habits are sacred. Your goals are locked away in your mind, not plastered all over social media. You're not chasing attention, you're chasing results. The man who's building real wealth doesn't have time for clout. He's not explaining himself. He's too focused, too dialed in. The rich aren't out here begging for likes. They're stacking assets while everyone else is stacking distraction. They don't care who sees them, they care who pays them. You want freedom? Build in the dark. Stack cash while they chase dopamine. Learn skills while they chase trends. The ones who make real money are invisible in the early stages. They don't talk about the deal before it's closed. They don't share the vision before it's secure. They operate in silence because real players know the game is mental. The moment you start sharing your every move, you invite opinions, jealousy, sabotage. Silence protects the mission. Silence keeps the vultures away while you build the nest. Money likes speed, but it respects silence. When you're loud, you waste energy defending your ambition. When you're quiet, you conserve power. You don't need to defend your path, you need to dominate it. Every dollar you earn in silence multiplies faster because you're not busy feeding egos or buying approval. You're investing in control, in options, in leverage. And the ones who get rich in silence, so they don't flex, they don't flaunt. They disappear for a year and come back unrecognizable. That's how wealth works. It shows up loud after being built in quiet. Stop announcing your goals. Let them see the transformation. Stop talking about what you're about to do. Just do it. Execute with aggression, but move with precision. You don't owe anyone a play-by-play. You owe yourself the discipline to shut out the noise and build something real. The second you start chasing recognition, you lose your edge. You're no longer building for freedom, you're performing for applause. And applause doesn't pay. Likes don't invest, comments don't cut checks, money does. And money loves the quiet. The ones who get rich loud usually lose it loud. They're addicted to being seen, not being smart. They spend more time trying to look successful than actually becoming successful. But the silent killers, they're different. They move with purpose. They build empires out of view. They play long-term games in a short-term world. While others chase the next hype, they're building infrastructure. While others chase virality, they're acquiring equity. That's the difference. The game isn't about attention, it's about ownership. Every hour you work in silence is a deposit into your future. Every sacrifice you make without telling the world multiplies the impact. You don't need to explain why you disappeared. You don't need to justify why you're not out every weekend. Let them wonder, let them guess. That mystery is power. That distance creates strength. The more you keep to yourself, the more you control. Your wealth isn't for show. It's for freedom. Freedom to walk away, to move how you want, to live life on your terms without asking permission. Get rich in silence, because when the money hits, the noise becomes irrelevant. People will try to catch up, try to understand, try to copy, but they won't know how you did it because they weren't there when you were grinding at 3 a.m. They didn't see the discipline, the sacrifice, the strategy, and by the time they do, it's too late. You're already gone. You're already living different. You already separated yourself from the noise. And all you did was focus while they flexed. Level up in the dark. That's where the real growth happens. When no one's clapping, when no one's watching, when no one even knows your name, that's the moment you become lethal. While everyone else is busy trying to be seen, You're too focused on becoming better. No spotlight, no audience, just pressure, discipline, and repetition. That's where warriors are built. In the quiet hours when it's just you and the grind. You don't need noise to validate your progress, you need pain to sharpen your edge. And the dark gives you both. When you level up in the dark, you strip away the performance. You stop working for applause and start working for excellence. You don't post your workouts, you stack them. You don't brag about your hustle, you live it. Every rep, every book, every risk, it's done in private. Not for recognition, but for evolution. That's how killers move. They don't train for attention, they train for dominance. You want the world to respect you? Earn it in silence. Build in the shadows until the world has no choice but to notice. Most people can't handle the dark. They need attention like oxygen. If no one sees them grind, they quit. That's weakness. The real ones, they disappear for months. They suffer in silence. They bleed for a future no one else can see yet, and when they return, they're unrecognizable, bigger, smarter, sharper. You want power? Get used to isolation. Get used to people not understanding you. Get used to walking alone. Because the dark is the forge, and if you can survive it, you'll step out untouchable. The dark isn't just a place, it's a mindset. It's choosing to work when you don't feel like it. It's pushing through without applause. It's mastering yourself without anyone clapping for your progress. You eat alone, train alone, study alone, and you get results that make the loud ones look like amateurs. Because while they're entertaining, you're evolving, and when it's time to step into the light, they'll realize they were too busy performing to actually grow. That's the difference between hype and legacy. You don't need updates. You don't need to explain your silence. Let them assume you fell off. Let them think you gave up. That's fuel. That's energy. Every time they doubt you, stack another win. Every time they stop watching, go even harder. Because when you level up in the dark, you build a version of yourself that they'll never see coming. The kind of version that doesn't just walk into rooms, he dominates them. And he didn't need validation to become that man. He needed solitude. The dark teaches you to rely on yourself. No one's there to cheer you on. No one's texting you motivation. You either rise or stay the same. And when you rise, it's because you earned it, not because someone believed in you, but because you believed in you. That's what makes the victory dangerous. It was self-made, self-earned, self-fueled, and no one can take it from you because no one gave it to you. That's what happens when you embrace the dark. You stop needing anyone and start becoming everything. Stop explaining yourself. People who understand your vision don't need explanations, and the ones who demand them don't matter. Every time you pause your progress to justify it to someone who doesn't get it, you lose momentum. You give away power. You allow doubt to creep in through the back door. The truth is, most people don't want to understand you. They want to slow you down. They want you to shrink to their level so they feel better about not moving. But you weren't built to stay small. You weren't made to fit their expectations. You were made to rise. When you keep explaining yourself, you start asking for permission without realizing it. You start trying to be palatable, relatable, acceptable. But growth doesn't look like that. Growth is uncomfortable, it's misunderstood, it's often ugly before it's great. You don't owe anyone a step-by-step breakdown of your grind, your sacrifices, your late nights. Didn't do the work. They didn't bleed for it, so why are you trying to get them to clap for it? Stop looking for applause for people who would never put themselves through what you're doing. The more you explain, the more room you give for criticism, judgment, and opinion. And none of those pay your bills or build your legacy. You don't need their approval. You need results. Let your actions talk. Let your transformation speak. People don't need to understand your silence. They need to respect your discipline. You're not on this path to be understood. You're on it to be legendary. Legends are never fully understood while they're building. Only after the results are undeniable does the world finally get it. Explaining yourself keeps you in the same cycle. You end up defending the life you want to people who are committed to the life you're trying to leave. You can't convince them because they've already accepted average. They don't want freedom like you do. They don't want to hear your logic. They'll only feel their own insecurity. And they'll project it onto you as doubt, mockery, or confusion. That's not your problem. You have to get comfortable being the villain in someone else's story. Not because you did anything wrong, but because you chose yourself. You chose discipline over comfort, elevation over approval, truth over popularity, and that will always trigger the weak. Let them talk. Let them misunderstand. That's their issue. You didn't sign up for comfort. You signed up for growth. And growth often looks like isolation, tunnel vision, and a whole lot of, why are you doing that? From people who quit on themselves a long time ago. When you stop explaining yourself, you move faster. You don't hesitate. You don't waste time double checking your moves to see if they're socially approved. You don't pause to make sure everyone's on board. You just go. You execute. You pivot when you need to, not when they say to. Your vision becomes pure, unfiltered, unbothered. And that purity sharpens your decisions, your presence, your impact. People start noticing, not because you told them, because your progress slapped them in the face. Silence makes people uncomfortable, especially when it comes from someone who used to be accessible, predictable, explainable. When you level up and stop offering explanations, people either elevate with you or fall away. That's how it's supposed to be. You're not obligated to carry people who refuse to grow. You're not required to justify why you changed. You changed because you were supposed to. You evolved because you refused to rot in place. And that's something they'll have to deal with, not you. Your mission is too important to dilute with endless conversations. Your focus is too sharp to dull with constant explanations. Let them wonder, let them assume, let them gossip. That's the tax of greatness. You didn't come this far to sit at tables you've outgrown just to make everyone else comfortable. You didn't suffer in silence just to beg for understanding from the uncommitted. Walk your path, build your empire, and stop explaining yourself to people who wouldn't walk a single step in your shoes.
You're broke because you're soft. You're stuck because you hesitate while you're thinking another man is taking your spot right now. Success doesn't wait for permission. It rewards the ruthless. So either you rise or you rot. You've been lied to your entire life. Lied to by teachers, parents, society. Everybody told you the same garbage. Be patient, work hard, and someday it'll all come together. What a joke. The truth is, success is not given to the patient. It's stolen by the aggressive. The man who gets what he wants in this world is the one who's willing to take it while the rest are still asking for permission. You're not stuck because you're unlucky. You're stuck because you've bought into a system that wants you compliant, passive, and obedient. They trained you to fear failure, to avoid risk, to be modest about your dreams. And while you politely wait your turn, some savage is already at the top living the life you dream about because he didn't wait. He attacked. The difference between the man who makes $500 0 cents a month and the one who makes $50 0 cents a day is not intelligence, luck, or education. It's urgency. One man wakes up thinking someday. The other wakes up thinking right now. One man hesitates, the other strikes. You want success, then you have to stop moving like you've got time, because you don't. Every second you waste is a second closer to death. That's the uncomfortable truth nobody tells you. There is no perfect moment. There is no right time. There is only now. And every time you choose comfort over commitment, you forfeit a piece of your destiny. You either pay the price of discipline today or the price of regret forever. That's it. That's the whole equation. But here's the thing no one understands about ambition. It's supposed to hurt. It's supposed to feel uncomfortable. That's how you know you're growing. People say it's hard. Of course it's hard. It's meant to be hard. That's the barrier that filters out the weak. Most people run at the first sign of resistance because they think difficulty means it's not meant for them. No, difficulty is the initiation ritual to the elite. The gym is supposed to burn. The grind is supposed to be brutal. The late nights, the isolation, the sacrifice. It's all part of the process. It's the price of greatness. You either pay it in full or settle for scraps while pretending you tried. The truth is, every man feels the fire once in his life, that moment when the dream grabs him by the throat and whispers, "This is your path." Most ignore it. They drown it in distractions, dull it with entertainment, numb it with excuses. But a few men look that fire in the eyes and walk straight into it. They stop chasing motivation and start chasing domination. They stop caring about opinions and start chasing results. They flip the switch. And once that switch is flipped, once you decide you'd rather die fighting than live submitting, life opens doors that were invisible before, because the universe rewards movement, action, relentlessness. You don't rise by being nice. You rise by being intentional, strategic, unapologetically focused. You want freedom? Then start behaving like a man who deserves it. The version of you that has everything you want, he already exists, but he lives on the other side of pain. You have to become him. You don't find him by accident. You forge him with blood, sweat, sacrifice. Every day you sleep in, he gets further away. Every time you skip that extra rep, scroll instead of study, give in instead of grind, you kill a version of yourself that could have been a king. And if that doesn't haunt you, you're not hungry enough. But don't think this is some cruel system designed to break you. It's not. This game is fair. It's just not easy. The laws of success are written in stone. Discipline equals results, focus fuels momentum, obsession builds empires. Anyone can win, but most won't. Not because they can't, but because they refuse to suffer for it. And here's the paradox. Your suffering is your advantage. The pain is proof you're in the right arena. When it hurts, when it gets hard, when you're doubting yourself but you move forward anyway, that's the zone where legends are born. That's where the boys are separated from the men. You want it easy? Stay broke. You want comfort? Stay average. You want power? Then step into the fire and earn it like a warrior. And even when you think you've done enough, do more. Not because someone's watching, not for a pat on the back, but because this is war and you're not here to survive, you're here to dominate. Because once you realize that no one is coming to save you and that success isn't about what you deserve but what you demand, everything changes. You'll stop apologizing for your ambition. You'll stop shrinking to make others comfortable. You'll stop settling for a life that insults your potential, and instead you'll take that potential and weaponize it. Turn it into a machine, something unstoppable, something undeniable. Yes, it's going to be hard, but hard is the point. The world doesn't hand crowns to men who dabble. It crowns the man who shows up when it hurts, when it's lonely, when it's scary. That's you now, not someday, not when you're ready now. You got one shot at this life. And it's not meant to be average, it's meant to be legendary. So burn the plan B, kill the excuses, get up and become everything you were too afraid to chase yesterday. Because there's a throne out there and it's empty, and if you don't claim it, someone weaker will. I remember sitting in a cold apartment years ago, staring at my bank account with less than $100, 0 cents in it. My phone was cracked, I was eating noodles 3 times a day, and my so-called friends were out drinking, laughing, pretending they had all the time in the world. I didn't feel broke. I felt insulted. I knew I was capable of more, but I was drowning in excuses. I kept thinking, why isn't life working out for me? But one night I stopped asking that pathetic question. I stopped blaming the system, my past, the economy. And I asked myself the one question that changed everything. What if the only reason you're not successful is because you haven't earned it yet? That line shattered every excuse I ever made. I sat in that silence for hours. No music, no scrolling, just me and the mirror. And in that moment, I promised myself I would never feel powerless again. That was the night I realized ambition isn't some mystical feeling you wait for. Ambition is a decision, a declaration, a commitment you make when you're sick of your own lies. Most people say they want to win, but they move like victims. They wait for motivation, wait for the right time, wait for someone to save them. I didn't wait. I built momentum with nothing. I woke up angry, hungry, focused. I worked 18 hours a day, not because I wanted to, but because I had to. Because I refused to stay at the bottom. Because I knew what I wanted didn't live in comfort. It lived on the other side of sacrifice. People say, but what if I fail? And I say, you already are failing. Quietly, slowly, acceptably. I'd rather fail chasing glory than succeed at being average. Success demands obsession, and obsession doesn't apologize. You don't stumble into greatness, you engineer it. Piece by painful piece. I didn't start with talent, fame, or resources. I started with rage. Not blind anger, but controlled, disciplined rage. The kind that burns clean. The kind that fuels movement. Every rejection fueled me. Every fake friend fueled me. Every door slammed in my face turned into another rep, another hustle, another strategy. I learned to smile through, to hunt in silence. Because success isn't about who talks loudest, it's about who moves sharpest. And I moved with surgical intent. While they slept, I studied. While they celebrated weekends, I built systems. And slowly, piece by piece, the world started to shift, not because it wanted to, but because I forced it to. People look at my life now and say, you're lucky. No. Luck didn't do this, discipline did, sacrifice did, relentlessness did. I trained myself to be a weapon. I taught myself to outwork, outthink, outlast. I didn't beg the universe, I bent it. I didn't just want success, I expected it. And that's what broke me out of the cage. That shift in mindset, that ruthless internal decision to stop waiting and start becoming. It's not about what you wish for, it's about what you're willing to bleed for. And let me tell you, most people aren't willing to bleed. They'll cry, they'll complain, they'll scroll for inspiration, but they won't bleed. I bled, I starved, I sacrificed. And that's why I win. But here's the twist. Even in the pain, even in the struggle, there was beauty. Because ambition gives you purpose, and purpose is the most powerful painkiller there is. I remember being so tired I couldn't see straight, but I was smiling. Because I wasn't lost anymore, I wasn't drifting. I was chasing something real, something worthy. Every drop of sweat had meaning. Every loss became a lesson. Every win, no matter how small, reminded me I'm building a life they said I'd never have. And that's the fuel that never runs out. You see, ambition is lonely at first. It feels like you're moving through darkness with no map, no applause, no safety net. But if you keep walking, if you refuse to quit, eventually you find light, you find rhythm, you find power. And when that power kicks in, when you go from wishing to building, from dreaming to executing, your whole life begins to reshape. People who used to ignore you start asking how you did it. Friends who mocked you start watching in silence. And most importantly, you stop doubting yourself because the proof is in your results. You don't have to scream your worth anymore. Your reality screams it for you. So don't tell me you want it, show me. I've lived the trenches. I've eaten the dirt. I've stood at the edge of giving up and took one more step. That step is where everything changes. That's where you separate the talkers from the takers, the sheep from the wolves, the men from the memories. I've seen what's on the other side of suffering, and it's beautiful, it's powerful, it's yours if you dare take it. So stop waiting, start building, and never let anyone tell you that your ambition is too much. Because your ambition is the most honest part of you. Feed it, trust it, live it. And one day, they won't call you crazy, they'll call you unstoppable. Most people are sleepwalking through life. They pretend they've got time, as if the clock isn't ticking like a bomb in the background of their existence. Every second that passes is a second you'll never get back. But they treat it like it's infinite. They waste time scrolling, binging, numbing. They distract themselves to avoid the one truth that eats at them every night. They're not where they want to be, and they know it. They know they've got potential, but they fear the sacrifice required to reach it. And that fear, that silent dread of being average is the weight they carry every day but never speak about. You feel it in your chest. You feel it when you wake up late. You feel it when you lie in bed thinking about the things you could have done but didn't. That's the cost of hesitation. Your future is being stolen in small moments of comfort. That's the trap. That's how mediocrity wins, quietly. It doesn't scream in your face. It whispers, relax, do it later. You deserve a break. And then weeks turn to months, months to years. Before you know it, you're stuck in a cycle you swore you'd escape, the job you hate, the body you resent, the dreams you buried. It's not bad luck. It's not fate. It's the slow decay of ambition. And you let it happen because no one told you the truth. Discipline isn't about being motivated. It's about being sick of your own excuses. It's about choosing discomfort today so you don't wake up to regret tomorrow. You think you have options, but you don't. Success doesn't wait. It doesn't pause while you figure it out. It rewards the obsessed. The ones who burn their bridges so they can't retreat. The ones who understand that someday is a lie, a fantasy, a drug for the weak. The longer you wait, the harder it gets. The window doesn't stay open. There will come a day when the opportunity is gone and no amount of begging, praying, or hoping will bring it back. That's why you move now. That's why you act like your life depends on it, because it does. Let me tell you something painful but necessary. You are running out of time. Your parents are aging. Your body is aging. The people around you are changing. The world is moving, and it does not care about your excuses. Every day you delay is the day your competition trains harder, learns more, earns more, builds more. While you're overthinking, they're executing. While you're planning, they're profiting. And when they win, you'll look around bitter, envious, resentful, not because they were lucky, but because you were lazy. The truth? There's a war going on, a war for your attention, your energy, your potential. And if you don't fight for your ambition, someone else will use you to build theirs. But here's the hope, the fire in the ashes. You can change it. Not tomorrow, not next year, right now. That's what separates winners from the rest. They move when they're scared. They take action even when it's unclear. They don't wait for the perfect plan. They become the weapon. And if you decide, really decide, to become the man you're meant to be, the world will bend. Not easily, not instantly, but relentlessly, because life will always respond to force. The universe respects effort. It respects obsession. It respects those who refuse to settle. And you'll know when it clicks. You'll feel it in your bones. You'll wake up hungry. You'll see failure as fuel. You won't care who doubts you. You won't need validation, because your life will become your proof. Your habits will be your identity. And people will feel your energy before you speak a word. You'll go from invisible to undeniable, not because the world changed, but because you did. Fear will keep you broke. Comfort will keep you forgotten. But action, ruthless, consistent, violent action, that will make you a name they'll never ignore. You don't need more advice. You need to attack. You need to turn your pain into pressure, your regret into rage, your fear into fire. That's how it starts. That's how legends are born. So stop lying to yourself. Stop pretending this version of you is all you've got. Deep down, you know you're capable of more. You know you were built for something greater, but knowing means nothing without execution. Talent talent is worthless if it's not weaponized. And your ambition, it's not a burden, it's your birthright. So protect it, feed it, let it consume the excuses until all that's left is a man too focused to fail, too stubborn to quit, too dangerous to ignore. There's a moment in every man's life where he has to ask himself, am I living up to the war that's burning in my chest? Or am I just pretending? Because pretending is comfortable. Pretending gets applause from average people. Pretending lets you sleep at night, but it robs you of the life that could have been yours. Success isn't for the gifted, it's for the obsessed. An obsession doesn't come from being happy all the time, it comes from being hungry all the time. You wake up with something to prove. You train with something to kill. You walk into every room with energy that makes people pay attention before you speak. That's what ambition looks like when it's not watered down by fear. It's not about motivation, it's about identity. You don't want to win, you're built to. Success doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't knock politely. It kicks down the door and demands you to rise. There are no participation trophies in real life. You either conquer or you get conquered. You either dominate the day or the day drags you like a slave. And if you're tired of being broke, tired of being weak, tired of pretending that you're okay with average, you have to wake up and become the monster you've been suppressing. Because the world will not slow down for your comfort. It won't give you a pass because you had a rough childhood or you're trying. Trying isn't enough. Either you win or you rot in the middle, watching others live the life you wish you had the balls to chase. You see that car you want, the mansion in your dreams, the respect you crave? It's not in your vision board, it's not in your affirmations. It's in the war zone of daily sacrifice. Every rep in the gym, every early morning when no one's watching. Every move you make when your body screams no, but your mind says yes. That's where winners are made. That's where ambition becomes reality. You have to earn it with blood, consistency, and warlike discipline. Not for a week, not when it's trendy, but until your name becomes a symbol for everything they said you'd never become. Comfort is the enemy. It seduces you with softness, then kills you in silence. You weren't made to live a soft life. You weren't born to be tamed. Deep down, you know it. You can feel the beast pacing behind your ribs, growling every time you ignore your potential. You numb it with distractions, drown it in laziness, but it's still there, waiting for the moment you finally unleash it. The problem is, most men never do. They die with regret in their bones because they chose the couch over the climb, but not you. Not if you choose differently. Not if you burn the damn excuses and step into the identity that scares you, because that is where the transformation begins. Not in the comfort zone, but in the chaos where winners are sculpted. You want success? You want power? Then understand this. No one's coming to save you. No one's handing you anything. You have to grab the world by the throat and take what's yours. You become undeniable by outworking, outthinking, and outlasting everyone around you. People will doubt you. Good, let them. Let their doubt be the gasoline. Let their opinions be the soundtrack while you build an empire that silences them forever. You don't need approval. You need obsession. You need to wake up every day with the kind of clarity that makes people question your sanity. You don't become a king by asking for the throne. You become a king by burning the old system to the ground and building your own. And when the pain hits, good. That's how you know you're alive. That's how you know you're becoming. Pain is not your enemy, it's the tax you pay to escape the cage you were born in. Most people run from it. The ambitious man embraces it. He welcomes it, bleeds through it because he knows what's on the other side. The version of you that gets everything you ever dreamed of is hiding behind discomfort, behind discipline, behind the decision to not give up when it gets brutal. You break through or you break down. There is no middle ground. That's what separates men who talk about greatness and men who live it. So if you're reading this with your heart pounding and your mind racing, good. That's the signal. That's your future calling. It's not a whisper anymore. It's a scream. And if you ignore it, again, if you go back to scrolling, sleeping, making excuses, you're betraying the man you were meant to become. The man who doesn't just chase success, he embodies it. The man who walks into rooms and changes the temperature. The man who doesn't chase women, money, or fame, he attracts it because his aura is forged in relentless action and carved from violent ambition. Don't just be motivated, be reborn. Let this be the page where everything changed. Let this be the moment the weak version of you died and the unstoppable version took his place. Now it's time to decide. You've heard the truth. You felt the weight of your own wasted potential. You've tasted the spark of what you could be if you stopped lying to yourself. So what now? Are you going to stand there and wait for life to get better? Or are you finally going to grip it by the neck and bend reality to your will? Because no one's coming to fix it. Not your parents, not your friends, not God, it's you. It has always been you. You've just been too distracted, too lazy, or too scared to admit that the only thing standing between the life you want and the one you're tolerating is the version of you that refuses to go all in. The clock is ticking. That's not a metaphor, that's time. Your time. Evaporating while you scroll, while you delay, while you pretend you're thinking things through. Meanwhile, there are people out there building empires of pain you've never even felt. There are men stacking cash, stacking wins, stacking legacy, while you're still waiting for the perfect moment to start. Here's the truth. There is no perfect moment. The man who waits for everything to feel right never builds anything worth remembering. You start now with what you have, with who you are, and you evolve through war, not comfort. You sharpen yourself through action, not overthinking. The world doesn't care about your struggle unless you win. Once you win, everyone will pretend they believed in you. So stop wasting breath trying to explain your vision. Execute. Let them see it in your results. Let them choke on your silence. Let them whisper your name when they see how far you've come, knowing they stayed behind. That's what ambition does. It burns quietly in your chest until the world can't ignore the fire anymore. It doesn't seek applause, it seeks domination. You don't chase approval, you chase conquest. You don't rise by being accepted, you rise by being undeniable. Every man must choose. Do I live average and die forgotten? Or do I sacrifice now and build a life worth remembering? If you're waiting for a sign, this is it. If you're waiting for someone to hand you permission to level up, this is it. If you're hoping someone will believe in you enough for you to believe in yourself, stop. It doesn't work that way. The belief must come first, before the success, or the attention, before the results. You must move like a winner before anyone even knows your name. You must carry yourself like a king before the throne is even in sight. That's what ambition does. It fuels you when nothing else will. You're not tired. You're just uninspired. And that's a choice. You can live in doubt or you can drown it in action. You can sit with fear or you can fight it into silence. The difference between losers and legends isn't talent, it's aggression. Relentless forward motion. Refusing to accept mediocrity even when it's comfortable. Because the second you accept average, you forfeit everything extraordinary. That's not being harsh, that's being honest. And deep down you know it. This isn't just about money. This is about who you become, about building a man you respect in the mirror, a man you don't have to lie to, a man who walks into the world like he owns it, not because someone told him he could, but because he earned it through scars, through sweat, through every brutal hour that no one else wanted to endure. That's how kings are built. That's how legacies are forged. In silence, in discipline, in nights alone when you chose work over women, focus over fun, hunger over comfort. So this is the moment, the one you'll remember a year from now when everything changes or doesn't. When you're sitting in that penthouse with the view you used to dream of, or still broke, still lost, still waiting, because it all comes down to this. Did you choose to dominate or did you fold under pressure? There is no second place in the game of life. There's winning and there's wondering what would have happened if you had the balls to commit. I don't care where you're starting from. I don't care how hard your past was. What matters now is this. What are you willing to do? Are you willing to suffer for the man you're meant to become? Are you willing to bleed for your last name? Are you ready to go so hard that average people think you've lost your mind? Because that's what it takes. That's the price of greatness. It costs your old life. It costs your excuses. It costs your comfort. But what you get in return? Freedom, power, respect, legacy. And if you're ready, don't just nod. Don't just feel hyped for 10 minutes and go back to being soft. Prove it. Prove it to yourself. Get off the couch, shut off the noise, lock in, move like your life depends on it, because it does. Move like you're racing against death, because you are. The future doesn't belong to the man who hesitates. It belongs to the one who moves with fire and refuses to stop. Be that man, become him, build him. And when they ask how you did it, smile and tell them, I didn't wait, I attacked.
Right now, you're sitting there frustrated. You're looking at your life, your situation, and you're asking, why is it happening for me? Why am I still struggling? Where is my success? You work, you grind, you put in the effort, and yet nothing seems to be moving the way you want it to. And because of that, you're doubting everything. You're doubting yourself, doubting your abilities, and worst of all, you're doubting God's plan for you. But let me tell you something that most people will never understand. God knows exactly what he's doing. You don't have what you want right now because you're not ready for it. I know that's hard to hear. Your ego doesn't want to accept it. You want to believe that you're already built for success, that you deserve it right now today, but that's the difference between winners and losers. Winners understand that the process is the test. The struggle isn't a punishment, it's preparation. Think about it. You ever see someone win the lottery and go broke in a year? You ever watch these young guys make quick money in crypto, flex for a few months and then disappear? You know why that happens? Because they got success before they were ready. They never built the character, the discipline, or the resilience to keep it. Easy come, easy go. And God is never going to put you in a position where your blessings become your curse. That's why you're still struggling. That's why you haven't hit your big break yet, because if he gave it to you now, you'd fumble it. Look at your life. If you suddenly had millions in your account today, would you even know what to do with it? You'd think you would, but you wouldn't. You'd make the wrong moves, trust the wrong people, blow money on nonsense, and within a year, you'd be worse off than before. That's why God is making you wait. That's why he's putting you through trials, because you need to be strong enough to handle what's coming. You ever wonder why great warriors go through the harshest training, why soldiers are put through hell before they're sent into battle? Because without the suffering, they wouldn't be ready. Without the discipline, they'd break under pressure. You're in training right now, and every setback, every challenge, every moment where you feel stuck, it's part of God's way of sharpening you into the man you need to be. But most people, they fail the test. They give up too soon. They start questioning God. They start whining, why me? Instead of embracing the process, they reject it. And that's why they stay stuck. That's why most people never achieve greatness, because they don't have the patience or the faith to trust God's timing. You need to wake up and realize something. If you don't have it yet, it's because you're still being built. And if you quit now, you don't just lose out on the blessing, you lose out on the transformation that comes with it. Because success isn't just about having money, power, or status. It's about becoming the person who can handle those things. The process is brutal. It will break you down. It will strip away your weaknesses. It will force you to face every insecurity, every flaw, every limitation you have. And that's exactly why you need it. Because when you come out on the other side, you won't just have success, you'll be unshakable. But only if you don't give up. See, most people want results now. They want shortcuts. They want to wake up one day and have everything fall into place without the years of work, the discipline, the sacrifice. But that's not how God works. He doesn't hand out blessings to people who aren't ready. He doesn't reward impatience. He rewards those who trust the process, put in the work, and prove they can handle the weight of success. Ask yourself, do you really think you're ready for everything you're asking for? Do you really believe you've done everything necessary to hold on to what you want? Or are you just chasing the fantasy of success without doing the real work required to sustain it? Because here's the truth, the waiting is part of the plan. The delay isn't a denial, it's a setup. God isn't holding you back, he's preparing you. He's testing your patience, your faith, your resilience. He's seeing if you're the kind of person who quits when things get tough, or if you're the kind of person who keeps going even when everything seems stacked against you. And that's the moment where most people fail. They hit a few obstacles and suddenly they think the dream is dead. They convince themselves that success just isn't meant for them, and they stop. They give up right before the breakthrough, right before everything was about to click, right before God was about to open the door. That's the devil playing tricks on you. That's fear creeping in, whispering in your ear, telling you to settle, telling you to give up. And most people, they listen. They let doubt win, but not you, not this time. You're going to trust the process. You're going to stay the course. You're going to have faith that every hardship, every setback, every single painful moment is leading you exactly where you're meant to be. Because if you can't handle the struggle, you don't deserve the success. If you can't embrace the process, you'll never reach the destination. And let me tell you, when you finally get there, you'll understand why the wait was necessary. You'll look back at all the frustration, all the challenges, all the moments where you felt stuck, and you'll realize God knew what he was doing all along. The only question is, are you strong enough to trust him? Because the moment you do, the moment you fully commit, the moment you stop questioning and start embracing the process, everything changes. You ever stop and think, what if everything you're going through right now is exactly what you need? What if the struggle, the delay, the frustration, it's all part of God's plan to make you unstoppable? But instead of trusting him, instead of embracing the challenge, You're sitting there complaining, doubting, asking, why me? Let me tell you something. The moment you start questioning the process, you start losing. You start letting fear creep in. You start thinking that maybe success isn't meant for you, that maybe you're wasting your time. But that's the biggest lie of all. God isn't punishing you, he's training you. He's testing your patience, your resilience, your discipline. Because let me tell you, weak men don't win. Weak men crumble the moment life gets hard. Weak men take shortcuts, look for easy money, try to skip the process, and guess what happens? They fall, they get exposed, they get humbled. You see it all the time. Some guy gets lucky, makes a bit of fast money, and within a year he's broke. He thought he was ready. He thought he had it all figured out, but God showed him real quick. You don't get to keep what you haven't earned. And that's why the process exists. That's why God is making you struggle, because when your time comes, he doesn't want you to just touch success. He wants you to keep it. But most people, they don't have the patience. They want the reward without the work. They want the victory without the fight. But let me tell you something. There's no shortcut to greatness. If you try to force success before it's time, it'll break you. Because success isn't just about making it. It's about being strong enough to sustain it. That's why you're still struggling. That's why things aren't happening as fast as you want. Not because you're being denied, but because you're being prepared. And if you quit now, if you break down and give up just because it's taking longer than you expected, you don't deserve it in the first place. Listen to me. The wait is a blessing. The obstacles are a gift. Because in every moment of struggle, you are being shaped into someone greater. God is watching to see if you're truly ready. Are you still going to put in the work when no one is watching? Are you still going to stay disciplined when nothing seems to be moving? Are you still going to believe in yourself when everything in your life tells you to quit? That's the test. That's what separates the strong from the weak, the ones who trust the process from the ones who fold under pressure. And let me tell you, the moment you decide to stop doubting, to stop resisting, and to start embracing the struggle, everything shifts. Because the struggle is where champions are built. Think about a warrior going into battle. He doesn't just pick up a sword and expect to win. He trains. He sharpens his mind, strengthens his body, learns how to fight. He goes through the pain, the discipline, the exhaustion. He bleeds in training so he doesn't die in battle. That's you right now. This process you're going through, it's your training ground. Every failure, every setback, every time you feel like giving up, it's all preparing you for the moment when God finally says, now you're ready. But if you quit now, if you walk away from the process, guess what? You forfeit the blessing. You abandon the very thing that was meant to build you into the man you need to be. And you don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be the guy who gets to the end of his life, looks back and realizes he gave up too soon, that he let his doubts, his impatience, and his fear rob him of the future God had waiting for him. That's the worst regret of all. Knowing that you had the chance, that the door was right there, but you were too weak to walk through it. But you're not going to let that happen. You're going to wake up tomorrow and trust the process. You're going to stop questioning God's timing and start working like a man who knows that success is inevitable. Because that's what faith is. It's knowing without a doubt that everything you're doing right now is leading you exactly where you need to be. And when you finally get there, when everything clicks, when you look back at every struggle and realize that it all happened for a reason, you'll understand why the wait was necessary. Because success isn't just about what you achieve. It's about who you become along the way. So let me ask you, are you ready to trust God's plan, or are you going to let doubt rob you of your future? Because the ones who make it, they don't question the process. They embrace it. You ever wonder why God doesn't just hand you success the moment you ask for it? Why he makes you fight for it? Why every step forward feels like you're being tested, pushed, and broken down? Let me tell you why. Because God doesn't want you weak. He doesn't want you soft. He doesn't want you to get to the top only to crumble the moment pressure hits. See, weak men think success is just about having money, fame, power, but strong men, they understand that success is about transformation. It's about becoming the kind of man who can carry the weight of responsibility, leadership, and discipline without folding. And the only way to become that man? The process. The process is what separates the winners from the losers. The process is what weeds out the men who say they want it but aren't willing to bleed for it. Because here's the truth. You can't fake greatness. You either put in the work and become the man who deserves success, or you stay in the same cycle of mediocrity for the rest of your life. And let me tell you something about God. He doesn't make mistakes. If he hasn't given it to you yet, there's a reason. You still have lessons to learn. You still have weaknesses to kill off. You still have discipline to build. But most of you don't want to hear that. You don't want to be told that you're the problem. You'd rather blame bad luck, your circumstances, or some nonsense excuse to make yourself feel better. But guess what? None of that changes reality. Reality is this: if you are not winning, it's because you are not ready to win. And instead of complaining about that, you should be grateful. Because when God makes you wait, when he makes you struggle, it's because he's making you strong enough to never lose again. But most people don't see it that way. They cry about how unfair life is. They say, why is this happening to me? Instead of asking, what is God trying to teach me? And that's the shift in mindset that changes everything. Because the process isn't just about making money, it isn't just about success, it's about earning wisdom. And wisdom only comes from experience, from struggle, from walking through the fire and coming out stronger on the other side. You ever notice that people who got everything handed to them usually end up broken? Athletes who go broke, celebrities who overdose, millionaires who lose it all because they never learned how to handle what they had. You think that's a coincidence? It's not, because they never went through the process. They skipped the struggle. And because they skipped it, they never learned how to hold on to what they had. That's what God is protecting you from. He's making sure that when success comes, it stays. He's making sure that when he finally blesses you, you don't fumble it. And if that means he has to keep you in the struggle a little longer, then so be it. Because God is more interested in your strength than your comfort. And this is where most people fail. This is where most people quit, not because they're incapable, not because they don't have potential, but because they refuse to trust the process. Let me tell you something. Most people lose right before they were about to win. You know how many times I've seen guys quit at the last second? 1 month away from success, 1 year away from their breakthrough. But because it didn't come fast enough, they folded, they lost faith, and they walked away from the very thing God was about to give them. Don't be that guy. Don't be the guy who lets doubt steal his future. Don't be the guy who lets frustration make him walk away from something that was meant to be his. Because let me tell you something. God doesn't promise an easy road, but he does promise that if you keep going, you will win. The only question is, are you willing to keep going when it feels like nothing is working? Are you willing to stay disciplined when no one is watching? Are you willing to trust that every struggle, every setback, every single painful moment is part of God's way of shaping you into a man who can handle success when it arrives? Because if you refuse to break, if you refuse to let the process scare you away, then you are and that's exactly what God wants you to be. Now, what's it going to be? Are you going to be another guy who quits, who makes excuses, who lets his emotions control him? Or are you going to rise above the doubt, trust the process, and walk into the future that God has already prepared for you? Because the choice is yours. This is where the weak fall, where the strong rise, and where God sees what you're really made of. Right now, in this very moment, you have a decision to make. Are you going to trust God's plan for you? Or are you going to let fear, doubt, and impatience steal your future? Because here's the truth. God doesn't need you to understand the process. He needs you to trust it. You think you're waiting too long? You think the struggle is unfair? You think the pain is unnecessary? God knows exactly what he's doing. He knows what you need to go through to become the person you're meant to be. He knows what lessons you need to learn. He knows what weaknesses need to be burned out of you, and he knows when the exact right moment is to give you what you've been praying for. The only thing stopping you from winning is you, your doubt, your impatience, your inability to see that the delay is a blessing, not a punishment. Every second you spend wondering, why isn't this happening yet, is a second you could be spending becoming the man who is ready for it. Think about this. If success was handed to you right now, would you truly be able to handle it? Could you carry the weight of what comes with it, the responsibility, the discipline, the constant pressure? Most people think they're ready, but they're not. They don't even have control over their own emotions, their own discipline, their own habits. And that's why God makes you wait. That's why he puts you through fire, so that when success comes, you don't fold under it. You ever wonder why God took so long to elevate some of the greatest men in history? Moses spent 40 years in the wilderness before he was ready to lead. Joseph was thrown into slavery and prison before he became second in command of Egypt. Even David, a king anointed as a boy, had to go through years of struggle before he ever sat on the throne. Why? Because God never puts unprepared men in positions of power. And if you are still in the struggle, if you are still waiting, then God is still preparing you. The only way you lose is if you quit too soon. If you let frustration trick you into thinking that the process isn't working. If you let your emotions make you walk away from something that is already yours, you just haven't grown into it yet. The real test isn't whether or not you can handle success. The real test is whether or not you can handle waiting for it. Are you strong enough to keep working when it looks like nothing is happening? Are you disciplined enough to stay focused when doubt is screaming in your ear? Are you faithful enough to keep moving when you can't see the finish line? Because if you can do that, if you can trust the process, even when it feels like everything is against you, let me say this one last time. God knows best. He is never late. He is never wrong. He sees the full picture when all you see is one piece. And if you can have the strength to trust Him, to embrace the struggle, and to refuse to quit, then success isn't a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Are you going to keep doubting, keep resisting, keep letting frustration hold you back? Or are you going to wake up tomorrow and say, God, I trust you, I trust the process, and I'm going to keep going no matter what? Because that's the moment everything changes. That's the moment the struggle stops being your enemy and starts being your greatest advantage. The people who win in life, they don't run from the process, they embrace it. And if you can do the same, if you can stay the course and trust God's timing, then one day, not today, not tomorrow, but one day, you're going to look back at everything you've been through and say, now I understand.
Listen to me. If you don't wake up right now, you will lose everything. Not just your dreams, your time, your potential, your entire future. And the worst part, it'll be your fault. You've been lied to. They told you to hope, to stay positive, to trust the process. It was all a trap. Hope is the greatest scam in human history. And it's the reason you're still broke, still weak, still invisible in a world that only respects power. Every second you wait, another man, someone hungrier, stronger, and more ruthless than you is taking what should have been yours. And if you don't act now, you will be left behind forever. This is your last chance to wake up. Listen closely or regret it for life. Let me tell you something most people are too scared to admit. Hope is useless without action. You've been lied to your whole life. They told you to stay positive, believe in yourself, and trust the universe. As if sitting around waiting for success to land in your lap was ever going to work. It won't. Right now, at this very moment, another man is outworking you. While you're scrolling through your phone, he's making money. While you're hesitating, he's executing. While you're hoping for change, he's forcing the world to bend to his will. That's why you're stuck. That's why you don't have what you want. Because you still think hope will save you. It won't. Because winners don't hope, winners take action. You think the world is unfair? Guess what? It is. You think the rich have an advantage? They do. You think successful men are playing the game better than you? They are. But here's what no one wants to admit. You can win anyway. How? By doing what weak men refuse to do. Discipline, sacrifice, suffering, grinding when everyone else is quitting. That's how you win. That's how you become the kind of man nobody can compete with. But most of you will never do it. You'll watch this, feel motivated for 5 minutes, then go back to wasting time, and that's why you'll lose. Because deep down, you're addicted to comfort. You want success without suffering. You want rewards without discipline. Most people don't want to hear this, but pain is your greatest teacher. You don't grow from comfort. You don't evolve by taking it easy. You become strong by suffering. Think about the most powerful men in history. They didn't become great by hoping things would get easier. They became great by dominating, by forcing themselves to endure more pain, more struggle, more hardship than anyone else was willing to take. And that's exactly why most of you will never be successful, because you run from pain. You want to be fit, but you don't want to suffer through the workouts. You want to be rich, but you don't want to sacrifice your weekends grinding. You want respect, but you're too scared to do what it takes to earn it. Let me ask you, how badly do you want it? Because if you're not willing to bleed for it, you don't deserve it. Hope is for cowards. Action is for winners. And if you don't wake up and start acting like a man who deserves success, you will never have it. The real reason most of you are losing isn't because life is unfair. It's not because the system is rigged. It's not because you were dealt a bad hand. It's because you refuse to take full responsibility for your life. Most men today have become soft. They blame everyone else for their failures. They look at successful people and say, oh, he got lucky. No, he earned it. You think millionaires got lucky? You think world champions just had talent? No, they worked harder than you. They sacrificed more than you. They pushed through more pain than you ever have. That's why they win. That's why they dominate. And that's why you're still hoping while they're taking action. So what's it gonna be? Are you gonna keep sitting there wishing for success? Or are you finally going to stand up and take it? The world is not a fairy tale. There is no happy ending for the weak. No knight in shining armor is coming to rescue you. The world only respects power, dominance, and action. You think life is about fairness, about equality? Wake up. The strong take and the weak get nothing. That is the truth they don't want you to realize. Every second you sit around hoping for things to change, another man is out there taking what should have been yours. You see it every day. The men who drive the cars you want, live in the houses you dream about, and date the women you desire. And do you know why they have those things? Because while you were wishing, they were working. While you were waiting for motivation, they were grinding. While you were saying, tomorrow I'll start, they were executing today. This is war. And in war, there are only two types of men. Predators and prey. Every single decision you make is pushing you into one of those two categories. When your alarm goes off in the morning and you hit snooze, you choose to be prey. When you skip the gym because you're too tired, you choose to be prey. When you avoid hard work and make excuses, you choose to be prey. And the problem with being prey is that the world has no mercy for the weak. Society is designed to crush the men who refuse to compete. The economy is built to keep you trapped. The distractions, social media, junk food, endless entertainment are all designed to keep you weak and controllable, because weak men don't take power. Weak men don't rise to the top. Weak men exist to serve the strong. And if you refuse to break out of that cycle, you will spend your entire life watching other men live the life you wanted. That is why you must become a predator. A man who doesn't wait, doesn't hesitate, doesn't rely on hope to guide his actions. You take what you want when you want because you have earned the right to do so. But that kind of power doesn't come from sitting around wishing for success. It comes from suffering for it. You want to be rich, then you better be willing to work 16-hour days while everyone else is resting. You want to be powerful, then you better be willing to sacrifice every weakness that holds you back. You want to be respected, then you better demand excellence from yourself in everything you do. That's the price of greatness. And most of you aren't willing to pay it. Hope is a disease. It's a trick they use to keep you obedient. They tell you to stay positive, to believe in yourself, as if mindset alone will make you successful. It won't. You can manifest all day long, but without action, you will remain exactly where you are. Hope without discipline is just another form of procrastination. The difference between winners and losers is simple. Winners execute, losers wait. Every time you hesitate, you lose. Every time you choose comfort over discipline, you lose. Every time you waste another day thinking about success instead of taking real steps toward it, you lose. And do you know what happens when you lose too many times? You become irrelevant, forgotten, just another weak man who wasted his potential. You look around and see men getting richer, stronger, and more powerful, and you think to yourself, why not me? I'll tell you why, because you haven't earned it. Success is not handed out like candy, it is taken by force. You have to be willing to outwork, outthink, and outlast every single person in the room. You have to be so relentless, so disciplined, so obsessed with becoming the best version of yourself that failure becomes impossible. Because let me tell you something, there is a version of you that is unstoppable, a version of you that wakes up every day and dominates, a version of you that never hesitates, never complains, never stops pushing forward. That version of you is waiting to be unleashed. But the only way to bring him to life is to kill the weakness inside you. Your emotions don't matter, your excuses don't matter, your past doesn't matter. All that matters is what you do next. Every second wasted is a second closer to death. Every moment spent in weakness is a moment you will never get back. And one day, when you're old, when you're out of time, when you realize that you wasted your life hoping instead of taking, that regret will be unbearable, because by then it will be too late. The question is, are you going to let that happen, or are you going to rise up and take control of your destiny? Because let me make one thing clear. Nobody is coming to save you. Your parents won't save you. Your friends won't save you. The government won't save you. The universe won't save you. The only person who can change your life is you. And until you fully accept that, until you take complete ownership over your fate, you will never be free. The moment you realize that your success, your power, your future is 100% in your hands, that is the moment you become truly dangerous. Because that is the moment you stop hoping and start taking. So tell me, are you still gonna sit there hoping for success? Or are you gonna stand up and take what's yours? Most men today are weak, fragile, and pathetic. They live their entire lives in fear. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of pain. And because they are afraid, they stay broke, stay invisible, and stay powerless. Society has trained them to be this way. From the moment they were born, they were taught to be obedient, to be nice, to wait their turn. They were told that if they just stay patient and work hard, success will come to them. Lies. Success doesn't come to those who wait. It comes to those who take action without hesitation. It comes to those who are willing to sacrifice comfort, endure suffering, and refuse to quit when things get tough. But most of you will never reach that level because most of you choose weakness every single day. Look at your life. Look at your body, your bank account, your habits. Are you proud of them? If the answer is no, then let me tell you something. You are the problem. Not the economy, not society, not bad luck. You are the reason you don't have the life you want. You are the reason you wake up every day feeling frustrated, unsatisfied, and powerless. And until you take full responsibility for that, nothing will change. You see, most people don't want to hear this because it forces them to look in the mirror and face their own failures. It forces them to accept that their life is a direct result of their own choices and that level of accountability. Most men are too weak to handle it. Weakness is a choice. You don't accidentally become broke, out of shape, and unsuccessful. You chose it. Every time you skipped the gym, every time you wasted money on nonsense, every time you avoided hard work because it was too difficult, you were making a choice. And the result of those choices is the life you are living right now. But instead of fixing the problem, most of you look for excuses. You blame the system, you blame other people, you convince yourself that the world is against you as if that somehow justifies your laziness. It doesn't. Do you think powerful men waste their time complaining? Do you think billionaires sit around crying about how unfair the system is? No. They play the game better than anyone else, and they outwork, outthink, and outmaneuver their competition. And that is exactly why they win, because they refuse to be weak. There is nothing respectable about being weak. Society tells you that it's okay to be average, that it's okay to be mediocre, that it's okay to be content with what you have. It's not. If you are not constantly improving, constantly pushing yourself, constantly evolving into a stronger version of yourself, then you are failing. Because here's the truth, weak men get left behind. Look around you. The men who are struggling, the men who are constantly stressed, the men who are stuck in dead-end jobs, barely scraping by, they are weak. They spent their entire lives making excuses instead of taking action. And now when they look back, all they see is wasted potential. Regret is the heaviest burden a man can carry. And if you don't change, if you don't start living with discipline and intensity, that will be your future. You need to understand something. Life is not about fairness. Life does not reward good intentions. It does not care how much you want success. It only cares about one thing, what you produce. If you are weak, life will crush you. If you are strong, life will reward you. It's that simple. And yet, most of you are still sitting around waiting for some magical moment to feel ready. Let me make something very clear. You will never feel ready. If you keep waiting for motivation, you will wait forever. The only way to get ahead is to take action even when you don't feel like it. That is the difference between winners and losers. Losers wait for the right time. Winners make the time right. Losers complain about how hard things are. Winners embrace the struggle and push through it. Losers waste time on distractions. Winners use every second to improve, grow, and dominate. The real reason most of you are stuck is because you have too many distractions, too many bad habits, too much weakness. You spend hours scrolling through social media, watching other men live the life you want instead of building it for yourself. You waste your time on meaningless entertainment, on chasing short-term pleasure, on doing everything except the one thing that actually matters, putting in the work. And do you know what's going to happen if you don't change? Nothing. Your life will look exactly the same next year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And one day when you're old, when you're too weak to change, you will look back and realize that you wasted everything. But here's the good news. You still have time. If you are reading this right now, it means you have the opportunity to fix your mistake. It means you can still become strong, still become powerful, still become the man you were meant to be. But that requires action. That requires discipline. That requires being brutally honest with yourself about where you are right now and where you need to be. And most importantly, it requires killing the weakness inside you. The time for excuses is over. The time for hesitation is over. The time for action is now. You either commit to leveling up or you accept a life of mediocrity. But make no mistake, there is no middle ground. You cannot be kind of successful. You cannot be partially disciplined. You are either all in or you are nothing. Winners take, losers wait. And right now at this very moment, you have to make a decision. Are you going to be a winner or a loser? Because time is running out. And if you don't act now, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Comfort is the most dangerous addiction in the world. It is more destructive than any drug, more enslaving than any prison. Comfort is what keeps you weak, what keeps you broke, what keeps you living a life of mediocrity while other men rise above you. And the worst part, you don't even realize it's killing you. You think your life is fine, you tell yourself you'll figure it out, but deep down, in the darkest part of your mind, you know the truth, you are failing. You are not the man you were meant to be. You are not pushing yourself to your limits. You are not even scratching the surface of your potential. And do you know why? Because you've chosen comfort over greatness. Think about the most successful men in the world, the billionaires, the champions, the warlords of industry. Do you think they live in comfort? Do you think they take it easy? No, they wake up every single day and embrace the struggle. They hunt pain. They force themselves to suffer more than anyone else because they know the truth. Suffering creates power. Every time you push through exhaustion, you become stronger. Every time you do something difficult, you become tougher. Every time you reject comfort and embrace hardship, you become more dangerous. But most of you avoid discomfort like a disease. You don't push your limits. You don't challenge yourself. You live your life avoiding struggle instead of chasing it. And that is why you are stuck. Look at your daily routine. Be honest with yourself. How much time do you spend in real pain? Not fake, meaningless stress, not little annoyances, but real, gut-wrenching, character-building pain. The kind that forges men into warriors. The kind that breaks the weak and hardens the strong. Do you train your body until it feels like it's going to collapse? Do you work so hard on your goals that your brain feels like it's on fire? Do you force yourself to suffer when every part of you wants to quit? If not, then you are still living like a coward. Because let me tell you something, greatness is built on pain. The reason most of you will never reach the top is because you love your weak little comforts too much. You love sleeping in, you love junk food, you love wasting time, you love avoiding responsibility, and that love for comfort is what's keeping you chained to failure. The difference between winners and losers is simple. Winners suffer more. The man who is willing to suffer the most will always win. And if you cannot endure pain, if you cannot force yourself to embrace hardship, you will always be at the mercy of those who can. There is a reason why soldiers are put through hell in training. There is a reason why champions push their bodies beyond human limits. There is a reason why the most powerful men in history have suffered more than anyone else, because power is built in the fire of suffering. Every time you refuse to suffer, you are rejecting your own power. Every time you choose comfort over struggle, you are choosing to be weak. And do you know what happens to weak men? They get crushed. Look around at the world. The weak are stepped on, the weak are used, the weak are ignored, disrespected, and forgotten. And if you continue choosing comfort over discipline, if you continue avoiding pain, that is exactly what will happen to you. You will become another faceless nobody, another weak man who spent his entire life avoiding suffering and ended up with nothing. And when you finally wake up, when you finally realize what you've lost, it will be too late. That's why you must kill the addiction to comfort right now. Burn it out of your mind. Reject it like a poison. Start seeking pain. Start training your mind and body to thrive in suffering. Wake up early when your body begs you to sleep in. Go to the gym when you feel too tired. Work harder than ever when your brain screams for rest. Do the things that make you uncomfortable, because that is where power is created. The weak will never understand this. They will continue making excuses. They will continue convincing themselves that life should be easy. But for those of you who are ready to rise, for those of you who are willing to suffer, the path is clear. You must make pain your ally. The man who is willing to suffer the most will always have the advantage. The man who thrives in discomfort will always be dangerous. The man who embraces suffering with open arms will always win. So now the question is, are you still going to chase comfort, or are you ready to suffer your way to the top? Most men live under the greatest illusion of all. They think they have time. They tell themselves they'll start tomorrow, next week, next month. They believe they have all the time in the world to get their life together, to build success, to become powerful. And that lie is the reason they stay weak, broke, and invisible. Time is not your ally. It is your enemy. Every second that passes is a second you will never get back. Every day you waste is one step closer to your grave. And yet you still hesitate. You still procrastinate. You still tell yourself, I'll do it later. Later is a myth. Later is the excuse of cowards. Later is how weak men justify their failure. Look back at the last 5 years of your life. Be brutally honest. Are you significantly richer, stronger, smarter, more powerful? Or are you still in the same position, repeating the same excuses, making the same mistakes? If you haven't changed, if you haven't progressed, then you have already wasted too much time. And if you don't wake up right now, the next 5 years will look exactly the same. That is the true cost of inaction. It's not just wasted time, it's wasted potential. Every moment you delay, there is another man out there grinding, improving, and taking the opportunities you are too slow to act on. And once he takes them, they are gone. Success is not infinite, power is not unlimited. There is only so much to go around, and if you don't seize it first, someone else will. The problem with most of you is that you live like you are immortal. You think you have decades to figure things out. You don't. Time is always against you. The man who understands this moves ruthlessly. He does not wait for the perfect moment. He creates the perfect. He does not waste time overthinking. He acts. He does not sit around planning forever. He executes immediately. That is why he wins. That is why he dominates. That is why he takes everything you wish you had, because while you were hesitating, he was moving. And by the time you finally decide to start, it will already be too late. You must kill the illusion of time right now. Every day that passes without action is a day you will never get back. Every hesitation is another nail in the coffin of your potential. Most of you think you can afford to wait. You can't. The man you could have been is already slipping away. Every second wasted is a piece of him dying. Every excuse you make, every delay you allow is another part of your future crumbling into dust. And the worst part? You won't even realize it until it's too late. Until one day you wake up, look in the mirror, and see a weak, pathetic version of yourself staring back. A version that could have been great, but instead chose comfort, hesitation, and failure. This is the reality most of you refuse to face. You think you have plenty of time to change. You don't. The men who win in this world move fast. They don't hesitate. They don't waste their days scrolling through nonsense, trapped in entertainment, avoiding responsibility. They wake up every single day with one purpose: to get ahead. And because they move faster than you, because they act when you hesitate, they will always be ahead of you. You cannot compete with them until you learn to move like them. You cannot win until you understand that every second of hesitation is another loss. Most of you will read this and feel the weight of truth hitting you. You will feel the regret of wasted years, the anger of lost opportunities. And yet, most of you will still do nothing. You will hear this, agree with it, and then go right back to your weak little habits, because deep down, you are still enslaved by comfort. Deep down, you still think you have time, but you don't. The clock is ticking, and every moment you waste is another step closer to irrelevance. There is a version of you that you need to destroy, the weak, undisciplined, hesitant version. The version that makes excuses, that wastes time, that chooses comfort over success. That version of you is the reason you don't have what you want in life. That version is keeping you broke, invisible, and powerless. And until you kill him, you will never rise to your full potential. Most men refuse to let go of their weakness because deep down, they're afraid. They cling to their old self, their old habits, their old way of thinking, because it feels safe. But let me tell you something, safety is a prison. The more you hold on to comfort, the tighter the chains become. The weaker you stay, the further you fall behind. You have to make a decision right now. Are you going to keep living as the same pathetic version of yourself? Or are you finally ready to evolve into the kind of man who is truly unstoppable? Because understand this, the process of becoming great is violent. It requires you to destroy every weak part of yourself. It requires you to go to war against the laziness, the fear, the hesitation that has held you back for years. It requires suffering. It requires discipline. It requires a level of sacrifice that most men are simply too soft to handle. And that is why most men fail, because they refuse to kill their weaknesses. Look at the greatest men in history. The warriors, the conquerors, the billionaires, they all had one thing in common. They were merciless with themselves. They did not allow weakness to exist in their minds, in their bodies, in their actions. They hunted down their flaws and destroyed them. And that is exactly what you need to do. You need to identify every single weakness inside you and exterminate it. Are you lazy? Then train yourself to work harder than anyone else. Are you weak? Then push your body beyond its limits every single day. Are you undisciplined? Then force yourself to follow a strict routine with no excuses. That is how you win. That is how you become dangerous. That is how you take control of your life and finally start dominating. But most of you are too soft to do this. You are still making excuses. You are still telling yourself, I'll start next week. As if you have time to waste. You don't. Every second that passes is another second you will never get back. And if you don't change, if you don't start executing with the intensity of a man who is ready to take over the world, you will stay exactly where you are. Broke, weak, forgotten. That is the fate of men who refuse to evolve. And if you are not willing to kill the weak version of yourself, then that will be your future. The weak version of you loves to procrastinate, he loves to waste time, he loves the idea of success but hates the work it requires. And as long as you let him live inside you, he will sabotage every single opportunity you have. That version of you must die. You must rip him out of your mind and bury him forever. The moment you do this, the moment you fully commit to becoming the strongest, most disciplined, most relentless version of yourself, everything changes. You will wake up with purpose. You will move with power. You will grind harder than anyone else because you will finally understand that weakness is a disease that must be eradicated. You cannot live in two worlds. You cannot be both weak and powerful. You must choose the old you or the new you, comfort or discipline, mediocrity or greatness. But understand this, you cannot keep waiting. The men who hesitate, the men who refuse to evolve, they get left behind. The world belongs to those who move fast, to those who embrace suffering, to those who refuse to let weakness infect their lives. If you are still holding on to excuses, still delaying, still playing small, then you have already lost. So now the question is, are you ready to kill the weak version of yourself? Or are you still going to let him drag you down? This is it, the moment where you either wake up and take control of your life, or you continue down the same pathetic road you've been on for years. No more excuses. No more tomorrow. No more waiting for the perfect time. There is no perfect time. The time is now. You have been given the truth, and now you have a decision to make. Will you rise, or will you stay weak? The world does not care about your excuses. It does not care about your feelings. It does not care if you are tired, unmotivated, or uncertain. The world only respects results. And if you refuse to deliver, if you refuse to step up and dominate, then you will be nothing more than another forgotten man. A man who had potential but never had the courage to use it. You have one life, one shot to build the legacy you claim you want. But every second you waste, another man is out there taking what should have been yours. Your dream body, someone else is training harder than you to get it. Your dream business, someone else is outworking you to build it. Your dream life, another man is living it because he was willing to suffer for it while you hesitated. So let me ask you, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna keep waiting, keep making excuses, keep pretending that one day everything will magically fall into place? Or are you gonna stand up, take action, and finally become the man you were born to be? Because in the end, there are only two types of men. The ones who take what they want and the ones who watch from the sidelines. So tell me, which one are you? The version of you you're afraid to become, he's in a fantasy. He's your reflection without the lies. Kill who you've been. Act like the future is already yours. Or stay forgotten. Your choice. The man you're afraid to become, he's already inside you. You've just been too weak, too soft, too scared to let him out. But today, you kill the coward pretending to be you. The truth is, most people live as strangers to themselves. Not because they don't want more, but because they've been trained like obedient dogs to believe that they are fixed. That their personality, their habits, their failures, they're part of their DNA. That's the biggest lie the world sells you, that you're stuck with who you are. You're not stuck. You're just scared to destroy the version of yourself that feels safe, even if that version is quietly murdering your potential every single day. You don't need therapy, you need war. You don't need to be understood, you need to be rebuilt from the ground up, brick by disciplined brick, with the steel of self-respect and the fire of intention. You've been taught to find yourself, like your best version is hidden under a rock, waiting for you to stumble on it while scrolling through your phone at 2 a.m. That's not how power is born. You don't find yourself, you forge yourself. You eliminate the man who wakes up dreading life and you replace him with someone who commands it. Your old self isn't broken, it's obsolete, and yet you defend it. You protect your insecurities like they're sacred. You justify your procrastination with mental gymnastics. You look in the mirror and see a prisoner, not realizing you're the guard, the cell, and the key. All at once. Most men will die as versions of themselves they never respected, and that should terrify you. If the thought of remaining who you are for the rest of your life doesn't shake your soul, then you're already lost. Because deep down, you know there's a version of you who speaks with fire, who walks like a storm, who commands respect without raising his voice. You've seen glimpses of him. In moments where you acted without fear, stood tall in chaos, made a decision with absolute certainty, he showed up, and then you buried him because the world told you that standing out was dangerous, That confidence was arrogance. That power was toxic. A weakness is toxic, and you've been addicted to it because it feels safe, predictable, easy. But comfort is the cage, and you've been living like a pet when you were born a predator. Who you are is not who you must remain. That one sentence can rip open your reality if you let it. Your habits are not you. Your failures are not final. Your fears are not facts. But here's the catch. You have to kill the coward before you can crown the king. And it won't feel like inspiration. It'll feel like death, because transformation is always violent. Rewriting your identity means letting go of the traits you've used to survive, the excuses, the trauma, the stories. You have to become the person who would rather burn than live another day playing small. That's the gateway. You don't tiptoe into greatness, you erupt into it. So when I say become the man you fear you can't be, I'm not saying pretend. I'm saying evolve with brutality. Move like you already are him. Think like he thinks. Speak like he speaks. Make choices that the future you would applaud, not regret. That's how identity is rewritten. Not with hope, not with vision boards, but with force. And don't you dare wait until you feel ready. Readiness is a myth. No one arrives at power fully prepared. They step into it raw, trembling, unsure, and they earn the right to belong by refusing to retreat. That's what real self-respect looks like. There is no ceremony, no applause, no support group waiting to clap for you when you finally choose to rise. The moment you rewrite who you are is the moment you become your own savior. The world will resist. Your friends won't understand. Your old self will scream for mercy. But if you hold the line, if you suffer with purpose, you'll wake up one day and not recognize the man in the mirror. Not because he's unfamiliar, but because he's finally who you were meant to be all along. Understand this, power isn't given, it's taken. Identity isn't discovered, it's built. And your destiny isn't found in the safety of who you've always been, it's in the ashes of who you're brave enough to stop being. So look yourself in the eye today and ask, am I willing to bury the weak version of me, even if it hurts, even if no one claps, even if no one believes? Because if the answer is yes, then you're already rewriting the script. You're already on the path to becoming the man who terrifies you in the best way possible. And once that switch flips, there's no going back, nor should you ever want to. I remember a time when I wasn't this man, not even close. I wasn't walking into rooms with fire in my eyes. I was dragging my feet, hiding my power, apologizing for wanting more. I didn't speak with certainty. I questioned myself before every move, every word. I was addicted to hesitation. And the worst part, I convinced myself that this was just who I was, that I wasn't built like that. That confidence was for other men. I wore self-doubt like it was stitched into my skin. And yet deep down, a war was brewing. Because every time I saw a man who had what I wanted, I felt rage, not envy, but rage. Not because he had it, but because I knew I was supposed to be him, and I wasn't. I wasn't living as the man I was born to become. I was surviving as a watered-down version of someone I didn't even respect. One day I snapped. Not in a Hollywood movie kind of way. There was no music, no spotlight, no applause, just silence. I looked at myself in the mirror and said the words that changed everything. This version of me has taken me as far as it's ever going to. Now he has to die. And I meant it. That man, the tired one, the insecure one, the one waiting for permission, he wasn't invited into the next chapter. He was the chapter I had to burn to the ground. People think transformation is some soft, gentle process. No, real change is violent. Real growth demands sacrifice. I had to start talking different. I had to walk like I owned the ground I stepped on. I had to show up every day like the man I feared I couldn't be, until the world had no choice but to treat me as him. And don't think it was easy. It was torture at times. The voices in your head don't shut up when you change. They scream louder. The doubt doesn't vanish. It mutates, tries to infiltrate your new mindset. People around you will pull you back, not always out of hate, sometimes out of fear. Because your evolution forces them to confront their stagnation, and most people would rather drag you down than level up with you. But I kept going, not because I was fearless, but because I was sick of being invisible in my own life. I told myself, if I die trying to become the man I was meant to be, that's a life well spent. But if I live as a shadow, I'm already dead. There was a point where I stopped recognizing myself. In the best way possible, I started speaking differently. I wasn't trying to impress anyone. I was speaking like a man who believed every word. I began moving through life with calculated aggression. Every action had weight. Every choice aligned with my future self. That's when I realized the key. You don't wait until you feel like that, man. You act as if you already are him. And eventually, the world catches up. Reality bends for the man who refuses to bend for it. You walk like you're unstoppable long enough and people start to believe you are, but more importantly, you believe it. And once you believe it, it's over for the weak version of you. He doesn't even get a vote anymore. I became the man I once feared I couldn't be. And it didn't happen because I found myself. It happened because I buried the coward, resurrected the savage, and committed to never shrinking again. I stopped explaining myself. I stopped negotiating with mediocrity. I started walking like I had nothing to lose and everything to prove. Not to the world, but to myself. That's the part people miss. Becoming him isn't about revenge, fame, or applause. It's about fulfilling your own prophecy, about honoring the version of you that's been locked away behind years of fear and doubt. It's about unleashing him, not once, but every single day until there's no trace left of who you used to be. That's not arrogance, that's liberation. That's freedom from the lie that your past defines your future. From the belief that change needs permission. No, change needs commitment. The kind of commitment that doesn't waver when it gets lonely. The kind that keeps swinging even when your hands are bleeding. You become the man you fear you can't be by refusing to return to the man you know you've outgrown. You don't try. You declare war on everything inside you that doubts your right to evolve. This isn't a fairy tale. This is blood, sweat, obsession, sacrifice. This is rewriting your story with actions, not words. So if you're still waiting for the perfect time, understand this, it never comes. The only thing that arrives is regret, and he's a brutal companion. You want freedom? Rewrite your identity. You want power? Walk like you already hold it. You want respect? Earn it by becoming undeniable. And if you do it right, if you commit with everything inside you, you'll look back and realize the man you once feared you couldn't be became the only man you ever respected. Let me ask you something. Have you ever felt that sick feeling in your stomach when you realize time's slipping through your fingers and you're still the same? Not because you're lazy, but because deep down, you're terrified of becoming powerful. You say you want it, you shout about it, you wear the clothes and repost the quotes. But when it comes time to shed your skin and walk into the fire, you hesitate, you stall, and then you lie to yourself. You say you're thinking, you're planning, you're almost ready. You're not, you're scared. Because becoming the man you fear you can't be means killing the man you're comfortable being. And your comfort is killing you more slowly than any disease ever could. Here's the truth no one will say out loud. Most men don't fail because they're weak. They fail because they refuse to suffer the death of their current identity. You're not stuck because the world's unfair. You're stuck because you're still trying to drag your past into your future. You think you can keep your habits, your circle, your thoughts, and still rise? You think you can take your softness with you into war? You can't. You either evolve or you evaporate. This isn't motivation. This is survival. And the most brutal part of all this is that your future self is watching you every day, quietly, waiting, judging, dying slowly while you procrastinate, hesitate, negotiate. You don't have infinite time. You think you do, but one day you'll wake up and realize the man you could have become died the moment you chose distraction over domination. Right? And that's a grave you'll have to visit alone. You know what fear really is? Fear isn't some external monster chasing you. Fear is the quiet voice inside your head that whispers, "What if I'm not enough?" It's the reason you keep delaying the work, the reason you scroll, the reason you tell yourself next week for the 5th year in a row. But here's what they don't teach you. Fear is not your enemy, it's your compass. The man you're supposed to become lives on the other side of the decisions you're avoiding. That version of you, the one you admire, the one you daydream about, he exists. But he exists in the realm of discomfort, pain, risk, and sacrifice. You want to meet him? Then you better be ready to bleed for it. And understand this, no one is coming to save you. Not your parents, not your friends, not your government, not some magical sign from the universe. You are alone in this. But in that loneliness, you will find your power. Because when you stop waiting to be rescued, you start building yourself brick by brick. And yes, it will hurt. It's supposed to. Because growth is not born in peace, it's forged in war. Every time you feel the urge to quit, to play small, to go back to comfort, that's the old version of you trying to survive. Don't negotiate with him. Don't give him oxygen. Let him suffocate. That voice that tells you to rest, to wait, to settle, it's not your intuition, it's your enemy. There is no rewind button, no reset. The pain of regret will always outweigh the pain of discipline. And one day, you're going to realize that the life you wanted was never stolen, it was simply never claimed. Every day you hesitate, someone else gets ahead. Every hour you spend doubting yourself, someone else is becoming everything you're afraid to become. And the scariest part, they're not better than you. They're just bolder. They decided. That's it. They didn't wait for permission. They didn't wait to feel ready. They stepped into the fire and forced the universe to adapt. You can either be the man who reacts or the man who reshapes reality around his will, but you can't be both. So what are you really afraid of? That you'll fail? That people will laugh? That you'll fall flat on your face? Good. You're supposed to. That's the process. That's the test. That's the price of evolution. If you're not afraid of the man you're becoming, you're not aiming high enough. You need to be uncomfortable with how powerful you're trying to become, because only then will you stretch. Only then will you shatter the shell of who you were. And if you're not willing to break, if you're not willing to rebuild your identity from the rubble of your old life, then be honest and admit you're not serious. Stop pretending you want it. Stop lying to yourself, because the world doesn't bend for wishful thinkers. It bends for relentless. Here's the final truth. One day you will face a version of yourself in the mirror, one you created or one you abandoned. And when that moment comes, you'll either be filled with pride or paralyzed with grief. Not because of what happened, but because of what never did. Your biggest fear isn't failure, it's mediocrity disguised as comfort. It's looking back and realizing you had the power, but you never pulled the trigger. You had the vision, but you never acted. And that is a pain no man recovers from. Rewriting your identity is not a motivational slogan, it's a war cry. It's the only path that leads to the man you were destined to become. And the clock is ticking. Every second wasted is another nail in the coffin of your unrealized greatness. So decide. Burn the excuses, bury the weakness, rewrite your identity, or stay exactly where you are and die knowing you could have been a fucking legend. You want to know what separates the ones who become monsters from the ones who only dream of being strong? It's not talent. It's not intelligence, it's obsession. It's a violent, unshakable obsession with becoming the man you're scared to admit you could be. Most people don't lack potential, they lack urgency. You don't need more books. You don't need more podcasts. You don't need more time to figure it all out. You need pressure. You need to wake up every single day and act like you're 5 years behind and running out of oxygen, because you are. That person you idolize in your head, he's already moving. He's already training, grinding, executing. And if you don't match his pace, you'll never catch up. The gap won't close itself. You either run faster or get left behind. No one cares how much it hurts. The universe respects velocity, not intention. You've got to understand, identity isn't something you're born with. It's something you forge. It's a sculpture, and your daily actions are the hammer and chisel. You carve it with sacrifice. You shape it with suffering. You define it by making choices that betray your comfort. That's how you rewrite who you are. If you're not acting like him, you'll never become him. You can't think your way into a new life. You have to act like you've already arrived. Your words have to change, your posture, your tone, the way you walk into a room, the way you train, eat, sleep, work, the way you handle disrespect, the way you shake hands. Everything has to evolve. You don't wait to feel confident. You move like the man who already conquered the future. It's the only way the world starts treating you like him. Let me tell you something they don't teach you in school or therapy. Your feelings don't matter. Your actions do. You feel tired? Good. Move anyway. You feel lost? Push forward. You feel scared? Execute with precision. Power doesn't come from eliminating fear. It comes from overriding it so often that fear becomes irrelevant. Weak people wait for clarity. Strong men create it. That's the law of the jungle. No lion waits to feel like a killer. He just kills. That's how he becomes the apex predator. That's how you must operate. You don't wait for motivation, because most days it won't come. What will come is chaos, problems, delays, doubts, and your ability to move anyway is what will separate you from the masses drowning in mediocrity. You don't rise when it's easy, you rise when it's brutal, and you still refuse to break. You want to know how to become him? Outwork your identity until your old self doesn't even recognize you. Obsess over excellence until people look at you like you've lost your mind. Let them call you crazy. Legends always are in the beginning. Stop needing validation. Stop seeking permission. Stop apologizing for chasing a life that makes average men uncomfortable. This path isn't supposed to feel safe. It's supposed to stretch your soul until it rips. And when it rips, you build muscle where the tear used to be. That's where confidence is born, not from comfort, not from compliments, but from discipline under pressure. From being the only one still grinding when everyone else gave up and went home. That's what it means to build yourself into someone unrecognizable. No one gets to rewrite their story by playing it safe. You can't become something greater if you're still clinging to who you were. The man you're becoming must be built with fire, not pillows. You've got to learn how to keep showing up when there's no applause, no reward, no external motivation, just the whisper in your mind that says, keep going, you're not done yet. And that whisper, that's the future you. That's the voice of the beast waiting to be born. That's the man who will make the world bend because he never asked it to. You've got to earn his respect. You've got to prove that you can carry the weight of becoming him without crying about the pain it takes to get there. Because once you've rewritten your identity, you'll look back and laugh at who you used to be. You'll laugh because you'll realize he was never real. He was a placeholder, a shadow, a draft. The real you was always hidden beneath the layers of lies, distractions, excuses, and fear. But now you're peeling that all away, slowly, brutally, relentlessly. And what you're left with is truth. Raw, unfiltered truth. Not who the world told you to be, not who your parents wanted you to become, not who your teachers trained you to stay as, but the man you were born to forge, with scars, with rage, with vision, with hunger. That's the man who rewrites destiny. That's the man who turns chaos into kingdom. That's the man who doesn't just chase dreams, he bends reality to his will and makes them kneel. So here's what you do next. No more waiting, no more talking, no more planning. Start living like you've already made it. Speak like the man who already owns the throne. Walk like the man who already buried his doubt. Train like the man who doesn't know how to quit. Work like the man who's already got a legacy on his back. Every move you make must echo the identity you're becoming. Every breath must declare, I am no longer him. I am already who I feared I couldn't become. Right now, this very second, you're standing at a crossroads. One path leads to the same loop you've been stuck in. Comfortable misery, fake confidence, temporary distractions, cheap dopamine hits, and shallow victories that mean nothing when the lights go out. That version of you dies, slowly, silently, a walking ghost in a body pretending to be alive. The other path, that one burns. It screams. It demands blood. It demands sacrifice. It demands that you destroy the soft, fragile illusion of who you think you are and build something monstrous in its place. That path doesn't give you rest. It doesn't offer you peace, but it gives you freedom. And that's what you've been searching for this whole time. Freedom from the chains of the identity you never chose, but accepted like a coward. Discomfort is not your enemy. It's your invitation. The man you dream of becoming isn't hiding from pain. He's forged by it. He's not praying for clarity. He's punching through confusion. He's not wasting time waiting for motivation. He's moving like a storm through the battlefield of indecision, because hesitation is the language of the weak. If you've made it this far, you already know the truth. You were never meant to live like this. You were never meant to settle. You were never meant to wake up with regret. You were never meant to apologize for ambition or feel guilty for being different. That discomfort in your chest every night when you lie in bed staring at the ceiling, that's not anxiety. That's not depression. That's your soul screaming there is more, but you keep muting it. You keep numbing it with distractions, telling yourself you'll fix it one day. But one day is a lie that thieves use to steal your greatness without a sound. And let me say this clearly so it echoes in your mind until you act on it. No one is coming to save you. No mentor, no friend, no miracle, no second chance. It's on you now, all of it. And the scariest part, you've always had the power. You were just too scared to use it, scared of judgment, scared of failure, scared of outgrowing your environment. But that fear was always the test. It's not the enemy, it's the gatekeeper. And only those who face it, who push past it with force, who walk into the storm instead of running from it, ever reach the other side. There's the reason the version of you that haunts your dreams also terrifies you when you're awake. Because deep down, you know he's real. You want to change your life? Stop changing small things. Stop rearranging the furniture in a burning house. Burn the whole thing down. Build from ash. Reinvent your mind, your habits, your focus, your circle, your standards. You don't need more time, you need more intensity. You don't need new goals, you need new behaviors. You don't need permission, you need fire. Because the world doesn't respond to men who hope, it bows to men who move. And right now you've got a decision to make. Are you going to keep pretending like you're okay living as 50% of your potential, hiding from your own reflection, calling it being realistic? Or are you finally going to do what you were born to do, rewrite your identity and become the person you fear you can't be? And let me tell you what happens when you do. You'll lose friends, you'll confuse family, you'll be misunderstood, mocked, doubted, you'll spend nights alone surrounded by silence, rebuilding brick by brick while everyone else parties. But on the other side, You'll become someone no one can ignore. You'll walk into rooms and silence them without saying a word. You'll earn the kind of respect that can't be bought, only built. You'll sleep with clarity, wake with purpose, move with violence, and live with peace. Not the kind of peace that comes from ease, but the peace that comes from knowing you became everything you were meant to be. So here's the truth. Right now, no one knows your name. No one's watching. No one's clapping. Perfect. This is where monsters are made. In silence, in isolation, in the dark. If you're serious, if you're done lying to yourself, then prove it today. This hour, this moment, do something that forces your old self to panic. Kill the habits that keep you soft. Move like you're already the man people think is impossible to become. Act like the future is your past and the rest of the world is just catching up. That's how you rewrite your identity. That's how you leave behind the version of you that was never worthy of your name. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be relentless. You just need to stop waiting. You just need to become him. The man who terrified you because deep down you always knew he was possible. He's not a dream. He's not a fantasy. He's not someone else. He's you. And he's been waiting this whole time for you to finally rise. So rise and don't look back. Winning is a state of mind long before it becomes a result. And if your mind isn't stronger than your feelings, you've already lost. Regret doesn't knock. It kicks the door down when it's too late. Every setback is a setup for a comeback, but only if you refuse to stay down. This world doesn't reward the average, it devours them. So ask yourself right now, are you a predator or the prey? The reason most people lose is simple. They never understood what it actually takes to win. They think winning is about talent or luck or having the right connections. That's what losers cling to, that fairy tale where the universe blesses you out of nowhere. But winning, real, unstoppable, alpha level winning, it's a decision, a violent, deliberate, unshakable decision made in the darkest corners of the mind where no one else can hear you but your own doubts screaming. It's waking up one day and saying, I will not be average. I will not be forgotten. I will not live a life of quiet desperation while pretending I'm fine. That's the root of it. Winning at all costs means you stop living like everyone else. It means you destroy the very identity that kept you weak. You abandon mediocrity like it's a play, because it is. The average man justifies his failures with excuses. The winner finds a way or he dies trying. Most people live like sheep. They want comfort more than victory. They want to be liked more than they want to be powerful. But comfort is a drug and it kills ambition. It numbs your instincts. It turns lions into house cats. Every time you hit snooze, every time you justify skipping the gym, every time you procrastinate that business idea or that hard conversation, you're voting for the man you don't want to become. You're giving up your place on the podium so you can feel good today. And that's exactly how losers are created. One small compromise at a time. Winning doesn't come from one massive act of greatness. It comes from 1,000 silent sacrifices when nobody's watching. From doing the hard thing when every part of your mind tells you to take the easy way out. Discipline is choosing between what you want now and what you want most. Most people never figure that out, and they pay for it with a lifetime of regret. The truth is, winning is supposed to be hard. It's meant to be brutal. It's meant to push you to your absolute limits until you either adapt or get crushed. There's no glory without suffering, no greatness without isolation. If you want to be first, if you want to dominate, you have to be willing to do what 99% of people won't. That means giving up comfort, giving up weak friends, giving up distractions. It means killing the boy inside you that wants to be coddled and building the man who takes what he wants regardless of who doubts him. Winning doesn't ask if you're ready. It demands that you become ready. You don't need permission. You need purpose. You need fire. You need to wake up every day with the mindset that second place is failure. That good enough is an insult, that anything short of absolute domination is a betrayal of your potential. People talk about balance, about work-life harmony. Let me tell you something. Balance is for the mediocre. The man who wins is the one who sacrifices imbalance for a season so he can live free for the rest of his life. While others are out chasing weekends, he's building an empire. While they're on Netflix, he's on his grind. While they're waiting for motivation, he's doing it anyway. That's the difference. That's what separates winners from spectators. Success is never owned, it's rented, and the rent is due every damn day. And most men, they can't pay the price. Not because they're incapable, but because they've been trained to be soft. They've been taught to be passive. to wait for life to hand them opportunity instead of forging it with bloody hands and sleepless nights. Winning at all costs means you don't hope things work out, you make them work out, you force the outcome, you impose your will on life. But here's the hope, here's the power. You can become that man. You weren't born a loser, you were just taught to live like one. And if you can be taught weakness, you can teach yourself strength. You can rewire your brain, you can rewire your story, you can rise up with the kind of energy that scares your old self into silence. You can outwork, outthink, and outlast anyone if you decide that losing is no longer an option. You don't need more motivation. You need to make losing so painful that winning becomes the only choice. That's how winners think. That's how killers move. Not with hesitation, but with conviction, with rage, with purpose. So let this be your moment. The second your soul finally wakes up, no more half measures, no more excuses, no more waiting for the perfect time. The perfect time is a lie. The perfect plan is a myth. All you have is right now and the decision to change everything. Stop looking at winners like they're born different. They're not. They're just men who got sick of losing and did something about it. And now it's your turn. Decide to win, decide to go all in, decide to burn the boats, kill the doubt, and move like a savage until victory is yours. Winning at all costs is the only mindset worth having, because second place is just the story of the man who almost made it. I remember a time when I was flat broke. Not just money-wise, I mean mentally bankrupt. I was living in a small, dark apartment, mold on the ceiling, mattress on the floor, phone cracked, bank account in the red. I didn't even have proper food half the time. I'd eat cheap bread and canned tuna for weeks because that's all I could afford. And during those nights when the silence was loud and the hunger dug into my ribs like knives, I used to sit there and stare at the ceiling and think, is this it? Is this who I am? I wasn't lazy. I wasn't stupid. I just hadn't made the decision yet, the real decision to win at all costs. I was still playing safe, still trying to be reasonable, still scared of failing harder. But I hit that point where I realized the pain of staying the same was more suffocating than the fear of change. And that's when everything snapped. That's when I chose war. People think success is this smooth upward climb. It's not. It's messy, it's ugly, it's chaotic. When I started chasing real power, I lost sleep, lost friends, lost comfort, but I found something far more valuable. I found control. I stopped begging life to be easier and started becoming stronger. I stopped looking for shortcuts and started building weapons out of every failure. Your story doesn't end in struggle unless you quit writing it, and I wasn't about to put the pen down. Every rejection, every setback, every lonely night became fuel. I started treating my losses like data. If I failed in business, I didn't cry about it. I analyzed, I studied, I went back in sharper. If I got outperformed in the gym, I didn't sulk, I trained harder. If I made a bad decision, I didn't spiral, I adjusted. That's how winners evolve. They don't pray for pity, they adapt until the game bends to their will. There was a day I'll never forget. I had just lost a major opportunity. Could have changed everything. A deal fell through. I was devastated. Most people would have packed it in and gone back to being average. But I looked in the mirror and said, this isn't the end. This is the beginning of the version of me that wins no matter what. I didn't take a day off. I didn't drown in self-pity. I went back to work with rage, controlled, focused rage. That's the difference between winners and the rest. Winners use the pain. They don't run from it. They don't numb it, they weaponize it. You know what really changed me? It wasn't money, it wasn't status, it was walking into a room and knowing no one there could break me. Knowing I'd been through hell and made it out with scars that told stories of survival and dominance. That unshakable confidence, that came from choosing to win when it was inconvenient, choosing to grind when no one was watching, choosing to stay disciplined when the world was out partying. You build self-respect by doing hard things over and over again without applause. That's how I went from invisible to undeniable, not by chasing approval, but by chasing mastery. I remember training in the cold, knuckles bleeding, muscles screaming, and thinking, no one's coming to save me. And that wasn't depressing, it was liberating. Because once you realize no one owes you anything, you take full control. You stop waiting and start building. You stop hoping and start executing. I built my business like that. I built my physique like that. I built my mind like that, not with luxury, but with pressure. The harder life hit me, the more I leaned in, because when your back's against the wall and you still move forward, you become untouchable. The world didn't hand me anything. I took it, I earned it, I bled for it, and now I live free, not just financially, but mentally. I don't walk into a room wondering if I'm enough. I walk in knowing they have to catch up. And it all started with one choice, to win no matter what. That mindset built me. That obsession shaped me. And now I'll die before I go back to average. Once you taste power, comfort disgusts you. That's where I live now. In that space where ambition suffocates excuses, where action crushes overthinking, and where results are the only language that matters. You might be sitting where I was, broke, lost, doubting yourself. Maybe people don't believe in you. Maybe you don't even believe in you. But here's the truth. They don't have to. You don't need them to. All you need is one moment of clarity, one moment where you decide you're done playing small, done apologizing, done waiting, because from that moment forward, you can rewrite everything. You can become the man who walks into chaos and laughs, the man who gets hit and keeps moving, the man who doesn't stop until he wins, not out of luck, but out of sheer refusal to quit. That's the real story, not the fame, not the flash, the beast you become in the process, the man forged through fire. And once you've seen him, once you've lived like him, you will never settle for second place again. Not in business, not in fitness, not in life. You will win at all costs, because the alternative is simply not an option. There's a reason most people lose, and it's not because they're incapable. It's because deep down they've made peace with mediocrity. They've convinced themselves that trying is enough, that effort without results still counts for something. But life doesn't reward effort, life rewards outcomes. It's not about how hard you tried, it's about whether you won. And the second you accept that, you stop wasting energy on excuses and start doing what needs to be done, there is no room for softness in a world built on domination. You either take control or you're controlled. You either rise or you rot. If you're not obsessed with winning, you've already lost. That's the truth most can't handle, because obsession isn't comfortable. It's brutal. It demands sacrifice. But that's the price. That's the toll at the gates of greatness. And what scares people the most isn't the grind, it's the responsibility. It's the moment you realize everything wrong in your life is your fault. That's terrifying until it becomes liberating. Because once you claim responsibility, you reclaim power. The moment you stop blaming others, the moment you say, no one is coming to save me, you tap into a fire that never goes out. You stop waiting for permission. You stop craving validation. You become your own weapon. That's what winning at all costs truly means. It's not about stepping on others. It's about refusing to be stepped on. It's about building a version of yourself so sharp, so focused, that nothing can dull your edge. You want to know the real fear? Is waking up 10 years from now and realizing you're still the same, that all the potential you had was wasted, that the dreams you buried never saw daylight, that you let comfort sedate your ambition. That's the nightmare. That's what should keep you up at night. The pain of regret will always outweigh the pain of discipline. And if that line hits you, good. It means there's still time. Time to make the hard choices. Time to become dangerous. Because if you're not dangerous, you're disposable. It's how the world works. It rewards the capable and forgets the weak. You want peace? Be capable of violence. You want respect? Build results no one can ignore. You want freedom? Outwork everyone, outsmart everyone, outlast everyone. That's how real men move. That's how winners dominate. There's always going to be a voice in your head telling you to rest, to take it easy, to quit. That voice is your enemy. That's the voice of weakness, and it's lying to you. You're not tired. You're undisciplined. You're not broken. You're untrained. You don't need a break. You need to break through. That's how I silenced my doubts. I buried them under action. Every time fear crept in, I got louder. Every time I hesitated, I pushed harder, because hesitation is death in this game. The world moves fast, and if you blink, you're done. You need to move like your life depends on it, because it does. Success doesn't wait for you to be ready. It rewards the man who shows up, ready or not. The most dangerous man is the one who's been underestimated, the one who's been doubted, mocked, dismissed, and didn't fold. He trained in silence, he built in darkness, and when the time came, he erupted like a storm. That's who you need to become. That's the mentality. You don't announce it, you just show up, undeniable, no warning, no explanation, just results that shut everyone up. That's the fire you need. That's what it means to win at all costs, not just physically, not just financially, but spiritually. You win because losing isn't even an option. You win because you've tasted the dirt and you're never going back. You want a better life? Then stop treating this like a game. This is war. Every day you wake up with two choices: rise or stay the same. That's it. You either go all in or you get left behind. There's no middle ground. There's no safety net. It's dominate or be dominated. So if you're serious, if you really want it, then burn the fallback plan. Kill the excuses, silence the noise, step into the fire, and become the man the world fears, the man who wins relentlessly, unapologetically, at all costs. The difference between winners and everyone else isn't talent. It's not luck. It's not opportunity. It's obsession. It's discipline. It's waking up every single day with a fire so violent it burns through every excuse, every setback, every weakness. Winners don't care how they feel. They care about the mission. They don't negotiate with laziness. They don't tolerate distractions. They get up, they grind, and they keep moving forward regardless of the storm around them. Discipline is the only real freedom. You think you're free when you sleep in or skip the workout or ignore the business plan? That's not freedom. That's enslavement to comfort. That's the leash of mediocrity tightening around your throat while you pretend you're relaxed. True freedom is earned through suffering, through sacrifice, through relentless action. You want to be great? Then you better understand something right now. This world doesn't reward the kind-hearted loser. It rewards the ruthless producer. The man who shows up whether it's raining or burning. The man who doesn't wait for motivation because he is the motivation. Winners make their habits stronger than their feelings. And that's the key. You can't be a slave to your emotions. You think I always want to work? You think I never doubt myself? Of course I do. But the difference is I act anyway. I override the weakness. I kill it with momentum. Every rep, every deal, every morning when I don't want to move, but I do anyway, that's where the power builds. That's where the king is forged. Not in luxury, not in celebration, in war. In the lonely grind where no one claps, where no one believes, where it's just you and your will to dominate. And the deeper you go into the pursuit of greatness, the fewer people you'll find around you. That's the truth. Most won't understand your drive. They'll call it obsession. They'll say you're arrogant, too focused, too serious. Let them talk. Their comfort is their prison. Their mediocrity is their identity. You, on the other hand, are here for war. You're here to conquer your limits, destroy your weaknesses, and rebuild yourself into someone who never folds. Every day you skip discipline, someone else is taking your spot. That's the reality. While you rest, someone else is refining. While you complain, someone else is capitalizing. The gap between you and the throne widens every time you choose comfort. You want to catch up? Then move with urgency, with intention, with a savage hunger that refuses to starve. Winners see failure and smile because they understand one thing. It's not final. It's feedback. It's a map to the next level. Every L is just a lesson if your ego doesn't get in the way. Weak men run from pain. Strong men learn from it. The world belongs to the man who's been through hell and came back stronger. That's the truth no one wants to face. They want shortcuts, they want hacks, they want someone to do the work for them. But there's no cheat code to greatness. There's only pain, repetition, discipline, and results. And the moment you fall in love with that process, everything changes. Because now it's not about winning once, it's about winning forever. In every area, business, fitness, relationships, your entire existence becomes a battlefield where the only acceptable outcome is domination. You weren't born to be average. Deep down you know it. There's a reason you're still reading this. There's a voice in you screaming for more. A voice that's sick of being ignored. That voice is your higher self. And it's done watching you settle. It's time you stopped betraying it. You already know what needs to be done. You're just hoping there's another way. There isn't. And that's the most powerful truth of all. The life you want is behind the work you're avoiding. The strength you crave is on the other side of the resistance. The man you're meant to be is hidden under the version you're too comfortable to kill. So do it. Step up. Tear the comfort apart. Build a mind that's unbreakable, a body that intimidates, a will that can't be tamed. That's what it means to win at all costs. It's not a choice, it's your duty. You've heard enough. Now it's time to act. You've sat in silence while life passed you by long enough. If you don't decide right now that you're going to chase greatness like your life depends on it, then you've already lost. The universe doesn't hand out rewards for effort. It delivers to the obsessed, the committed, the relentless. Your future isn't waiting for permission, it's waiting for your action. So what are you gonna do? Sit back and hope or rise and win? Every second you delay, someone else is becoming sharper, stronger, richer, faster. If you don't go all in, you'll be crushed by the ones who did. You want success? Then you better be ready to sacrifice. You better be ready to hurt, to fail, to rebuild, and still keep going. That's what separates champions from the crowd. This is your moment to draw the line. From this second forward, you live with purpose. You move with power. You think like a killer. Victory isn't a possibility. It's your obligation. Win at all costs because losing is no longer an option. Every man dreams of victory, but most men crumble at the sight of failure. They run, they retreat, they cry. But the truth is this: failure isn't the end, it's the beginning of who you're meant to become. You're either the man who folds under pressure or the one who sharpens his sword with every loss. Your pain It's not punishment. It's preparation. People talk about success like it's a trophy you stumble across by accident. Like one day you wake up and you're rich, powerful, respected. But what they don't show you is the graveyard of failures buried underneath every so-called overnight success. They'll clap for you at the finish line, but they'll never tell you about the nights you were face down in the dirt. And that's the problem with most of you. You want the win, but not the wounds. You want the destination without crawling through hell to get there. You're addicted to ease. You've been told that struggle is optional. No, struggle is the entry fee. Failure is the tuition you pay to become someone worth remembering. You think because you failed once, that's it? You think a loss defines you? Then you've already lost. Because real men don't avoid failure, they hunt it. They seek it out like a blacksmith seeks fire. Because they understand this truth. Pressure creates precision. You don't sharpen a blade with a pillow, you grind it against stone, and life will grind you again and again until you either shatter or shine. It's not cruelty, it's calibration. The universe doesn't punish you with failure, it presents you with a test. Are you serious or are you soft? That's what every setback is asking, and most people answer by quitting. They think success is a staircase made of gold. No. It's a ladder made of broken rungs, rusted nails, and slippery steps. You climb it by falling, by bleeding, by tearing your hands open until your palms are scarred with lessons. Because every time you fall and get back up, you earn something, not a trophy, something better. You earn identity, you earn depth, you earn grit. You can't buy those things. You can't fake them. You can't talk them into existence. You can only bleed for them. And failure makes sure of it. You see, failure isn't your enemy, it's your mirror. It shows you exactly who you are when the applause stops, when the lights go out, and when the voices cheering turn to silence. That's the moment where the boys get filtered out from the men. And in that silence, if you listen, really listen, you'll hear the truth. You needed this. You needed to lose. You needed to be embarrassed. You needed to be humbled. Because ego is loud. But growth is silent, and growth only comes after collapse. It doesn't show up when you win. It shows up when everything falls apart and you're still standing, fists clenched, eyes locked on the next round. The reason failure is so feared is because it exposes. It strips you down. It shows you how unprepared you really are. But that's the point. That's the gift. When you fail, you don't just learn what you did wrong, you learn what you lack. You learn what must be built. That's how warriors are born, not through comfort, not through praise, but through raw confrontation with their own shortcomings. Failure doesn't mean you're not good enough. It means you've outgrown who you used to be. And if that doesn't inspire you, nothing will. People ask me, how do I become mentally strong? I say, start failing. Fall flat, embarrass yourself, lose, get rejected, get laughed at. Why? Because every time that happens and you keep moving, you reinforce your psyche with bulletproof resilience. The kind of strength that doesn't come from wins, it comes from surviving the losses. If you can fail, stare it in the face, and come back sharper, then you become dangerous. You become someone the world can't control. And trust me, when you reach that level, even your failures will scare people. I know what it feels like to hit the ground, to pour your soul into something and watch it crumble. But I also know this, you're still breathing. And that means you're still in the game. You haven't lost unless you quit. And if you never quit, then every failure just becomes a chapter in your comeback story. That's how kings are made, not in comfort, but in the chaos of trial and error. Real power is built in the ashes of failed attempts. So the next time life slaps you down, don't cry about it. Don't post a sad quote. Don't crawl to your friends looking for pity. Stand up, straighten your back, and say, perfect, I needed that. Let it hurt, let it teach, let it mold you, because this is the game, and the game is brutal. But if you learn to play through failure, to stand tall when others fall, to grow when others shrink, you'll become something no one can stop. And that, right there, is why failure is not optional. It is essential. I remember being broke, not just financially, but mentally, spiritually, emotionally. I remember waking up in a room that felt like a prison, cold air, stale silence, a bed that hadn't been made in weeks, because I didn't see the point. Days blurred together because there was no structure, no purpose, just a thick cloud of failure hanging over my life. I wasn't some weak coward. I was a man with ambition. But ambition without direction is like a car with no steering wheel. I had dreams, massive ones, but every attempt to chase them ended in collapse. Business failed, relationships failed, my body was weak, my mind was fogged, every move I made backfired. I wasn't living, I was surviving, barely. And in those moments, the world doesn't pat you on the back. It ignores you. It forgets you. People stop replying. They stop inviting. They stop checking in. You become invisible, and that silence is deafening. But here's the part no one talks about. That darkness is where you meet your real self. Not the version of you that pretends to have it together on social media, not the one that throws on a smile in public, the real one, the one that sits in silence with regret, the one who looks in the mirror and asks, what the hell happened to you? That version of me was born from failure. And it was in that space when I had absolutely nothing that I discovered everything. I found out what I was made of, not by winning, but by failing harder than I thought I could survive. And somehow I was still here. Broken, yes, but breathing. And that meant I had a chance. People assume success is built in moments of triumph, but real success is forged in those quiet, ugly, lonely chapters no one posts about. You think the winners you admire got there by skipping failure? No. They waded through oceans of it. They drowned in it. They got betrayed. They got rejected. They got laughed at. And every time it happened, they built another layer, a layer of toughness, a layer of insight, a layer of silence that whispered, keep going. You're not done. That's the process. It's not glamorous. It's not pretty, but it's necessary because failure doesn't break real men. It purifies them. I'll never forget the night I decided enough was enough. I was staring at the ceiling, broke, with zero momentum. I had every reason to give up, but something shifted, something primal. I whispered to myself, they don't get to write my story. I do. I stood up, not because I had a plan, but because I had resolve. I didn't know what tomorrow held, but I knew what I wouldn't tolerate anymore. And that's the spark failure gives you. When it's done properly, not when you use it as an excuse, but when you use it as a turning point, a catalyst, the slap in the face you didn't want but absolutely needed. You see, failure doesn't show up to destroy your life. It shows up to destroy your illusions. It removes the lies you've told yourself. It rips away the comfort blanket and shows you how far you drifted from your potential. That sting you feel after failing, that's truth. That's life saying, you're playing small, wake up. And if you're strong enough to hear it, not just emotionally, but intellectually, if you can extract the data, not just the pain, then you come back with weapons, not hope, weapons. A sharper mindset, a thicker skin, a new pace, a deeper level of clarity, and that makes you a threat. I look back at the man I used to be and I thank God he failed. Because without those losses, I never would have built the engine I have now. I never would have developed the obsession, the intensity, the standards. Failure gave me those things. And not just once, over and over again. Every level of life has a new devil. Every chapter has a new lesson. The only constant is failure. You either run from it or you shake its hand and say, let's get to work. That's the mentality. So if you're going through hell right now, if you're drowning in debt, self-doubt, betrayal, fatigue, understand something, this isn't the end of your story. It's the start of the real one because pressure doesn't crush diamonds, it creates them. And right now, every failure you're enduring is building the foundation for the most dominant version of you, but only if you refuse to quit, only if you turn that pain into discipline, that doubt into drive, and that loss into leverage. People will eventually see the victory, but they'll never understand the cost. And that's okay, because you'll know what it took. You'll know why you're unshakable. And you'll know deep in your soul that every failure along the way wasn't a curse. It was the blessing you didn't recognize at the time. That's why failure is essential, not just for growth, not just for toughness, but for transformation. You don't become a high-level man by getting it right the first time. You become one by getting it wrong again and again and still standing, still swinging, still believing. Because when you've been through the worst and you're still here, there's nothing left to fear and everything left to conquer. The scariest thing in life isn't failing. The scariest thing is waking up one day and realizing you never even tried, that you lived the same year 60 times and called it a life, that the dreams you once felt burning in your chest have faded into background noise because you let comfort sedate your ambition. And you'll lie to yourself telling stories about how it just wasn't the right time, how you were waiting for things to settle, how you were being realistic. But deep down, beneath all the excuses, is a silent scream of regret that only gets louder with age. And one day, it'll be deafening. Most men die at 25 and aren't buried until 75. That's the truth. They die the moment they trade risk for routine. The moment they stop taking swings because missing hurts more than not swinging at all. But here's the truth nobody wants to face. Avoiding failure doesn't protect you. It destroys you slowly. It strips you of your courage. It sterilizes your potential. It turns you into a spectator in a game you were born to play. And while you sit there trying to avoid the embarrassment of falling, time keeps moving, opportunities fade, energy declines, and before you know it, the door's shut, the chapter's closed. Not because you weren't capable, but because you chose comfort over conquest. Fear is a liar. It whispers that failure means you're not good enough. That one mistake proves you're not cut out for greatness, but that's just noise. Failure isn't proof of weakness. It's the evidence that you had the guts to try. The only people who never fail are the ones too scared to attempt anything real. You want a safe life? You'll get it. But it'll cost you everything that could have made life worth living. You'll be surrounded by safety nets, but haunted by the feeling that you left your destiny untouched. And that kind of pain, the pain of knowing you could have been more and chose not to, is far worse than the sting of any temporary setback. You think you have time. That's the most dangerous lie of all. You think tomorrow is guaranteed. You think the chances will always be there, but they won't. People die in their sleep. Accidents happen. Doors close. Markets shift. Health fades. Time doesn't pause for your procrastination. Every second you waste dodging failure is a second stolen from your greatness. And no one's going to save you. No mentor, no friend, no family member is going to drag you to the top. You either rise or you rot. You either act or you decay. That's the game. And the clock's always ticking. What terrifies me isn't falling. What terrifies me is looking back at the end and realizing I never pushed hard enough to see what I was truly capable of, that I played it small to keep my ego safe, that I spent my life guarding a reputation I hadn't even earned. You know how many men spend their prime years terrified of looking stupid? So they avoid risks, stay quiet, keep their head down, and slowly become invisible. They vanish from the world, not because they weren't talented, but because they lacked the fire to risk failure. They live to be liked instead of respected. And by the time they realize what they've lost, it's already gone. Let me tell you something no one tells you early enough. You don't get second chances at your prime. Once this window closes, it's gone. The energy, the fire, the raw hunger, it doesn't last forever. You've got a limited time to channel it into something real. And every single failure you avoid now will show up later as a version of you you don't recognize. A bitter, beaten man who used to dream. That's the real cost. That's what's on the line. There's a reason failure is part of the process. It separates the delusional from the dedicated. Most people talk. They preach positivity. They wear confidence like a costume. But the second they fall, they vanish. They weren't about it. They were pretending. Real men stay. Real men rise. Real men use every loss as leverage, not because they're fearless, but because they're obsessed. They're too focused to be derailed, too purpose-driven to be stopped. They know failure isn't a dead end, it's a detour to refinement, a sharpening ground, a forge, because the man who has failed more than you has become more than you. Okay, if you're scared of failing, it means you're aiming too low. It means you're thinking too small. Your goals should make your heart race and your mind scream, what if this doesn't work? That's when you know it's big enough. That's when you know you're chasing something that can actually change your life. But if you keep running from the fall, you'll never experience the ride. And you'll never know what it feels like to look at the version of you that made it and say, I earned this. Every scar, every bruise, every sleepless night, it was all worth it. So go fail. Go take the hit. Go get embarrassed. Let them laugh. Let them doubt. Let them count you out. Because one day, they'll see the man who refused to quit and realize they were watching greatness in real time. They'll remember the moment you stumbled, but more importantly, they'll remember the moment you stood back up, stronger, sharper, unshakable. That's what failure gives you, if you have the balls to embrace it. You're not running out of chances, you're running out of time. And failure, as painful as it feels, is the only thing standing between who you are and who you're meant to become. Stop avoiding it, start using it, because your legacy depends on it. Great, you want to win? Then understand this. Failure isn't a curse, it's the toll you pay for entering the arena. The ones who never fail, they've never played. They've stood in the stands their whole lives shouting at the ones who bled. But you, if you failed, it means you stepped in. It means you had the courage to swing. The man in the arena bleeds, but he owns the right to speak. That's the game. That's where the crown is built, in the dirt, in the losses, in the moments when everything says give up, and you refuse. You think champions were born immune to failure? Every legend has scars. Not one of them escaped defeat, but they didn't shrink. They didn't let the L define them. They used it like fuel. They sharpened their vision with every cut, strengthened their will with every blow. The difference between winners and the rest isn't talent. It's hunger. It's obsession. It's the refusal to stay down when life tries to bury you. The most dangerous man in the room isn't the loudest, it's the one who's failed 1,000 times and still walks like he's already won. That's the man who's tasted defeat, digested it, and spit it back out like poison. And let me tell you something that will haunt the lazy forever. Every failure you fear is shaping someone else into a monster while you run. While you hide, someone else is taking that hit and becoming unbreakable. You can't buy grit. You can't shortcut hardship. You either earn your scars or you vanish from the battlefield pretending you were never called to fight. People think pain is punishment. They've been lied to. Pain is the gift. Pain wakes you up. It teaches you who you are when everything goes wrong. Anyone can smile when they're winning, but when you're broken, mocked, overlooked, and still get up, that's when you become something different. You were never meant to live soft. You weren't built for mediocrity. You weren't put on this earth to aim low, play safe, die unnoticed. Somewhere deep inside you, there's a storm that's been waiting to be unleashed. And that storm doesn't care about approval. It doesn't care about comfort. It only wants war with your limits. And war is messy. You lose, you get hit, you fall. That's part of becoming dangerous. That's how real power is forged. You want peace, build strength. You want strength, eat failure. Digest loss, get addicted to the grind. Because the truth is, no man who ever achieved anything real did it without crawling through hell to get there. You'll hear people say, maybe it's not for me. Weak words from weak minds. If you're breathing, it's for you. If you're alive, it's your responsibility to fight. Because guess what? Life is going to hit you anyway. Whether you chase greatness or hide in the shadows, pain's coming. So you might as well earn something with it. Might as well cash in your suffering for strength, your heartbreak for resilience, your failure for a future no one can take. Every time you break and rebuild, you're leveling up into someone who can't be moved. You want to know why failure is essential? Because without it, your wins mean nothing. A man who's never tasted defeat has never tasted true success. It's bland, it's hollow. But a man who's clawed his way back from the bottom, who's been laughed at, betrayed, counted out, and still kept going, when that man wins, it echoes, it's real, and it can't be taken from him. Failure is the universe asking you, how bad do you want it? And your response isn't words, it's work. It's getting back up without applause. It's building alone, bleeding in silence, and doing it again tomorrow. There's no hero without struggle. There's no glory without pain. You're not failing because you're cursed. You're failing because you're trying to do something bigger than yourself. And that's rare. That's uncommon. That's what separates lions from sheep. The sheep wants safety, comfort, certainty. The lion wants conquest. The lion knows he might starve, he might bleed, he might lose a battle, but the hunt continues. He doesn't stop until he eats. Be the lion. You don't get to quit. You don't get to sit this one out. Life doesn't care if you're tired. The clock's still ticking. The world's still spinning. The competition is still grinding. And the version of you that wins, the one living the life you dream about, he's already out there. Waiting, watching, asking when you'll man up and meet him. That version of you isn't handed anything. He's carved out of adversity. He's shaped by the hits you're afraid to take. And every time you fold, he fades. Every time you step up, he gets closer. This is your test. This is your moment. And it's not about being perfect. It's about being relentless. It's about waking up with fire in your chest and saying, I don't care what happened yesterday. I don't care who doubted me. I don't care how bad it hurts. I'm still coming. That mindset, unstoppable. That drive, untouchable. And the man who builds it by failing forward becomes someone no one can break, ever. So don't just face failure, chase it, invite it, dominate it. Let it mold you into someone the world can't ignore. Because failure isn't your enemy. It's your invitation to rise. Now is the moment you stop negotiating with yourself. You've been dancing with comfort, flirting with excuses, and giving failure the wrong definition. But from this second forward, failure is no longer your enemy. It is your ritual. It is your path to domination. You want to be great, then you better be ready to bleed for it. You want to build something that lasts, then be willing to be broken and rebuilt again and again until the version of you that stands is the one the world can't ignore. No more soft thinking, no more hiding behind fear. You've got one shot at life and the clock doesn't slow down for cowards. You're waiting for the right time. There is no right time. That fantasy doesn't exist. There's only now. And now is slipping through your hands like sand while you sit on dreams you never had the guts to chase. Get this through your head. There is no success without suffering. You think you'll wake up one day magically disciplined, motivated, wealthy, respected. You think results are gifted to the lazy? You think strength is handed out like candy? No. Every ounce of greatness you will ever achieve has to be taken by force. It must be earned through the kind of pain most people run from. You either suffer for your purpose or suffer because you never had one. This world doesn't care about your potential, only rewards execution. It doesn't applaud intentions, it rewards resilience, sacrifice, commitment. You think failure is a setback? No, failure is the raw material of champions. The more you fail, the more dangerous you become. Because every loss makes you colder. Every rejection builds armor. Every setback teaches you how to adapt. And the man who adapts, the man who evolves, becomes something you can't. You want peace? Get strong. You want strength? Walk straight through the fire and let it melt your ego. Let it forge a man who doesn't flinch when the world throws punches. You are not here to be average. Deep down, you know that. You've always known that. But you've been scared to admit it. Because once you admit that you were made for more, the excuses don't work anymore. The blame doesn't fit. The comfort doesn't taste the same. You either rise or you rot. A man who won't face failure has already accepted defeat. Stop being the background noise to someone else's legacy, the empire you dream of, the power, the freedom, the impact. It's waiting, but it's not given. It's earned in blood, earned through embarrassment, setbacks, loneliness, humiliation, silence, and still showing up when no one believes anymore. You failed, good, then you're on track. You've fallen, excellent. That's how warriors are trained. You've been mocked, perfect. That means you're threatening mediocrity. Let them laugh, let them doubt, let them walk away. The world isn't meant to understand you while you're building. They only understand the finished product, the results, the headlines. You don't need validation, you need war with your own weakness. Get obsessed with becoming bulletproof. Get addicted to rising every time you fall, because the man who refuses to stay down, the man who keeps going regardless of pain, of shame, of failure, that man becomes unstoppable. And don't you dare let comfort seduce you again. Don't you dare betray your future for the lie of temporary peace. Comfort is the real killer. It whispers sweet nothings in your ear while it drains your fire. It hands you a pillow while it buries your purpose. Comfort is where dreams go to die, silently, unnoticed. But you are not meant to die unnoticed. You are not meant to leave this world untouched. You are a weapon being built in the darkness, and every failure is a hammer strike sharpening your edge. You think you're being punished? No, you're being prepared. So get up. Right now, not tomorrow, not after you feel better. Now, get up and move like your life depends on it, because it does. Every second wasted is fuel given to your future regret. And regret, that's the only pain that never heals. That's the only failure that's final. The failure of never trying. You will never forgive yourself for dying as a version of you that never got to see your real power. You will never find peace in a life that played it safe. He who risks nothing earns nothing. Remember that. Say it to yourself every time you feel like quitting. Say it until it burns. You were not chosen for weakness. You were not made to be broken by failure. You were made to use it, to weaponize it, to rise so many times that the world has no choice but to kneel. So go. Build, bleed, grind, sacrifice, outwork, outlast, outfight every version of you that settles. And when you fall again, and you will, you stand up again with eyes colder, heart harder, and fire even hotter. That is how champions are born. That is how legacies are carved. That is how failure becomes your fuel. Because in the end, it's not the man who avoids failure that wins. It's the one who walks through it like a storm, looks it in the eyes and says, "You made me."
Most of you are not actively building a future. You're not actively trying to build the dream life that you want to have. And then you expect it to just appear. Do you know why? Because when you were born in the middle, your parents put food in the fridge. It just appeared. The heating was just on because it was cold outside. We knew you never had that problem. That's why people at the bottom, we understand intricately. We understand this viscerally. We understand that nothing is going to come to us unless we go out there and get it ourselves. And once you have that, you have endless motivation for all things. That is extremely important. You have to train a fighter, a boxer. Do you want somebody who has poor nutrition and poor sleep, but endless fire inside of them, someone poor, to turn them into Muhammad Ali? Or do you want somebody with a good bed and good food, but lacks fire? Which one do you think is going to become a champion? Which boxers have become champion historically across time? Were they rich men? Were they from middle class incomes? Or were they from the ghetto? Were they from the bottom. It is all a test. It's all a test. You watch me because I perform flawlessly, and I'm not afraid to pay the price. You'd be up here with me if you were brave. When I say brave, and this is a genuine question, when is the last time you made a brave decision? When's the last time you took a brave route and did a brave thing? And I want you to actually take a few seconds and ask yourself that question and answer it. Bravery is a muscle like every other one that must be flexed and used to grow. Bravery is extremely important, and Bitcoin's a super easy answer. What's the worst that can happen? You lose your money? Do you think people like us were afraid to buy crypto once we worked it out? Once we were told about Bitcoin at $800, do you think we were afraid to buy it because we might lose money? Do you not understand? People like us don't give a fuck. That's how we end up here. Oh, you're lacking hunger. You're scared to be brave. You're lazy.
I don't want to put my $6,000 into Bitcoin. I might lose it.
I might lose it. Because you lack bravery. So, if you've done nothing brave that you can mention instantly off the top of your head, then what you need to do is something brave quickly. I'm not quitting. That's called handing the prize to somebody else. There are a certain number of prizes in the universe. There are stars that exist. They're just out there. There's prizes. So the people at the bottom have something that you don't have. It's hunger. You need to now, and this is the actionable, guys, you need to cultivate a lifestyle which is going to endlessly give you fire inside of your heart so that you never struggle with motivation ever again. You need to cultivate that with your social circle. So you need to be around motivated, hungry men. You need to cultivate it with the decisions you make.
God loves to see that. Those people, for some reason, seem to be enormously lucky, right? The person who goes, I don't have to prove anything to God. I don't owe all of my ancestors any effort. You know, for 5,000 years, people were dodging saber-toothed tigers and catching the plague and running from Genghis Khan. I don't owe them anything. I don't owe them a thing because I want to play video games. These people are losers. I wake up every day with something to prove. I have hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm in fantastic shape, 4 times world champion, fighting the matrix out here by myself. More. I will have to be braver. I must try harder. All I do is prove myself. So when I hear people go, I don't have nothing to prove, then you're a loser. Peasants have never felt like they needed to prove anything, but kings felt like they needed to go and conquer land. Isn't that it's coincidental that the king, who already had it all, felt like he needed to go to some far-flung land and conquer it and take it and prove he's the king. But the peasants, oh, I don't have to prove nothing to nobody. You're a loser then. You're a dummy. I absolutely and utterly, completely have everything to prove to everybody all of the time. That's who I am. I will prove anything to anybody. If I sit and say X, I will prove it.
The reason you lose is because you've been programmed to lose by all of your experiences throughout life. Winners are programmed, losers are programmed. I was programmed to be a winner in any scenario because I was raised in a very specific way. You were not. So we're going to start at the absolute beginning of why you've ended up a loser, because most of you never self-reflect. You're dummies who never look in the mirror and say, how did I end up where I am? Why am I the person I am? Why do I believe the things I believe? You don't self-analyze. So you don't understand how your own mind works, which means you don't understand why you are where you are. Because before you make a move on the chessboard, you need to analyze your position. By analyzing the board, the smartest thing you can do is to try and take your strengths and play them off against your weaknesses. So if you're poor, you have hunger and motivation, what you have to do is fix the things you don't have. You need to get around rich people. You need to get a good network of people you can trust who have a lot of money. You need to find a teacher who's prepared to teach you how money really works. That's the first thing. The second thing, and your biggest problem to fix, is your monumental laziness. And you have to understand that you innately are lazy. You innately lack hunger and fire. You're innately afraid. You're a coward. You lack the balls it takes in many scenarios to get rich or die trying. That's the truth. People in the ghetto already have the fire. Those brothers already have fire. Yeah. They're already prepared to do anything it takes. You need to ignite the fire inside of you. You need to make sure there's something inside of you that's going to get you motivated like a poor person's hunger, because you've never felt it before. Because the poor don't need motivation. The poor understand what it's like to be taken advantage of, and the poor understand what happens when you have no money and no food. You don't. You're not poor. You have food in your fridge. As a man, there is no easy life.
Your life is not about being easy. Your life is not about being happy. Your life is always going to be difficult. All of the pain you feel, all of the sadness you feel, you're supposed to feel as a man, and you have two effective binary choices. You either go through the suffering and go through the trauma and go through the hardship it takes to be a man of value, or you suffer eternity as a nobody. There's two ways to suffer. You either suffer as becoming a somebody, or you suffer as a perpetual and forever nobody.
I don't want a woman to ever go through anything bad in her life. I think a man should go through it for her and protect her, because I think that's how she's her best self as a woman. But I think to be your best self as a man is the absolute opposite. And when someone emails me and says, "This has happened to me," I'm like, good. No, what do you mean good? It's terrible. How else are you going to become important? How else are you going to find endless fire to get up and struggle in the face of the competition that's out here in the world? How else you're going to do all that with a nice cushy life? If any man's honest with himself, think about the biggest transformative stages in your life. Think about the times you got the most work done. It was a bad part of your life. You were heartbroken, or you lost a house, or broke, or whatever. That's when you did shit. When everything was fine, the mortgage is paid, dinner's on time, it's kind of doop-de-doop-de-doo, little by little, do a little bit of work, do a little bit of relax. But the big events come from trauma. This is it. So it's a cheat code. It's a cheat code to climb the mountain. So when I get a message from whoever and he goes, "My wife left me, I'm devastated," I say, I understand. I completely understand how hard it can be to lose a woman that you've given your entire life to.
I think that as a man, your happiness comes from feeling respected over feeling loved. And the reason perhaps you're happy now is because you have more respect for yourself because of the decisions you're making, and
Amen.
you have self-respect.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of men, even if they have self-respect, if nobody else respects them, they're struggling.
I have no interest in being happy. I wake up and say, how can I be proud of myself? What can I achieve that makes me proud of myself? How can I do things that make other people respect me and are proud of me? How do I have a day which I complete when I come home? The woman who's in my house says, "Wow, there's no man like you." How do I live a life so my children look at me and go, "Dad's a superhero"? How do I make my mother call me and say, I couldn't possibly be more proud of you? I have to live the exact same life regardless of how I feel. So for me, happiness is not a good indicator on how life should be lived.
But you need to sit down and look at your life and say, what's going to make me as motivated as possible? Is it developing an imagination to imagine my dream life? I'm sure it is. Is it having a social circle of people who are always trying to elevate? I'm sure it is. You need to then sit there, look at every facet of your life, analyze it one by one, and develop a lifestyle which is going to give you endless fire, because without it, you are going to lose. You are broken inside. You are lacking a fire inside of you, because once you get that fire, you become invincible. The fire inside of your heart makes you hard to kill, truthfully. It is the fire inside of your heart that makes you uncrushable, the kind of cockroach which survives a nuclear explosion. It is extremely important that you are never in a position where you lack motivation ever again. It is extremely important that you never f*** up an opportunity that is handed to you ever again. And these things are conscious choices you make by changing your lifestyle. There's nothing stopping you from winning besides yourself. I have now given you an actionable. The actionable is for you to design your life around getting endless motivation and fire in all ways. Everything you do needs to be deliberately geared and designed towards giving you motivation and making you feel hunger inside of yourself. Then you must take all of that fire, turn it into positive energy, and exude it out into the universe. If you want it to rain and you don't know what to do a rain dance. Perhaps the rain dance will not make the clouds seed. However, God will be happy that you're taking action as opposed to just sitting still, quietly waiting for rain to appear while being submissive and subservient. No, you have to go out there and do things. God wants to see you take care of what He has given you. Nobody continues to give gifts to the ungrateful. This is absolutely true about life. It's extremely important that you show God that you deserve it. Your discipline will shape your destiny, but it is extremely easy to be disciplined if all you've ever known is struggle. Guys, You as a man should be offended by the fact that my brother and I started miles below you and have surpassed you in every single human metric. That should bother you. But you should also sit there and go, why are they beating me? They started below me. They started the race way back there. And I was so lazy and so stupid, and I took life for granted, and I expected everything to be given to me, that these guys have managed to lap me and surpass me based purely on hunger and grit alone. They had no advantages. All they had was this innate desire to do anything it took. Now is the time. Every single day you need to wake up, take action, and get things done.
But happiness to me is a super interesting concept, because when people come to me and say, I'm not happy, I say, why should you be happy? They're like, what do you mean? It's like, who told you you should be happy all the time without working for it? Happiness is at the top of a mountain somewhere. You ain't been anywhere. You haven't even climbed it.
I think everybody on the planet has something to prove. If you walk through life and feel like you have nothing to prove, then you're a loser. If you wake up each day and go, I don't owe anybody anything, I don't have to prove anything to anybody, then you are a loser, because you are absolutely not incorrect. You must prove yourself to other people. You must prove yourself to your bloodline, as we just discussed. You must prove yourself to God. God hates the lazy. He can't stand them. If he gives you all these genetic dispositions and these natural God-given gifts, if you have 2 arms and 2 legs and you can think, and you're not trying your absolute best, that's the reason you're not lucky. He doesn't like you. He likes the people which show him the beauty of his own creation. He likes to give somebody building blocks and them to build something amazing. It's the best thing about being a man. You have to build who you are.
Nobody cares about men being happy. We talk about women being happy. We want children to be happy. If you look at a full-grown man on Christmas morning, he's smiling because his wife is smiling. He's smiling because his children are smiling. Nobody even buys him anything. What do they buy the dad? Socks? Nobody cares about men being happy. So why do you as a man care about you being happy? That's how you're going to fall into these traps. I'm a very content person. I live a fantastic life. I'm not miserable or depressed. I'm not sad ever. But I don't wake up and go, I want to be happy today. No, sir. I wake up and say, okay, things must be done. And those things will be completed regardless of how I feel. Regardless of how I feel. You can lock me in a dungeon for an unknown amount of time in Romania, and I will still complete as many push-ups as I can possibly do in the dark by myself. What else am I going to do? Sit there and be sad? Happy or sad? The push-ups must be done. It's called duty. It's called honor. It's called pride. So I'm asking you why you don't have them. You could be a genuine force for good in the world. And you know what's funny? The funniest thing, the most ironic thing about all of this is that if you don't prioritize happiness and you prioritize feeling proud of yourself, you end up happy by extension.
And that's why you've actually had a very bad start in life. You need, and this is very important, not only do you lack fire, you lack imagination. Because when you're poor, let me tell you something poor people do all the time. You imagine. My brother and I used to sit around and talk about what could be if only we managed to get it out. How it would feel to have this car. How it would feel to be in this place. How it would feel to be famous and internationally renowned. How it would feel to go to Saint-Tropez and live on a yacht. How it would feel to be able to fly on private planes. How it would feel to not have to worry about food anymore. My brother and I used to imagine for hours. We used to talk about it. We believed in this version of reality where we somehow made it. Not only do you lack motivation, you lack imagination. And that's why it's very important. You need to start believing you are the man, even if you're not yet. Before I was world champion, I knew I was going to be world champion. You have to believe these things. We had imagination and we had hunger and fire. You don't have those things. That's why you're fucked. Do you not understand? It doesn't matter how tired I get when I fight. I'm never actually tired because I am so desperate to hurt my opponent. I am more desperate to hurt him than I am tired. In all realms, forever. That is the hunger and motivation. That's why boxers start poor. That's why fighters are poor. There's a different mentality they're born with. They imagine being champion. They're prepared to do anything it takes. They have hunger and fire inside of them. There's no middle class champions. None. So it's extremely important you develop your imagination as well as your fire. And I'm saying this to you because there's a whole bunch of you who don't realize how badly you've failed. You need to start imagining what actual freedom is. You need to start seeing beyond the confines of your comfort. You need to start developing the hunger it's going to take for you to elevate to the highest possible echelons and stop being enslaved by your comfort, because that's what you're enslaved by. It's extremely important. Your future is the result of your daily actions. You're defined by what you do today. Lazy now, loser later. Get to work. Now, what have you done today which is going to positively affect the outcome of your future? When have you sat and imagined your dream life? When have you self-analyzed and self-reflected and tried to work out where you've gone wrong to end up such a mediocre specimen of man? Why can't you go down to the dealer and buy a brand new Lamborghini right now? Why not? Is it a lack of money? Is it a lack of, what is it? Is it only money? Are you afraid if you buy one you'll get robbed? What is stopping you? Have you even thought about any of these things? Has it even crossed your mind? It's extremely important, gentlemen, that you understand the chessboard and understand exactly where you are so you can make changes.
If you never make a mark on the world, then you effectively never existed. And when you're gone, nobody will care. And that's very important because you have a duty to your ancestors and you have a duty to God. So you must make a choice. And this is genuine choice for you people at home. Do you want to live in obscurity forever and be invisible and not matter and have an easier life? I would argue that it's not easier because in your heart and in your soul, you're going to feel guilty knowing you could have been something you're not. Or do you want to try your absolute best and struggle and suffer every day of your life paying the rent for all of the amazing things around you? We pay endless rent. We pay rent for our bodies. We pay rent for our relationships. We pay rent to keep our kids. We pay rent to keep our business. We pay rent to keep our freedom. Every single day is work to pay the rent. It's absolutely never ending. And you have to make that choice. So if you have a pen and paper in front of you, you need to decide, do you want to be invisible with a lower rent bill, or do you want to be important and work hard and suffer to make sure that the rent is paid? It's a choice you must make, and it's binary, and you must be extremely dedicated towards the decision.
If you died today, the man you could have been would haunt the man you chose to be. You weren't tired. You were weak. You weren't lost. You were soft. And every excuse you made, that was your greatness bleeding out. You were never weak. You were just never taught how strong you could become. From the moment you were born, the world started trying to soften you, lull you into comfort, reward mediocrity, and convince you that weakness is normal. They hand you distractions, spoon feed you validation, and expect you to fold every time life gets hard, and most people do. They crumble, they break, not because the pressure was too much, but because their minds were too soft. Let me tell you something you already know deep down. Life is war. And the battlefield isn't out there, it's in your head. Every thought you allow, every excuse you entertain, every fear you surrender to, it becomes part of who you are. You don't lose when you're tired. You lose when you believe you're tired. You don't fail when it's hard. You fail when you convince yourself it shouldn't be. That's the poison. That's the disease. This belief that everything should come easy, that struggle is a sign you're doing something wrong. No, struggle is proof you're doing something real. Pain isn't your enemy. Doubt isn't your enemy. They're tools, signals, indicators that you're on the edge of evolution. But most men run the other way. They flinch at pain. They collapse at the first wave of resistance. They think discipline is punishment when it's actually freedom. They think discomfort is a threat when it's the only path to power. Your mind is not your friend by default. It's a wild, untrained animal. And if you don't take control of it, if you don't break it, shape it, dominate it, it will devour you from the inside. Mental toughness isn't about ignoring fear. It's about acting in spite of it. It's not about pretending you don't feel pain. It's about pushing through with bloody knuckles and fire in your soul when every part of you is screaming to quit. Real strength doesn't shout. It doesn't need attention. It doesn't need sympathy. It walks silently into chaos and handles business. That's what a strong mind does. It doesn't flinch. It doesn't fold. It doesn't beg for understanding. It endures. It adapts. It overcomes. But here's the part they don't tell you. You can build that strength. You're not stuck as who you are. Your mind is plastic, moldable, programmable. You can rewire it, reforge it. Every day you say no to weakness. Every rep you grind through when you're tired. Every morning you wake up when you don't want to. You're carving discipline into your DNA. It's not about motivation. It's not about hype. It's about habit. It's about deciding that your future is more important than your feelings, because feelings lie. Feelings sabotage. And if you keep making decisions based on emotion, you'll live a life of regret. You want to know what separates winners from losers? It's not talent. It's not luck. It's resilience. the ability to stay locked in when everyone else gets distracted, the ability to suffer in silence, to keep going when there's no applause, no recognition, just pain and purpose. The strong don't need external validation. They have a mission, and that mission fuels everything. So when fear creeps in, when doubt whispers in your ear, when fatigue wraps itself around your body like chains, the strong smile, because they've been here before. And they know that on the other side of pain is power. And if you're sitting there thinking it's too late for you, you're wrong. You're just undisciplined. Discipline is the cure. Control is the cure. Strength is the cure. And all of it starts in your mind. Not tomorrow, not next week, now. Because every second you waste feeding weakness, someone out there is building. Someone out there is suffering on purpose to grow, to evolve, to dominate, and they will win. Not because they were handed anything, but because they refused to break. You don't need motivation, you need a mission. You need rules you don't break, standards you don't bend, a mindset that doesn't flinch. That's how you win. Remember this, the man who can suffer longer wins more. Success isn't about genius, it's about endurance. It's about how long you can stay locked in, focused, obsessed, while everyone else gives in to distractions. It's about how much you can take before you quit and whether you decide to quit at all. Most people tap out when things stop being easy. The few go further. The few keep moving when it hurts. That's the separator. That's the gap between ordinary and exceptional, and it lives entirely in the mind. If you can dominate your thoughts, you can dominate your life. The war is mental, and the mind, when mastered, makes you unstoppable. The mind, when neglected, makes you a prisoner. You choose. Every day, with every thought, every action, you're either reinforcing weakness or forging strength. Control your mind, or it will control you. There is no middle ground. I want you to picture two men, same age, same background, same circumstances. They both wake up before the sun rises. One opens his eyes, hears that little voice in his head say, "You need more rest. You trained hard yesterday. Just take it easy today." And he agrees. He rolls over, buries himself in comfort, and tells himself he'll try harder tomorrow. The other man hears that same voice because he knows that voice is weakness. And he's not here to negotiate with weakness. He's here to bury it. The difference between those two men has nothing to do with genetics, money, or opportunity. It's mindset. It's mental fortitude. It's the invisible fire that tells one man to keep pushing while the other folds. It's what you do when no one is watching that defines you. Not your words, not your dreams, your habits, your decisions, your ability to suffer without complaining and move forward without applause. That's what makes you dangerous. People think the strong are born with something special. No, the strong were broken 100 times and kept showing up anyway. They were doubted, rejected, pushed down, but they refused to stay there. They trained their minds to reject weakness, to operate in silence, to weaponize pain. You don't build a strong mind by reading books or watching videos. You build it by doing what you hate daily with intensity until your emotions submit to your mission. That's how you kill fear. That's how you conquer self-doubt. The man who conquers his mind is more powerful than the man who conquers 1,000 enemies. And that's the truth nobody wants to admit because it puts the responsibility on you. You can't buy mental toughness. You can't fake it. You have to earn it in private, through suffering, the cold mornings, the lonely nights, the rejection, the failure. Every single one of those moments is an opportunity to prove to yourself that you are not like them, that your will is not for sale, that your standards don't move just because life gets hard. People love to say they want success, but they don't want the pain that comes with it. They want strength, but not the weight. They want greatness, but still cling to comfort. That's why most stay average, because average is easy. It's familiar. It doesn't challenge you. It doesn't force you to confront your demons. But that's exactly what you need to do. You need to face the war inside your own mind. The fear, the insecurity, the laziness, and not run from it, but destroy it. Tear it out by the roots and build something stronger in its place. Here's what they don't tell you. You will be alone on this journey. Not everyone will understand your mindset. They'll call you obsessed, intense, arrogant. And that's fine, because average people will never understand the mindset of a man who refuses to break. Your circle will shrink, your days will get harder, but your mind will get sharper. And when the world hits you with chaos, you won't flinch, because you've already been through worse by choice. You've already suffered more in training than most do in war, and that's the edge. That's the weapon. That's what makes you unbeatable. Discipline is a form of self-respect. When you train your mind to obey your higher self, you stop being controlled by weakness. You become the master of your emotions, not the victim. You don't chase motivation, you become motivation. You don't beg for opportunities, you prepare for them. And when they come, you execute with precision because you're not second guessing yourself. You've already proven to yourself that you can endure anything. That's real confidence. That's mental power. And no, this doesn't mean you never feel tired. You will. This doesn't mean you don't feel fear. You will. But you'll act anyway because you've separated your actions from your emotions. You've chosen to build a mind so sharp, so focused that nothing external can derail your internal mission. That's real freedom. Not chasing dopamine, not looking for shortcuts, but waking up every day with clarity, direction, and power. Because your mind is locked in, your purpose is non-negotiable, and your will is forged in fire. You have to stop waiting to feel ready. You have to stop thinking someone's coming to rescue you. No one is. This is on you, your future, your legacy, your strength. It all starts and ends with how you think, how you respond when it gets hard, whether you crumble under pressure or rise through it. Every great man you admire was once weak, but he chose to rise. And so can you. That's the beauty of it. You don't need to be born special. You just need to decide that enough is enough.
Yeah.
That you will never again let comfort rule your life. That you will develop a mindset so disciplined, so unbreakable, that life bends around you, not the other way around. And when that happens, when you start living with that level of mental intensity, everything changes. People notice. Opportunities come. Your energy shifts. Your path clears. Not because life got easier, but because you got harder, stronger, sharper. And the world always makes room for the man who refuses to be denied. There will come a moment, and it's not some fantasy, it's guaranteed, where you look back on your life and ask one brutal question: why didn't I go harder? That moment might come at 40, 60, maybe on your deathbed, but it's coming. And when it does, it won't care about your excuses. It won't care that you were tired, stressed, afraid, or unsure. All that will matter is whether you conquered or collapsed, whether you forged a mind that could carry your dreams through fire, or whether you let weakness wrap you in silence and regret. Most people are sleepwalking through life, playing defense, reacting instead of attacking. They're letting fear steer the ship. Fear of judgment, fear of failure, fear of discomfort. And yet, what they don't realize is this: fear isn't the enemy, it's the test. The man who feels fear but moves forward anyway is unstoppable. That's what mental toughness is. It's not the absence of fear, it's the domination of it. It's looking at the storm and walking into it with your head high because your mission matters more than your feeling. You know what's scarier than failing? Waking up one day and realizing you played your whole life safe and now it's over. That you let cowardice whisper you into mediocrity. That you talked yourself out of becoming the man you were supposed to be. That fear you avoided your whole life doesn't go away. It transforms into regret. And regret is a debt that never stops collecting interest. It haunts you. It eats at your soul. And the worst part is you know it was your own doing. That's what breaks men. Not failure, not pain, but the realization that they chose weakness over greatness. That's why you must develop a mindset so disciplined, so lethal, that fear loses its power. Because when your mind is built like steel, you don't wait for confidence. You don't wait for the perfect moment. You move, you act, you take the shot. And if you fall, so what? You're still standing. You're still dangerous. Every scar is a lesson. Every failure is a sharpening stone. That's how warriors think. That's how champions ride. Not because they never fall, but because their mind refuses to stay down. Right now, every second you delay, someone out there is outworking you. Someone is training while you scroll. Someone is sacrificing while you sleep. And one day, it's going to take what should have been yours, your opportunity, your legacy, your spot, because you hesitated, because you chose distraction over discipline, because you let the voice of weakness win the argument. That's the war most men lose, the one inside their own head. And if you don't win that war daily, you will lose everything else. But here's the hope, and you better hold on to this like your life depends on it. You can choose right now to change. You don't have to stay stuck. You don't have to stay weak. The mind is malleable. It can be forged in pressure and heat. Every time you say no to weakness and yes to discipline, you reinforce a new identity. Every rep, every cold shower, every sacrifice, it's not just physical, it's mental armor, it's spiritual muscle. The man who suffers voluntarily gains power involuntarily. That's the code. That's the formula. You earn peace through pain. You earn power through pressure. You must stop making room for comfort and start building a life around challenge. Challenge is where the growth is. Challenge reveals who you are. When everything is on fire and your emotions are screaming at you to quit, that's the moment. That's when the voice of your highest self whispers, keep going. One more rep, one more hour, one more day. That voice, that whisper, that's the real you. That's the man buried under years of doubt and fear and mediocrity. And he's clawing his way to the surface, begging you to let him out. But he doesn't come out through hope alone. He emerges through fire, through resistance, through discipline so unbreakable, it terrifies weakness, through mindset so precise, so focused, that you become dangerous to the average. People will feel your presence before you even speak. That's power. That's what a trained, disciplined mind gives you, a presence that bends the world around your standard. And you don't have to be perfect, you just have to be relentless. Perfection is an illusion. Relentlessness is a choice. You fall, you rise. You get hit, you swing back harder. You're tired, you train anyway. That's how mental toughness is built, not through hacks, not through motivation videos, through consistency, through self-imposed suffering, through living every day like your legacy is on the line, because it is. And I'm telling you right now, if you don't start taking your mind seriously, life will punish you, not because it hates you, but because it's testing you. It's asking, are you worthy of the life you say you want? Most men fail that test. They fold, they blame, they coast. Don't be that man. Be the one who rises in chaos, who thrives in adversity, who controls his thoughts like a sniper controls his aim. Laser focus, ruthless precision, unshakable will. That's what separates winners from watchers, kings from clowns. Your mind is the battlefield. Win there and you win everywhere. You want freedom? You want success? You want peace? Then stop negotiating with your weakness. Stop giving your emotions a seat at the table. Your feelings aren't facts. Your mind is either a fortress or a prison, and you are the builder. Every time you hit snooze, scroll for dopamine, skip the workout, run from pressure, you lay bricks in your own cell. And then you wonder why you feel trapped. You built the cage. You're not tired, you're undisciplined. You're not overwhelmed, you're unfocused. You're not stuck, you're avoiding the pain required to evolve. If your mind folds every time life gets hard, then you haven't suffered enough voluntarily. That's the truth no one wants to say. You're still waiting for motivation, for inspiration, for things to line up. And that's why nothing changes. Discipline isn't a feeling, it's a decision made in the absence of comfort. You wake up, you move, you train, you focus, you attack the day like your future depends on it, because it does. And you do it without applause, without sympathy, without needing the world to clap for you. You think strength is found in the gym? That's just the spark. The real strength is forged when you keep showing up in silence, when no one's watching, when your bones ache and your mind says stop, but you look in the mirror and say, not yet, I've got more. That's mental toughness. That's the edge. Most men don't have it. They talk about goals, they dream about success, but when the grind hits, they vanish. They hide behind excuses, addictions, soft habits, because they never built the mindset to suffer with purpose. Let me tell you something that will haunt you if you don't get it right. Every weak decision compounds. Every day you procrastinate, every task you delay, every moment you waste, it builds a version of you that you won't recognize, and worse, won't respect. Disrespect to self is the first step toward depression. You lose pride, you lose presence, you lose purpose. But here's the savage part. You can reverse it. The second you stop lying to yourself and start choosing pain over pleasure, control over chaos, you begin to rebuild a mind that obeys you. People ask, how do I become confident? Build a mind that doesn't flinch. Build habits that nobody can steal from you. Wake up at war, sleep like a king, live like a machine. Confidence isn't fake bravado. It's the byproduct of thousands of silent victories that no one ever clapped for. Earn your self-respect in the dark so you shine in the light. Mental toughness isn't something you read about. It's earned in the trenches when life is suffocating you and you say, I'm still not backing down. The men who change the world aren't the ones who feel like doing it. They're the ones who do it regardless. They are possessed by mission, obsessed with improvement, addicted to discomfort. They chase pain because they know it holds the key. You either suffer from discipline or suffer from regret, but suffering is guaranteed. So pick your poison. But know this, the man who suffers now leads later. The man who sacrifices pleasure today owns tomorrow. The man who silences the noise becomes the signal. If you're not mentally tough, the world will eat you alive. This reality doesn't bend for your trauma, your tears, or your timelines. It bends for pressure, consistency, and absolute conviction. Your goals are irrelevant if your mindset is weak. Your dreams mean nothing if your discipline doesn't match. And if you can't dominate your own thoughts, forget about dominating your reality. The world bows to those who master themselves first. Control your mind or be controlled by it. That's the law. And don't think for a second that toughness means coldness. It means clarity. It means your emotions don't override your principles. It means your pain doesn't derail your performance. It means that when life breaks you open, you rebuild harder. Strong men don't avoid struggle. They welcome it. Because every hit they take is data. Every setback is fuel. Every enemy is motivation. They don't just survive chaos. They extract power from it. This world is crying for men with steel minds and fire hearts. Not fake alphas, not loudmouths, but quiet assassins who wake up with purpose, move with intention, and operate with ruthlessness. The future belongs to the disciplined. You don't have to be the best, but you do have to be consistent every single day, no matter how you feel, no matter who doubts you, no matter how heavy it gets. Because one day, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next year, but one day, every ounce of pain will make sense. You'll stand taller, think sharper, speak with authority, walk with a presence that commands respect before you even open your mouth, and you'll realize that every hard moment wasn't a curse, it was preparation. It was divine pressure shaping you into a man worthy of everything he once begged for. So I'm asking you now, will you break or will you build? Will you be forged by fire or fade into nothing? Because the pressure isn't going away. The struggle won't stop. The world won't wait. But your mindset can turn every ounce of chaos into a stepping stone. Listen carefully. If your life doesn't change after this, it's because you chose to stay weak. You chose comfort. You chose to remain at the mercy of your emotions instead of mastering them. Nobody's coming to hand you strength. Nobody's coming to rescue you from the chains you wrapped around yourself. It's you. It's always been you. The man you want to be is already inside you. He's just buried under years of compromise, fear, and softness. And the only way to meet him is through suffering, through sacrifice, through relentless self-discipline. You earn him. Every day you wake up, you have two choices: submit or dominate, break or build, hide or hunt. And don't you dare act like you don't know which path you've been walking. Look around you, look at your body, your habits, your bank account, your discipline. That's the scoreboard. You've got all the evidence in the world, and if you don't like what you see, don't whine about it. Fix it. Tear it all down and start again, brick by brutal brick. Success isn't found, it's constructed from the rubble of failure, by hands that never stop building. You think you're tired? You're tired of living a life that doesn't align with your potential. That's the real fatigue, knowing you were made for more and still settling for scraps. That deep ache in your chest is the sound of your greatness suffocating under layers of wasted time and cowardice. But here's what no one tells you. You're one decision away from flipping the entire narrative. One day of doing everything right, 1 week of discipline, 1 month of absolute focus. That's all it takes to spark the avalanche. But don't mistake momentum for a miracle. The world doesn't reward desire. It rewards execution. It doesn't care how motivated you feel. It only respects how obsessed you are. Show me a man who moves forward regardless of emotion, and I'll show you a man the world can't break. That's the level. That's the standard. You either become the most dangerous version of yourself, or you become another forgettable face that spent his life running from effort. You're going to suffer either way. So suffer for the right things. Suffer to become someone you admire. Suffer to earn peace that can't be stolen. Suffer to break generational chains your family never had the strength to face. That's what mental toughness really is. It's legacy level pain. It's bleeding in private for victories that echo for decades. It's refusing to bend even when everything in your life is begging you to fold. Toughness isn't about the punches you throw. It's about the ones you absorb and keep walking through. You can't keep living with your foot halfway in. Half ambition, half excuses. Half faith, half fear. Burn the safety net, cut the backup plan, throw your comfort zone into the fire. The reason your life is average is because you've given yourself too many options to fail. You don't rise when you're comfortable, you rise when you're cornered. So corner yourself, give yourself no option but war. And you'll be shocked at the beast that awakens in you. But let me be clear, this isn't about becoming cold or heartless. This is about becoming intentional. This is about training your mind to stay sharp when others crumble, to remain focused when the world is screaming distractions, to be calm in chaos, powerful in silence, and immovable in adversity. Your mind must become the eye of the storm, untouched, undisturbed, unshaken. That's what separates the wolves from the sheep, the leaders from the lost, the legends from the forgotten. So, from this moment on, no more complaining, no more waiting, no more pretending you don't know what to do. You know exactly what to do. You've always known. It's just been easier to delay than to dominate. But time's up. The comfort you hide in, it's killing you slowly. The future you keep fantasizing about, it requires sacrifice you've been avoiding. The man you want to be, he's on the other side of 1,000 brutal, boring, beautiful days of consistent effort. Start today, not tomorrow, not Monday, now. Winners don't wait for perfect conditions. They create perfect conditions through ruthless action. Wake up earlier, train harder, read more, work longer, demand more, stop negotiating, stop complaining, stop asking for life to be fair. It's not. But that's the beauty of it, because the unfairness of life means anyone who outworks the system can bend it to his will. That's your edge. That's your leverage. That's your power. If you want to win, you got to go all in. No plan B, no excuses, no mercy. Total discipline, ruthless self-control, insane consistency, laser focus, forged patience, iron will. The world bows to men who master their minds, not because they're lucky, but because they were willing to go where others wouldn't. Go there, stay there, live there. And when the dust settles, you won't even recognize the old version of you. You'll be stronger, sharper, smarter, focused, unshakable, unstoppable. Every second you hesitate, another man outworks you. Every moment you waste, another man takes what was meant to be yours. Strength isn't given, power isn't inherited, legacy isn't found, it's earned in the dark, when no one claps, when no one cares, and only the strong survive. Wake up or get left behind. Look around you. Look at the world they built while you slept. Weak men walking with slouched shoulders, terrified of their own reflection, apologizing for having a backbone. They teach you to be soft, to be compliant, to lower your voice and your standards. They tell you that ambition is toxic, that aggression is dangerous, that leadership is outdated. They poison you with comfort and call it happiness. They feed you weakness and dress it up as compassion. And if you dare to stand tall, if you dare to say, I refuse to be weak, they look at you like you're the problem. But here's the truth. They're afraid of strong men because strong men cannot be controlled. You were born with fire in your veins. You were built for adversity, for dominance, for greatness. That ache you feel deep down, the frustration, the anger, the restless energy, is not a flaw. It's your soul screaming at you to wake up. It's the primal part of you, the real you, demanding to be unleashed. Every second you spend living beneath your potential is another second you betray the man you were meant to become. And when you sit still to numb your instincts, to believe that strength is dangerous because a strong man doesn't beg for permission, a strong man doesn't bow. A strong man builds empires where others beg for crumbs. When I tell you to embrace masculinity, I'm not talking about growing a beard or shouting louder. I'm talking about becoming unshakable. Discipline sharper than a razor. Focus so intense it rattles the weak-minded. You are meant to be a leader, not because someone grants you authority, but because your strength, your discipline, your presence demands it without a word spoken. And leadership starts with yourself. If you cannot command your own mind, if you cannot rule over your own weaknesses, how can you ever expect to lead others? You must first conquer yourself before you conquer the world. Understand this, life does not get easier. The world will not slow down to accommodate your excuses. There will be storms, there will be betrayals, there will be nights where you feel broken, alone, forgotten, but a real man does not fold. A real man does not cry out for rescue. He sharpens his sword in the darkness. He grows stronger while others collapse. He understands that hardship is not his enemy, it's his proving ground. Every obstacle you face is not a punishment, it's an opportunity to forge yourself into the kind of man this world cannot ignore. There is a quiet honor in hardship. There is a sacred nobility in struggle. When you suffer, when you grind, when you push through the days where your body screams for rest and your mind begs you to quit, you are sculpting something eternal. You are not just surviving, you are becoming legendary. Weak men look for an escape. Strong men look for a challenge. And every moment you embrace the fire instead of fleeing from it, you step closer to the highest version of yourself. You are not here to be liked. You are not here to blend in. You are here to rise, to dominate, to inspire. They will call you cold. They will call you cruel. Let them. The world has enough soft hands and trembling voices. What it desperately needs are men who do not apologize for their strength. Men who carry the weight of their destiny without complaint. Men who lead not with noise, but with undeniable presence. The kind of man who walks into a room and changes its energy by existing. Not because he seeks attention, but because he commands respect. Strength is not loud. Strength is not boastful. Strength is silent, consistent, and absolutely undeniable. You must decide who you are. You must choose to be disciplined when no one is watching. You must force yourself to push when your mind tells you to rest. You must stand tall when it would be easier to fold, because true masculinity is not given, it is earned. Earned through relentless discipline, unbreakable will, and a refusal to be anything less than excellent. Every rep in the gym, every book you consume, every hard conversation you have instead of avoiding, it all stacks into the foundation of your masculinity. A man who cannot govern himself will always be a slave. A man who can master his own mind becomes unstoppable. Understand this and burn it into your mind. The world doesn't owe you understanding. It doesn't owe you sympathy. It rewards those who seize it by the throat and demand their place. You have two choices. Become the man you were born to be, or rot in the pit with the rest of the forgotten. It'll be hard. It will be lonely at times. It will require you to sacrifice the easy pleasures most cling to like a crutch. But in the end, when you have forged yourself into something immortal, when you stand above the ruins with calloused hands and an iron heart, you will know it was all worth it. That masculinity is not the enemy. Weakness is. And if you have the courage to chase strength relentlessly, to build discipline where there was chaos, to forge leadership out of confusion, you will not just survive this broken world, you will rule it. Because the world bends, not to the loud, not to the soft, but to the strong. It always has, it always will. I remember the nights when the world felt like it was collapsing around me. No money, no future, no one coming to save me. I used to sit there in the silence, staring at the ceiling, waiting for something to change. You know what never came? Help. No handouts, no miracle, no cavalry charging over the hill, nothing. It was in that darkness, in that raw, brutal silence that I learned the first and greatest lesson a man can ever learn. No one is coming to rescue you. No one is obligated to make you strong. No one is responsible for your success. That burden, that blessing falls entirely on your shoulders. And it's only when you accept that brutal truth that you begin to transform. I realized that if I wanted to become powerful, I had to take every broken piece of myself and forge it into a weapon. The world wasn't going to give me respect. It wasn't going to hand me confidence, discipline, or power. I had to take it. I had to earn it through suffering, through consistency, through sacrifice. The universe doesn't reward wishes, it rewards action. You can sit around hoping all you want, but hope without discipline is nothing but fantasy. Every single night I sat in that broken apartment. Every single morning I woke up with empty pockets. I could have quit. I could have blamed everyone else. I could have drowned in excuses like the rest. But something inside me refused to die. Something inside me whispered, you are more than this. Fight. So I did, not because I felt like it, not because it was easy, but because masculinity demands that you rise, not when it's convenient, but when it's necessary. I forced myself into the gym when my body screamed in protest. I pushed myself to work, to study, to hustle, even when my mind begged me to quit. I learned to kill the part of me that wanted comfort. I buried the weakness and planted strength in its place. There were no cameras, no applause, no one telling me I was doing a good job. It was just me, my ambition, and the relentless voice in my head saying, be better or be nothing. But there's something sacred about building yourself from the ruins. Something holy about turning pain into power. Every man must face that moment when he's broken, alone, and the only way forward is through his own will. That's where masculinity is forged. Not in easy victories, not in inherited comfort, but in the battlefield of self-doubt and despair. Comfort is the enemy of greatness. And every second you waste seeking comfort, you rot a little more inside. Growth only happens when you are willing to endure the storms, to stand face to face with your own fears and refuse to kneel. You must understand there is no honor in surrendering to weakness. There is no pride in blaming the world. There is only pride in standing tall when everything in you wants to fold. In choosing the hard path because you know the easy one leads to nowhere worth going. I didn't become strong because life was fair to me. I became strong because I stopped asking life to be fair. I stopped waiting for the world to be easy and started becoming the kind of man who could thrive no matter how brutal the battlefield became. The measure of a man is not how he acts when things are easy, but how he endures when everything is stacked against him. There is a quiet, undeniable power in the man who builds himself, a gravity that pulls opportunities toward him, that makes people listen when he speaks, that demands respect without ever asking for it. That's real masculinity. It's not about flexing muscles or shouting louder. It's about being a man whose presence alone commands attention, because everyone can feel the battles he has fought and won in silence. I understood that no one would hand me that power. I had to carve it out of stone, inch by inch, day by day, without validation, without mercy. The world bends to men who refuse to bend for it. That's the simple truth they don't want you to know. They want you docile, broken, begging for scraps. But you were not born to be a beggar. You were born to be a king. Not a king who inherits a throne, but a king who conquers one. The only thing standing between you and the life you were destined for is your ability to suffer without quitting, to discipline yourself without applause, to lead yourself without permission. You cannot borrow strength. You must build it with your own blood and sweat. Every man must face that moment where he decides, am I willing to endure the pain necessary to rise? Or will I wither into nothing like the countless forgotten who chose the easy way? I chose the pain. I chose the struggle. I chose the path where every step forward felt like war. And in choosing it, I became something the world could not break. That's the power of masculinity. That's the power of standing tall in a world built to break you. You don't get to choose the battles life throws at you, but you do get to choose whether you meet them like a man or cower like a boy. The best thing that ever happened to me was being forced to stand alone. Because when you have no one to lean on, you realize how powerful you truly are. You realize that strength doesn't come from handouts or comfort. It comes from standing when your legs shake. It comes from pushing when your heart is broken. It comes from enduring when every part of you screams to quit. If you have the courage to keep moving forward, if you have the guts to suffer and build in silence, you will become something unstoppable. Pain is temporary. Weakness is a choice. Power is eternal. There's a war happening right now, and most of you don't even realize you're on the losing side. Every second you waste living soft, every excuse you make to stay weak, every moment you choose comfort over conquest, you are falling behind. The clock is ticking whether you move or not. Time doesn't care if you're ready. It keeps moving, it keeps taking. You are either building the man you were born to be, or you're becoming a spectator in your own life, watching it rot away, watching opportunities you'll never get back slip through your fingers. The world will not wait for you to grow up. It will crush you under the weight of your own wasted potential if you let it. You don't have as long as you think. One day you will wake up and the chance will be gone. The energy, the hunger, the fire, it will have faded, drowned under years of cowardice and procrastination. Regret is heavier than pain. And once it settles in your bones, once it starts whispering to you in the dead of night about everything you could have been, it will eat you alive. I've seen men die long before they're buried, not because their heart stopped beating, but because their spirit surrendered. They lived soft, they chased distraction, they thought they had time, and when they finally realized the truth, it was already too late. You have one shot at life. One. There are no second rounds, no restarts, no magic button to undo your weakness. Every moment you hesitate, every time you choose fear over action, you are actively destroying the life you were meant to live. There are other men out there right now who are training harder, thinking sharper, moving faster, while you sit and tell yourself tomorrow will be better. Tomorrow is a lie. Tomorrow is the most dangerous drug they sell you. Men who live for tomorrow die today. If you are not pushing yourself right now, in this moment, you are losing the only war that matters. The war for your own soul. You have to feel the urgency in your bones. You have to move like you're running out of time, because you are. You must live with the constant awareness that death is coming, that one day you will breathe your last and everything you could have been will be carved into stone. Will your story be one of power, dominance, resilience, or one of regret, excuses, and mediocrity? You're writing that story every single day with your choices, whether you acknowledge it or not. Every second is a decision, build or decay. There is no neutral. Life is movement. You are either climbing or you are crumbling. The fear that grips you, that whisper in your mind telling you to slow down, to take it easy, to wait, kill it, crush it before it roots itself into your soul. Fear is a liar. It pretends to protect you, but in reality, it shackles you to a small, pathetic existence. Masculinity demands that you face fear, that you spit in its face and move anyway. You don't eliminate fear by waiting for courage to magically appear. You eliminate fear by action. Action kills fear. Action builds strength. Action turns boys into men. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's refusing to be controlled by it. The world is overflowing with men who had dreams but lacked the discipline to see them through. Their names are forgotten. Their ambitions rot alongside their unfulfilled potential. Understand something deep inside you. No one will remember you for what you almost did. No one will write songs about the guy who almost became great. Only results matter. Only achievements stand the test of time. Masculinity is about leaving a mark, about carving your existence into history with blood, sweat, and unbreakable willpower. You're not remembered for what you dreamt. You're remembered for what you conquered. If you could see the future that's slipping away from you every time you choose weakness, it would terrify you. You would see yourself old, broken, bitter, a shadow of the man you could have been. That's your real enemy, not failure, not rejection, not risk. Your real enemy is the man you become if you continue living like a coward. The lost dreams, wasted strength, the haunting what-ifs. That should scare you more than any setback or defeat. It's because while failure can be fixed with work, regret is eternal. The pain of discipline weighs ounces. The pain of regret weighs tons. Every day you wake up is a test to see if you are worthy of the life you say you want, and most of you are failing. Not because you aren't capable, but because you're soft. Because you refuse to embrace the reality that building a powerful masculine life demands sacrifice. It demands waking up earlier than you want to. It demands working harder than you think you can. It demands suffering more than you believe you should have to suffer. Success doesn't listen to your complaints. Power doesn't pity your feelings. Greatness bows only to those willing to pay the full price in blood, sweat, and soul. Let me do. The world belongs to the strong. It always has, it always will. The weak can whine about fairness all they want. It changes nothing. Power doesn't care about your excuses. Power doesn't care how unfair your childhood was. Power only respects action, effort, and unrelenting dominance. You are not owed anything. You are not entitled to comfort or happiness. You must build your kingdom brick by brick. Fight for every inch of progress and protect what you create with everything you have. If you want a throne, you better be ready to bleed for it. And if you refuse to move, if you refuse to act, someone else will. There's a man out there right now, hungrier than you, harder than you, more ruthless than you, who is going to take everything you were too lazy to earn. The world is not empty. Every opportunity you let slip, another man seizes. Every inch you retreat, another man advances. There is no neutral ground. You are either conquering or being conquered. That is the law of reality, and no amount of crying will ever change it. In the world of men, you eat or you get eaten. There is no in between. The choice is simple. Become the man the world fears losing, or become the man the world forgets. The power is already inside you. It's been there since the day you were born. It's waiting, buried under years of excuses and weakness. Dig it out, unleash it. Become the force of nature you were always meant to be. Because if you don't, you will spend your final days choking on the bitter truth that you had everything you needed and still chose to waste it. There comes a point where you either accept the weight of greatness or you collapse under the burden of your own weakness. Life doesn't hand power to the timid. Life doesn't reward the man who waits for permission. It crowns the man who tears through obstacles without asking, without apologizing, without flinching. You don't get strong by thinking about it. You get strong by surviving the battles everyone else runs from. And every scar you carry, every hardship you've endured, every failure that tried to break you but didn't, those are the marks of a man being forged, not destroyed. And the ones who understand this, the ones who realize pain is the tuition of kingship, they are the ones who rise while the rest decay. There are no shortcuts. There is no elevator to the top. You climb with bleeding hands. You claw with broken fingers. You endure storms that would bury other men. And that's exactly why you deserve to win. The crown feels heavy because it was never meant for cowards. Masculinity isn't a birthright. It's a battle. Every day you must re-earn the right to call yourself a man through your actions, your discipline, your refusal to fold. You build your empire not when it's easy, but when it's hardest. When every part of you screams to quit and you choose to continue anyway, that's when you step into the rare breed of manhood the world fears and secretly envies. Weakness is a disease that infects quietly. It tells you to compromise. It whispers that you've done enough. It seduces you into comfort until you wake up one day soft, passive, irrelevant. You cannot negotiate with weakness. You cannot pity it. You cannot entertain it. Weakness must be hunted down inside you and slaughtered without mercy. Every time you let yourself slip, every time you excuse laziness or cowardice, you're feeding the enemy inside your own soul. The man you want to become is built on the bones of the man you refuse to be any longer. There is no evolution without execution. You must kill the parts of you unworthy of survival. Most men are desperate to be liked. Desperate to be accepted. They neuter themselves just to fit into a world that despises them anyway. Understand something, the world will never love a man who loves himself first. And that's exactly why you must never seek approval. Masculinity is not about bending to fit society's mold. It's about breaking society's chains with your bare hands. You were not born to fit in. You were born to conquer. Every second you spend worrying about opinions is a second you are not sharpening your mind, building your body, fortifying your soul. You do not have time to be liked. You have work to do. You have wars to win. Pain is your ally if you have the courage to embrace it. Every moment of struggle, every ounce of exhaustion, every setback you endure without surrender is transforming you into something unbreakable. Comfort is the enemy of greatness. Every easy choice you make weakens you. Every hard choice you make strengthens you. Masculinity is forged in the furnace of adversity, not in the embrace of comfort. If it feels easy, you're not growing. If it feels unbearable, you're on the right path. The man who can endure the most becomes the man who can command the most. You are not here to chase happiness. You're here to build legacy. Happiness is a fleeting feeling, a chemical flicker in your brain. Legacy is eternal. Your ancestors didn't claw their way through centuries of suffering so you could live soft and irrelevant. They fought, bled, starved, and died so you could have the chance to be extraordinary. Their blood is your foundation. Honor it. Every time you choose weakness, you spit on their sacrifice. Every time you choose strength, you become worthy of their name. You are the product of warriors. Act like it. No one is coming to save you. No mentor, no book, no program, no savior. You are the answer you've been waiting for. A man who masters himself masters the world. You don't need motivation. You need discipline. You don't need inspiration. You need obsession. Masculinity is about building such a strong internal world that nothing external can break it. Your mind must be a fortress. Your heart must be a furnace. Your will must be a sword sharpened against the anvil of life. You must become the storm, not the man begging the storm to pass. The only limits you have are the ones you accept. The only change on your life are the ones you refuse to break. When you understand that, truly understand it, you realize the terrifying and beautiful truth. You can be anything you are willing to bleed for. You can become unstoppable, untouchable, undeniable. Discipline is the passport to freedom. Pain is the toll you pay. Every time you feel tired, remember, tired is the price of becoming dangerous. Every time you feel fear, remember, fear is the tax on greatness. Every time you feel broken, remember, broken is the birthplace of unstoppable men. This world will beat you down if you let it. It will convince you to settle, to accept mediocrity, to find comfort in being average. But somewhere deep inside you, there's a voice screaming for more. A voice telling you that you were meant for something greater, that you weren't born to survive, you were born to dominate. Listen to that voice. Trust it. Feed it. Let it drive you into becoming the man you dream about when no one's looking. The hunger you refuse to silence becomes the empire you eventually build. The power of masculinity is not about domination of others. It's about domination of yourself. It's about taming the wild chaos within you into a focused, disciplined, relentless force that bends reality to your will. It's about standing unshakable in a world that's desperate to break you. It's about becoming the man who doesn't just survive adversity, he thrives in it. He grows stronger. He becomes inevitable. Masculinity is not what you inherit. It's what you build day by day, sacrifice by sacrifice, choice by brutal choice. And when you finally rise, when you finally become that man, understand something. You won't have to scream for respect. You won't have to beg for recognition. The world will see you and know power cannot be faked. Discipline cannot be bought. Masculinity cannot be imitated. It must be earned in the trenches of pain, built in the silence of sacrifice, and revealed in the unstoppable momentum of action. And when you stand at the peak of your own mountain, every scar, every failure, every ounce of blood spilled along the way will make sense. Greatness demands everything, but it gives back eternity. There is no tomorrow. There is no later. There is no someday. The man you are meant to become demands action now. Every second you hesitate, every moment you procrastinate, you are voluntarily surrendering your throne to weaker men. Destiny doesn't wait for the hesitant. It rewards the relentless. Masculinity is not built in thoughts or dreams. It is built in decisive action. It is forged in the mornings you don't want to get up but do. In the nights you want to quit but grind anyway. In the silent battles where no one is watching but you refuse to lose because you know the only person you can never afford to disappoint is yourself. If you could see the life that is possible for you, the strength, the respect, the legacy, you would sprint through fire to reach it. But most men will never taste it because they're slaves to comfort, prisoners of fear. You either own your mind or your mind owns you. The power of masculinity is not gifted to the lucky. It is seized by those willing to bleed for it, to fight the inner wars that cowards refuse to face. You must decide if you are one of them, the few who will become unbreakable, or if you will rot among the millions who chose ease over excellence. There is no middle ground. You either conquer or you are conquered. Your name will either be whispered in reverence or forgotten in disgrace. Your story will either ignite generations or vanish in mediocrity. The world only remembers the ones who refused to be average. Everything you need to win is already inside you. The hunger, the anger, the ambition. But these flames must be fed with discipline, sharpened with sacrifice, fueled by a relentless refusal to accept anything less than domination. You cannot become the man you're destined to be by living like the man you are today. Growth demands war against who you are for the sake of who you must become. You are standing at the crossroads of your life. One path is easy, comfort, distraction, weakness, slow decay. The other path is brutal, struggle, sacrifice, endless effort. But at the end of that brutal path stands the version of you that fears nothing, bows to no one, commands respect without speaking a word. The pain of discipline weighs ounces. The pain of regret weighs tons. You must choose your suffering. Suffer now and become a king, or suffer forever under the chains of your own wasted potential. There is no way around it, only through it. Only through fire can gold be purified. Only through war can a man discover who he really is. The power of masculinity is a quiet, relentless force. It doesn't need to shout, doesn't need validation. It radiates from the way you move, the way you speak, the way you dominate your environment without ever having to announce yourself. True power is silent but undeniable. When you walk into a room, the air should shift. Not because you demand attention, but because your presence demands respect. That kind of power cannot be faked. It must be built brick by brutal brick. Every hardship you endure, every temptation you conquer, every fear you crush, lays another stone in the fortress of your legacy. Time to talk is over. The time to plan is over. There comes a point when planning becomes cowardice and action becomes necessity. This is that point. Every excuse you are making right now, every delay you are allowing is theft. You are robbing your future self of the life he deserves because you are too weak to act in the present. That weakness must die. That hesitation must be buried. Masculinity is reborn every time you reject weakness and choose to fight when you feel like quitting. Masculinity is reborn every time you sacrifice temporary pleasure for permanent power. Masculinity is reborn every time you silence the pathetic voice inside that tells you to take it easy, to slow down, to settle. You don't need permission to become a weapon. You don't need validation to unleash your potential. You don't need the world to approve before you choose to become a force in nature. The lions do not ask the sheep for approval. Stop waiting for the world to crown you. Crown yourself through relentless action, through silent sacrifice, through an obsession with improvement so vicious, so unforgiving, that mediocrity can't survive a second in your present. Power masculinity is not given, it is built, it is earned, it is unleashed. And once unleashed, it becomes unstoppable. Your enemies are betting that you will give up. The people who doubted you are laughing in secret, hoping you stay weak. Every man who has ever looked down on you, doubted you, disrespected you, they all expect you to fail. Victory is the only response the world deserves. Let your success suffocate their doubts. Let your discipline choke their laughter. Let your unstoppable rise burn a hole in the reality they thought they knew. Become so undeniable that the universe itself must make room for your greatness, because if you do not rise, you will be buried. And no one will mourn the weak. This is your time. Right here, right now. Every second matters. Every breath is an opportunity to build or to break, to fight or to fold, to rise or to rot. The world is yours if you have the courage to seize it. You can either suffer the pain of growth today or suffer the pain of regret forever. Choose growth. Choose war. Choose the brutal, painful, glorious path to dominance. Choose to build a life that makes your name echo through eternity. The power of masculinity is in your blood. Awaken it, sharpen it, unleash it, and never, ever apologize for it. You want success? Then stop waiting for it to come to you. It's not going to knock on your door. It's not going to offer you a seat at the table. You have to build your own table. You have to fight for every inch, every moment, every opportunity. Time's ticking, and every second you hesitate is the second someone else is getting closer to your dreams. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to be the one who stands tall when it matters, or the one who fades away with regret? Right now, it's your choice. You need to hear the truth, even if it cuts deeper than you're ready for. Every excuse you make, every lazy day you accept, every moment you hesitate, it is all self-inflicted sabotage. You are the architect of your own destruction. You can dress it up however you want. Blame your parents, blame your environment, blame your lack of opportunity. But the reality is simple. No one is holding you back but yourself. Life doesn't owe you anything. The universe isn't here to hand you success wrapped in a neat little package. You are exactly where you deserve to be because of the decisions you've made. That's the brutal reality most people will never tell you because they want you weak, compliant, and forgettable. But you weren't born to be average. You weren't put on this earth to live a life of quiet desperation, scrolling through fake lives online and pretending you're happily down. You know it. You feel the weight of your wasted potential every time you lay your head down at night and wonder why nothing changes. You think you're tired? You're not tired. You're undisciplined. You haven't earned the right to be tired. Real exhaustion is a privilege reserved for those who have bled for their future. Real fatigue comes after pushing past your limits, not after half-hearted efforts and mediocre dreams. The man who truly works himself to the bone doesn't complain about being tired. He smiles because pain is the proof he's getting stronger. Pain is not your enemy. It is your guide. Every ache, every moment of discomfort, every sacrifice is a step toward becoming the person you're supposed to be. Yet most of you run from it. You fear struggle when struggle is your only path to greatness. You want to be rich, respected, powerful, but you aren't willing to crawl through hell to get there, and that's why you will lose. Success does not belong to the man who wants it. Success belongs to the man who is willing to suffer for it, fight for it, and die for it. Comfort is a slow death. Every time you choose ease over discipline, you are digging your own grave with a smile on your face. Discipline is freedom disguised as suffering. The world will lie to you, tell you that you should take it easy, tell you that balance is key, that self-love means indulging every weakness. Understand this, the people who preach comfort are the ones who've already surrendered. They need you to be weak to justify their own weakness. If you want to live like a lion, you cannot think like a sheep. Every single goal you've ever had is waiting for you on the other side of discipline. You don't need another motivational quote. You don't need another video telling you to believe in yourself. What you need is action. Ruthless, daily, unrelenting action. Dreams mean nothing without execution. Wake up earlier, train harder, read more, build your mind until it is impenetrable, your body until it is a weapon, your spirit until it is unbreakable. You have no idea how powerful you could be if you committed fully, if you stopped flirting with your potential and decided to marry it instead. But here's the part nobody tells you. It's not too late. It doesn't matter how far behind you feel, how many mistakes you've made, how many years you think you've wasted. Every man has the power to reinvent himself the moment he decides to stop making excuses and start making moves. You are not defined by your failures unless you let them own you. Forgive yourself for the weakness of yesterday, but do not excuse it for another second. Stand up. Choose to be relentless. Choose to be the man who refuses to be outworked, outdisciplined, or outlasted. No one can take that from you except you. You are not made to coast through life in a fog of mediocrity. You were made to conquer yourself first, and through that conquest, conquer everything else. The real war is internal. It's you versus the lazy version of you. It's you versus the fearful, doubting, quitting version of you. Every day you either kill that version of yourself or you become it. If you aren't fighting for your future, you're surrendering it. There is no neutral ground. You are either winning or losing, building or decaying, progressing or dying. Every second counts because every second lost is momentum you may never get back. It's not easy. It's not supposed to be. Nothing extraordinary was ever built from easy. Ease is the enemy of excellence. The beauty is that if you choose to embrace the hardship now, to build resilience instead of excuses, your future will be a masterpiece. Not perfect, but powerful. Not without scars, but full of pride. When you look back, you won't see regret. You'll see a battlefield where you stood tall when others fell. You'll see a life worth remembering, a life that mattered, a legacy that echoes long after you're gone. And it starts with one decision: to stop betraying yourself, to stop pretending tomorrow is promised, to stand up right now and move with the force of a man who finally understands that destiny isn't found, it's forged. You have everything you need already inside you: discipline, grit, fire. It's there, buried under the lies, waiting to be unleashed. The only question is whether you're ready to suffer for it, fight for it, bleed for it, because that's what it takes. And if you are, there is no force on earth that can stop you from becoming exactly who you were born to be. I remember a time when I had nothing but anger in my chest and a dream in my mind. I was broke, sleeping on a mattress that was thinner than my excuses, staring at a cracked ceiling every night, wondering if this was it, if life had already decided who I was allowed to be. But somewhere deep inside, a voice was screaming louder than the doubts, louder than the fear. If you do not become the man you are destined to be, you will suffer a lifetime of regret. And that thought terrified me more than failure ever could. Regret is the real nightmare. Failure is simply a lesson in disguise, but regret is a permanent scar you carry to your grave. I made a decision that night, not a wish, not a hope, a decision. I would either build the life I saw in my mind or I would die trying. There was no middle ground. There was no plan B. If you give yourself an escape route, you've already decided to fail. Every day after that was a battle, and not against the world, against myself, against the weakness that whispered, take a day off, against the fear that hissed, you're not good enough, against the lazy voice begging for comfort. I killed that version of myself 1,000 times over. Every workout, every early morning, every sacrifice was another nail in the coffin of the man I refused to be. I wasn't motivated every day. Motivation is fleeting. But discipline, that was the anchor. Motivation is the spark, but discipline is the fire that never goes out. I learned that real strength isn't built when you feel like grinding. It's built when you don't. When you're tired, when you're broken, when no one is watching and no one will clap for you, but you push anyway because you know the world owes you nothing. I had friends who laughed at me, who told me I was obsessed, that I needed to relax, that I was missing out on life. They didn't realize that missing out on mediocrity wasn't a loss, it was liberation. I saw them chasing temporary highs, wasting time they would never get back, convincing themselves they had forever to get serious. The man who believes he has time is the man who is already lost. Time is a brutal enemy because it doesn't announce when it's about to leave you behind. It just moves, cold and merciless, while you sit there thinking you can catch up tomorrow. There were days when the hunger gnawed at my stomach and the doubt gnawed at my mind. Days when the future seemed so far away. It was like chasing a ghost, but quitting was never an option. The harder the battle, the sweeter the victory. I didn't chase comfort. I chased greatness. And greatness demands that you sacrifice the man you are for the man you can become. Every tear, every drop of sweat, every lonely night was an investment in the future self I refused to betray. I saw a vision of the man I wanted to be. Strong, fearless, relentless. And I owed it to him to fight like hell. You are not defined by your circumstances unless you choose to be. You are not trapped unless you accept the cage. I had every reason to stay average. I had every excuse available. No money, no connections, no backup plan. But excuses are the language of the defeated. Excuses are just confessions of weakness wrapped in pretty words. I chose to speak the language of winners. Action, sacrifice, resilience. I realized that if I wasn't willing to sacrifice for my dreams, I would be sacrificing my dreams for nothing, and that was unacceptable. When the breakthrough finally came, it wasn't because the world suddenly decided to reward me. It was because I had become the man capable of receiving it. Success isn't something you stumble into, it's something you are forged into. The universe doesn't give you what you want, it gives you what you deserve. I didn't deserve victory when I was weak, lazy, and inconsistent. I deserved struggle. It was only when I bled for my goals, when I clawed for every inch of progress, when I became unrecognizable from the man I used to be, that success started hunting me down. Looking back, every hardship was necessary. Every moment of doubt, every setback, every lonely night, it all built the calluses on my mind and the fire in my spirit. Without the pain, I would have stayed soft. Without the setbacks, I would have stayed weak. Without the lonely nights grinding while others partied, I would have stayed average. Pain is the price of power, and only the brave are willing to pay it. You are standing at that crossroads right now, whether you realize it or not. Every choice you make, every action you take is voting for the man you will become. Will you vote for the weak version who runs from challenge? Or will you vote for the savage who refuses to kneel? Understand this. There will never be a perfect moment. There will never be a day when you wake up and everything is lined up for you. Success doesn't come to those who wait. It comes to those who act while they're scared, while they're tired, while they're uncertain. You don't need to be ready. You need to move. You need to stop treating ambition like a hobby and start treating it like life and death. Because it is. If you want to live, truly live, not just exist, then you must kill every excuse, burn every bridge that leads back to comfort, and storm forward like your soul depends on it. I didn't make it because I was special. I made it because I decided I was finished being ordinary. That's the only real choice you ever need to make. And once you make it fully, completely, without hesitation, the world has no choice but to make way for you. The greatest lie you've ever been told is that you have time. You don't. Time is a predator stalking you every second, devouring your chances, your dreams, your potential, while you sit there pretending tomorrow is guaranteed. It's not. The man who hesitates is already dead. He just hasn't realized it yet. Every day you waste is a day the man you could have been slipped further away, and one day you're gonna wake up, look in the mirror, and realize you lost a war you didn't even bother fighting. Fear doesn't come from the unknown. It comes from knowing deep inside that you were built for more and doing nothing about it. Every second you delay, you are choosing comfort over greatness, safety over evolution, death over life. People talk about fear like it's some enemy. Fear is not your enemy. Fear is your compass. If it scares you, it's the path you must walk. Fear exposes where your true potential lies, but weak men run from it because confronting fear demands sacrifice, and sacrifice demands you leave the old version of yourself behind. The coward seeks safety and distraction. The winner uses fear as fuel. When I felt fear, I didn't retreat. I sharpened my weapon. I built my mind like a fortress so that no storm could tear it down. You must learn to stand in front of fear like a soldier facing the battlefield, understanding that fear is not there to stop you. It's there to show you that you're still alive, that you still have something worth fighting for. Urgency is a language most men refuse to speak until it's too late. They live like life is some endless rehearsal, like there's a second act where they can finally become serious. There are no reruns. There is no second act. You either seize the moment or you are seized by regret. I've seen men with all the talent in the world rot because they moved like they had forever. They didn't understand that life doesn't wait for you to feel ready. Love doesn't tap you on the shoulder and politely ask if now would be a good time to chase your dreams. Life moves forward whether you participate or not, and every second you stall, you are handing your destiny over to someone who's willing to move without hesitation. There's a graveyard out there full of men who thought they had time. Dreams buried 6 feet under because someone was too scared to start, too lazy to persist, too blind to see that the clock was always ticking. The pain of discipline weighs ounces. The pain of regret weighs tons. If you think you're safe because you're comfortable, you're already in danger. Comfort is the slowest form of suicide. It lulls you to sleep while your potential withers away. Every day you wake up without hunger in your chest, without urgency in your veins, you are voluntarily killing the man you were supposed to become. You don't get to negotiate with time. You don't get to explain yourself at the end. You either build or you decay. That's the only choice there ever was. The world is moving while you hesitate. Opportunities are passing by while you scroll through nonsense, while you drown in distractions that rot your mind and steal your focus. Your competition is not waiting for you to feel motivated. They're building empires while you make excuses. Every second you waste is a second they are using. Every weakness you entertain is an advantage you are handing over to someone else. You think you're standing still, but you're actually falling behind. The world doesn't pause because you're confused. It doesn't slow down because you're scared. It punishes the weak and rewards the relentless. And the only thing that determines where you end up is whether you move with brutal urgency or stay paralyzed by excuses. One day you're gonna wish you started sooner. One day you're going to look around and realize you are surrounded by men who dared to move while you waited for permission. There's no shame in starting small. There's only shame in not starting at all. The fear you feel right now is not a reason to stop. It's the proof you're still breathing, still alive, still capable of change. But that window will close. Time will harden around you like concrete, and when it does, there will be no escaping the prison you built with your own hesitation. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to have it all figured out. You just have to move. You just have to fight. You just have to refuse to surrender to the coward inside who whispers lies of comfort and tomorrow. General dreams are dying while you hesitate. Your future is bleeding out while you tell yourself you'll start tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There is no later. There is no someday. There is only now. And right now, you have the chance to tear apart every limitation, to shatter every excuse, to step into the savage version of yourself that fear has been trying to hide from you. The future belongs to those who seize the present with violent hands. Stop waiting. Stop negotiating with your doubts. Burn the ships. Kill the weak voice inside. And storm forward like there's a gun to your head, because there is. It's called time. You are either building a legacy or digging a grave. Every action you take is a chisel, carving your future into stone. Every decision you make is a brick, either building a throne or a tomb. You are not powerless. You are not a victim. You are the architect of your destiny, but only if you move like your life depends on it, because it does. No one is coming to save you. No one is going to hand you greatness. And with my dad, it must be ripped from the jaws of fear, wrestled from the grip of laziness, and claimed through a relentless, brutal assault on every excuse, every weakness, every lie you've ever told yourself. Now is the time to rise. Now is the time to unleash the monster within. Now is the time to move with urgency, to act with violence, to chase your potential with a savage hunger that cannot be reasoned with. Because if you don't, the only thing waiting for you is regret, and regret is a prison that no amount of money, no amount of tears, no amount of begging will ever set you free from. There is no greater hell than the life of the man who could have been something and chose to be nothing. Most people will never know what it feels like to be truly alive because they spend their lives avoiding discomfort, running from hardship, pretending that mediocrity is acceptable. They have no idea what it means to wake up every morning with fire in their veins, a war cry in their soul, and a purpose that drags them out of bed long before the world even stirs. Comfort is the enemy of greatness, and the man who seeks ease will find himself buried under the weight of regret. You were not put here to live soft. You were not born to exist quietly, fading away unnoticed. You were built for war, for conquest, for the relentless pursuit of a life so extraordinary that it shakes the very foundations of reality. Every day you choose to be less than you are capable of being. You betray the gift of life itself. There's a version of you that doesn't flinch at fear, that doesn't fold under pressure, that doesn't make excuses when the weight gets heavy. That version of you already exists. It's not a fantasy, it's a decision away, but you will never meet that version if you keep letting weakness win. The battle is fought every morning when you open your eyes. Do you rise up and attack the day like your life depends on it, or do you lie there drowning in excuses, pretending that the universe owes you another chance? No one is coming to wake you up. No one is coming to push you forward. It's you versus you. And every second you hesitate, the weaker version of yourself gains ground. You are either killing the coward inside you, or you are feeding him. Your dreams are not out of reach, your work ethic is. Your goals are not impossible, your discipline is. Your life is not limited, your ambition is asleep at the wheel. The future you want isn't waiting somewhere in the distance. It's hidden in the sacrifices you refuse to make today. If you aren't willing to bleed for what you want, you don't deserve it. If you aren't willing to suffer through the doubt, the failure, the loneliness, then don't dare speak of greatness, because greatness is reserved for the few who are willing to endure what the many refuse to even face. You have the power to become unstoppable, but only if you are willing to set yourself on fire with relentless drive and burn every excuse to ashes. The world isn't designed to make you strong, it's designed to break you, to distract you, to make you forget that inside your chest beats the heart of a warrior. Every ad you see, every lie you're fed, every fake dopamine hit is engineered to keep you weak, dependent, sedated. The system doesn't want you powerful, it wants you pacified. You are surrounded by traps. And every time you indulge in laziness, every time you escape into comfort, you are stepping willingly into the cage. Wake up, rage against it, refuse to let your mind rot in the prison of mediocrity. Every action you take must be a rebellion against weakness. Every step you move must be an act of war against the life that society tries to lull you into accepting. You were built for the storm. You were designed to endure hardship, to rise under pressure, to sharpen yourself against the grindstone of reality. Pain isn't your enemy, it's your proving ground. Suffering is the tuition you pay for greatness. When life punches you in the mouth, you don't cry, you don't fold, you don't beg for mercy. You smile through the blood, you spit out the excuses, and you keep fighting because you understand that diamonds are only formed under pressure and legends are only born through fire. Every hardship you endure is a hammer blow forging you into something unbreakable. Every failure you survive is a lesson sharpening your edge. Your body is your weapon. Your mind is your fortress. Your spirit is your shield. And every single day you must sharpen them, strengthen them, reinforce them. If you're not training, you're decaying. If you're not growing, you're dying. There is no neutral in life, only forward or backward. When you skip the workout, when you waste another hour, when you indulge another weakness, you are actively choosing to become weaker, softer, smaller. Meanwhile, the version of you who refused to skip, who refused to waste, who refused to soften is out there waiting, more powerful than you can even imagine. And every day you delay is a day you drift further away from him. Most men will die without ever knowing what they could have been because they let weakness whisper them into a life of quiet desperation. They accept jobs they hate, relationships that drain them, routines that numb them because it's easier to exist than to fight. Existing is not living. If you are not chasing something that terrifies you, that demands everything from you, then you are wasting your pulse. You are squandering the breath in your lungs. You were not born to tiptoe safely to death. You were born to storm through life like a hurricane, leaving a legacy so powerful that generations from now, your name still echoes with reverence. Because there's a brutal, beautiful truth about life. Nobody cares how you feel. The universe doesn't adjust itself to accommodate your emotions. It doesn't shrink itself because you're tired or expand itself because you're motivated. The universe rewards action, not intention. You either win or you don't. You either rise or you fall. Feelings are irrelevant. Action is everything. When you don't feel like training, that's when you train the hardest. When you don't feel like working, that's when you grind the deepest. Discipline is doing what must be done, even when you are at your weakest, especially when you are at your weakest. And if you want to know the difference in winners and losers is this: losers wait to feel like it. Winners act regardless. Winners move through fear. Winners move through doubt. Winners move through fatigue. They refuse to give excuses a place to live inside their minds. They kill weakness before it has the chance to breathe. The cost of greatness is everything comfortable, everything easy, everything soft inside you. And the reward? Immortality, legacy, a life that means something. You have inside you all the tools you need. You just have to stop looking for the easy way. There is no shortcut. There is no magic formula. There is only the relentless, savage pursuit of better every single day, whether you feel like it or not. There's no finish line. There's only the next battle, the next climb, the next level. And the truth is, the journey itself is the reward. The suffering you endure transforms you. The struggle you face elevates you. The war you fight within yourself makes you unstoppable. Now is the time to kill weakness. Now is the time to rise. Now is the time to embrace the grind with open arms, to love the pain, to crave the challenge, because every day you fight, every battle you win, every weakness you destroy brings you closer to the invincible version of yourself that the world cannot break, cannot silence, and will never forget. This is it. This is your life. No more second chances. No more pretending you have time. Every breath you take is a blessing and a countdown. Every tick of the clock is a reminder that the opportunity to become something legendary is slipping through your fingers while you waste your hours hesitating. You don't have tomorrow. You only ever have right now. Right now is when you choose who you are going to become. Right now is when you either build the life you dream about or watch it rot into a pile of wasted potential because you were too weak to move. You owe it to yourself to get up. You owe it to yourself to fight for something bigger than your excuses. Nobody is coming to save you. Nobody's handing you the life you want. Nobody cares about your sob stories, your failures, your wasted years, and they shouldn't, because the world isn't obligated to give you anything. You were given life. That's the only lottery ticket you'll ever get. What you do with it is entirely up to you. Life is brutal, but it's fair. It gives to the ones who take. And if you're not ready to take what you want with your bare hands, if you're not willing to earn it with your sweat, your blood, your sleepless nights, then be prepared to watch someone else live the life you were too soft to fight for. You need to wake up every single day like you are at war, because you are. War against your own weakness. War against your distractions. War against the part of you that wants to quit. You need to move with urgency, with aggression, with ferocity. Success isn't found by the man who moves slowly and carefully. It's seized by the man who sprints toward it with reckless courage. Every second you hesitate, someone else is outworking you. Someone else is staying sharper, hungrier, harder. And when you meet them in the battlefield of life, they will crush you without hesitation because they were ready and you weren't. It's not about feeling motivated. It's about committing so deeply to your mission that quitting is not even a whisper in your mind. When it hurts, you push harder. When it's boring, you stay locked in. When everyone else is sleeping, you're building. Discipline is loyalty to your future self. Every sacrifice you make, every comfort you deny yourself, every second you push when you want to stop, you are casting a vote for the man you are becoming. Every time you choose hard over easy, pain over pleasure, growth over comfort, you step closer to a version of yourself that the world will never be able to ignore. Look around you. Most people are asleep, sleepwalking through life, living on autopilot, pretending that mediocrity is normal, pretending that dreams are for someone else. But you are awake now, you know the truth. You feel that fire burning inside you. The difference between living and existing is the fire in your soul. Don't let it go out. Don't let the noise of the world drown it. Protect it with your life, because that fire is your gift and the world needs to feel its heat. You are more powerful than you realize. Every limitation you think you have is a lie you've accepted. Every ceiling you think exists is a story you've been told. The only walls around you are the ones you refuse to tear down. Tear them down, rip them apart with your bare hands if you have to. There is nothing stopping you except the chains you refuse to break. And once you understand that, once you truly feel it in your bones, you become dangerous in a way that the world has no answer for. A man who believes in himself as a weapon no one can stop. You have to decide right now that you will never again settle, never again lower your standards, never again make yourself small to make other people comfortable, never again shrink from your potential because you're scared of failure. Fear is the compass. The more it terrifies you, the more it's the direction you must move toward. You will not be the man who looks back with regret. You will not be the man who wasted his prime years chasing distraction instead of destiny. You will not be the man who dies full of dreams he was too cowardly to chase. You'll be the man who bled, who suffered, who fought, who conquered. This is your moment, your declaration, your uprising against everything weak inside you. Every day is a battlefield. Every moment is a decision. Are you going to step forward into power or back into fear? Are you going to forge yourself into something extraordinary, or are you going to keep living in the shadow of what you could have been? Comfort zones are graveyards where dreams go to die. Step out. Stay out. Burn the bushel behind you. Never retreat. Never surrender. You will stumble. You will fall. You will fail. But every time you do, you get back up harder, smarter, angrier. You refuse to stay down because warriors don't die easy. Warriors turn their scars into armor. The man who gets back up one more time than he's knocked down is unstoppable. That's the man you are becoming. Every setback is a setup. Every loss is a lesson. Every pain is a payment toward your ultimate victory. You are building something the world cannot take away. You are carving your name into eternity with your bare hands. Every day you grind. Every day you fight. Every day you refuse to fold. You are writing a legacy that will outlive you. You are building a life that roars louder than your doubts, a life that silences every voice that ever said you couldn't, a life that becomes undeniable proof that greatness is not given, it is seized, it is earned, it is built through blood and bone and willpower. Now move. Move like your soul depends on it. Move like you are being chased by mediocrity, and the only way to survive is to run faster, fight harder, hit stronger. Action is the bridge between dreams and reality. Stop waiting for permission. Stop waiting for the perfect moment. The perfect moment is the one you create by acting now, by burning every excuse to the ground, by grabbing your life with both hands and ripping it away from the grip of average. You are not average. You were never meant to be. Deep down, you've always known it. You feel it every time you look in the mirror and see flashes of the king you're supposed to be. Don't die with that fire still trapped inside you. Let the world feel your power. Let them witness the rise. Let them watch as you become the man you were always destined to be. Relentless, fearless, unstoppable. This is your call to arms. This is your revolution. And it begins the second you decide that nothing and no one will ever stand in your way again. Look at your body. That's not genetics. It's neglect. You want respect? Build it. No one fears softness. No one follows weakness. You want confidence? Earn it in sweat. Train like your life depends on it. because it does. Most men are pretending, walking around in bodies they've neglected, minds they've abandoned, and lives they've surrendered. You think you're doing fine because your heart still beats, because you got a job, because you're not in pain, but that's exactly why you're dying slowly. No resistance, no pressure, no struggle. That's not peace, that's stagnation. Comfort is killing you and calling it peace. You've been fooled into believing that the absence of pain means you're okay. But deep down, every time you take your shirt off and look in the mirror, you know you're not the man you were supposed to become. And that silent guilt, that sting in your chest when you see a man with a body built like a weapon, is your soul reminding you you're slacking. You weren't born to be average. You weren't meant to walk around out of breath after a flight of stairs, hiding your gut under oversized shirts, blaming your metabolism or your schedule or your genetics. You weren't made to look in the mirror and feel disappointment. You were made for war. Physical war, mental war, spiritual war. And the gym is the training ground. The iron doesn't lie, the sweat doesn't lie. The soreness in your muscles after a brutal session doesn't lie. That's the truth. You want clarity in your mind? Strength in your soul? You earn it by dragging your weak self to battle every single day and refusing to stay the same. A strong body builds a strong mind. That's not just a saying, it's a law. You think you can improve yourself spiritually or mentally while your body decays? You think reading self-help books will make up for the fact that you've got no discipline to train? You got it backwards. Your physical body is the foundation. You want respect from the world? Start by respecting yourself. Because every time you skip a workout, every time you let laziness win, you're telling yourself you don't matter. But when you train, when you lift, when you run, when you willingly put yourself through pain, you're sending a different message. You're saying, I'm worth the fight. Discipline is not built in the mind first. It's built in the body. It's built through action, through dragging your tired self out of bed when every cell screams to stay, through doing one more rep when your arms shake, through choosing chicken and rice over burgers and fries because you care more about who you're becoming than what tastes good for 5 minutes. You teach your brain to obey. You build habits that command your emotions, not serve them. The gym is where men go to create order out of chaos. You sculpt your discipline there. You sharpen your will. That's why it matters. Not just for aesthetics, not just for strength, but because it's the first domino. You master this, you start mastering everything else. The body is your daily mirror. You can't lie to it. You can't fake strength. You can't cheat the grind. It shows. Every pound lost, every muscle gained, every drop of sweat spilled is proof that you're no longer accepting weakness as your identity. When you train, your posture changes, your voice changes, your eyes change. People feel your energy shift. Why? Because training doesn't just change your body, it forges you. You begin to walk like a man who's overcome things, because you have. Every workout is a war against the version of you who wants to stay soft. Every lift is rebellion against your old self. And when that becomes your daily ritual, your spirit begins to transform. Too many people walk around carrying invisible shame. Shame from quitting, from letting themselves go, from knowing they could have been more. But here's the thing, you can rewrite it. You can redeem yourself through action. No one cares who you were last month. What matters is what you're doing now. And fitness is the clearest, most honest path to redemption. No one can train for you. No one can suffer for you. But the moment you decide to own your body, to reclaim your strength, that's the moment your mind begins to heal too. That's when the fog starts to lift. That's when self-respect returns. There's something spiritual about sweat. Something sacred in the grind, because the gym doesn't care about your excuses. The barbell doesn't care if you're tired. The weights don't adjust for your feelings. That's why it's pure. That's why it works, because it's just you and the work. You against your lesser self. And when you win in there, you start to win out here. You walk into rooms differently. You speak with certainty. You stop hiding. Why? Because you earned your own respect, and that changes everything. And the best part, you don't need talent. You don't need a perfect plan. You just need to start. Start where you are. Start now. Let your pain push you. Let your potential haunt you. Let your dissatisfaction become your drive. One workout turns into 10. One disciplined day becomes a streak. And before you know it, you become someone unrecognizable to the man you used to be. That's what this is about. Not just lifting weights, but lifting yourself out of mediocrity. You were never meant to be average. You were built for strength, for power, for purpose. Physical fitness is the gateway to everything you want. Discipline, confidence, clarity, freedom. It's not optional. It's the start of your rebirth. I remember when I looked in the mirror and didn't recognize the man staring back. Not because he was broken, not because he was weak, but because he had settled. That haunted me. Not a lack of money, not the struggles, not even the hate. What tore me up was the realization that I was capable of more and I had done less. I had let comfort seduce me. I had let softness creep in slowly, dressed as relaxation, disguised as balance. The world tells you to rest, to take it easy, to love yourself as you are, but I looked in the mirror and saw a liar. I wasn't loving myself, I was letting myself rot. There's nothing loving about watching yourself decay and calling it acceptance. There was a day, I'll never forget it, where I hit the gym after weeks of excuses. The weights felt heavier than usual. The room smelled the same. The iron looked the same, but I wasn't the same. I was ashamed. I was angry, and I was ready. That day, I didn't train to look good. I didn't train to impress anyone. I trained to punish the weakness I had allowed. Every rep was a confession. Every set was a scream. Never again. That's what people don't understand. Fitness isn't about biceps or six packs. It's about taking back control. It's about rebuilding what you destroyed. It's about rising from your own ashes and forging a body you respect. You see, strength doesn't arrive like a gift. It doesn't knock politely. It's born in silence, grown in the dark, fed by discipline, and it changes you physically, mentally, spiritually. The man I was became the fuel. I didn't erase him, I outgrew him. That's the beauty of this path. You don't need to hate who you were, you just need to be too powerful to ever be him again. There's this lie they sell you, that working out is shallow, that focusing on your physique is vain. But what's truly shallow is watching your health decline, your self-worth vanish, your discipline erode, and doing nothing because someone told you self-improvement was toxic. The gym saved my life, not because it gave me abs, but because it taught me I could conquer myself. It taught me that the pain of discipline is nothing compared to the pain of regret. And that truth, that's universal. Train hard and you'll respect yourself more, not just because your body will improve, but because you'll know you showed up. You chose effort over excuses. You refused to stay average. I've trained in silence. I've bled on cold gym floors. I've lifted when my body begged me to stop. And I've seen the transformation, not just in my reflection, but in my soul. The confidence you feel after a hard session isn't imaginary, it's earned. It's the confidence that comes from proof. You prove to yourself you're not weak. You proved you commit. You proved you don't fold. And that carries into everything. Business, relationships, purpose. You walk different when you conquered yourself first thing in the morning. When you've stared at the barbell and said, I own you, and made it true. One of the most powerful things I ever realized was that pain isn't the enemy, it's the invitation. Growth lives in pain, and fitness is the only arena where you can seek pain on your own terms, harness it, and use it as transformation. The man who suffers voluntarily becomes dangerous because he's no longer afraid of the struggle, he welcomes it, and when the world tries to break him, he laughs. Because he's broken himself daily in the gym and rebuilt stronger every time. Discipline is the highest form of self-respect, and fitness is the daily ritual where that respect is forged. The man I was didn't die overnight, he faded. Each workout, a piece of him burned. Each sprint, each clean meal, each early morning, he got quieter. And the new version of me, he didn't speak, he acted. He didn't complain, he worked. He didn't wait for motivation, he moved regardless. That's what this journey is, not a transformation of body alone, but a complete execution of the man who settled and a resurrection of the man who thrives. You don't need to be rich. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need some secret formula. You need a reason, a fire, a moment where you say enough. And when that moment hits, when your soul screams louder than your comfort, you'll feel it, the shift. And once you taste that first drop of discipline, it's over. You'll never go back. Because nothing feels better than looking in the mirror and seeing a warrior. Not a model, not a poser, a real man, built by effort, defined by purpose. Ready for anything. So next time you feel weak, tired, defeated, remember this. Your strength is hiding under your softness, waiting to be revealed by discipline. And your future is hiding inside your present actions, waiting to be unlocked by consistency. Don't wait for the perfect time. Don't wait for motivation. Don't wait to feel ready. You earn readiness through movement. You earn self-respect through suffering. You earn your life one rep at a time. There's a version of you dying slowly every single day you choose comfort over growth. You don't even see it happening at first. You shrug off a workout, you let a bad meal slide, you convince yourself it's just one day. But the clock is always ticking, and time doesn't pause because you're lazy. While you're resting, someone else is sharpening, someone else is building, someone else is waking up hungry to dominate. And you're slipping into decay, one excuse at a time. That's the part that should terrify you. Not failure, not pain, but the quiet erosion of who you could have been. Most men will never know how far they could have gone because they never got serious. They never got angry enough at their own mediocrity. They never felt the cold truth punch them in the face and say, "You're wasting your potential." They live soft lives, padded with distractions, and they confuse numbing their problems with solving them. A weak body is the first sign of a weak mind. And the world is full of weak minds hiding behind fake confidence, the kind of confidence that disappears when real challenge shows up. That's why fitness isn't optional, it's survival. If you can't even conquer your own body, how are you supposed to conquer the chaos of life? You think you have time, you think you can start tomorrow, but tomorrow isn't promised. And even if it was, you won't magically become disciplined overnight. The habits you form today are the armor you wear tomorrow, or the chains that bind you. You can't escape the reality you build. Every skipped workout, every lazy morning, every I'll start next week. It adds up. One day you'll wake up, look in the mirror, and realize that the man staring back at you is a strange shell. And by then, the gap between who you are and who you could have been will be so wide, it'll feel impossible to cross. There is no backup version of this life, no redo button, no alternate save file. This is it. And the fact that most people live like they'll get another shot should make you sick. You get one body. You get one chance to build something you're proud of. And if you spend it sitting on the sidelines watching other men chase greatness while you scroll, snack, and settle, you don't just lose muscle, you lose purpose. You lose self-respect. You lose the fire that makes life worth living. Fear is not your enemy, comfort is. Pain is not your punishment, weakness is. Every time you feel discomfort in the gym, that's growth being born. That's the signal that you're becoming. But if you flee from pain, if you seek ease, if you're constantly choosing the path with the least resistance, you'll never evolve. You'll be the same fragile, insecure, average version of yourself 5 years from now, still pretending everything's fine while drowning in silent regret. The worst pain in this world isn't soreness. It's knowing you could have been powerful and chose not to be. There's a storm coming for every man. It's called life. It brings hardship, chaos, loss, betrayal. And when it hits, you won't rise to the occasion. You'll fall to your level of preparation. That's why I train like my life depends on it, because one day it might. And when that day comes, I refuse to be weak. I refuse to fold. I want to meet adversity head on, fist clenched, body ready, mind locked in. Physical fitness isn't about vanity. It's about resilience. It's about being unbreakable when others crumble. Train hard, because one day your life might depend on your strength. That's not motivation. That's a fact. I don't care how rich you are. I don't care how smart you think you are. If you neglect your body, you're playing with a loaded gun. Because life doesn't care about your bank account or your IQ when your heart gives out, or when your back gives in, or when your mind breaks, because you've spent years burying your anxiety under junk food and Netflix. You can't fake health. You can't buy discipline. You either put in the work or you pay the price later. And that bill always comes due with interest. Ask yourself right now, if your life depended on your fitness level, would you survive? If the answer is no, what are you even doing? You owe it to yourself to become a weapon, a machine, a fortress, not just for aesthetics, for your future, for your sanity, for your family. The stronger you are, the more useful you are to the people you love. The more energy you have, the more confidence you radiate. You think your laziness only affects you, but it doesn't. Weakness is contagious, and so is strength. Be the man who leads by example, who walks into a room and inspires discipline just by existing. Let me tell you the truth no one wants to hear, no one's coming to save you, no mentor, no motivation coach, no magical workout plan, just you, your pain, and your choices. Either you decide to rise now, or you stay trapped in the endless loop of someday. Stop negotiating with your potential. Stop bargaining with your greatness. Start training like your life is on the line. Because one day, it will be. There's no feeling in the world like waking up early when everyone else is asleep, walking into the gym with your headphones on, and locking eyes with the version of yourself that refused to stay weak. That's when you realize you're not training for the mirror, you're training for war. Every drop of sweat is a declaration that you're not a slave to comfort. Every rep is a rejection of weakness. Every session is a silent war between who you are and who you refuse to be anymore. And the beauty of it, you get to win that war daily, one brutal workout at a time. When life tests you, and it won't ask how many hours you worked, it won't care how many followers you've got. Life will press down on your chest and see if you break. And when that moment comes, the only thing that saves you is what you built in silence. Discipline in the dark makes you dangerous in the light. Most men want power, but they've never suffered enough to earn it. They want success, but they skip the grind. They talk about being warriors, but train like civilians. You want real change? Then stop negotiating with your excuses and start moving with violence toward your potential. You have no idea how different your life becomes when you take your body seriously. When your lungs expand with strength, when your legs move with purpose, when your chest fills with pride after killing a workout you wanted to quit. That's not just fitness, that's rebirth, that's resurrection. That's your past dying and your future stepping into the ring. The man who builds his body rebuilds his mind. You walk differently when you've bled for progress. You speak differently when you've earned your confidence. You carry yourself like a king because you've suffered like a soldier. People keep chasing happiness like it's something you stumble into on a beach in Bali. They don't realize happiness comes from domination, from discipline, from looking in the mirror after 60 days of war and saying, I did this. You want joy? Earn it. Earn your serotonin with squats. Earn your confidence through pain. Earn your peace through power. You're not depressed, you're undisciplined. You're not broken, you're just soft. You haven't tasted the kind of struggle that sharpens your edge. And when you do, you'll finally understand why nothing compares to being strong. I don't care what your genetics are. I don't care how bad your past was. I don't care what excuses you've memorized. I care what you do when it's raining and you still lace up your shoes. I care what you do when your back hurts and you still push through. I care what you do when your mind screams quit, but your soul whispers, not today. That's the difference between average and elite. It's not talent, it's not motivation, it's consistency through hell. And if you can master that, there's not a force on earth that can keep you ordinary. Every time you train, you're stacking bricks. Some people build prisons with their habits. You're building a fortress, a body that commands respect, a mind that doesn't fold under pressure. You're not chasing vanity, you're forging identity. And when the world sees you, they'll feel it. They won't know why, but they'll move out of your way. Because strength is silent power. It doesn't need to scream. It just arrives, stands tall, and wins. You know what's addictive? Momentum. That feeling when you've been training for weeks and your shirts fit tighter, your jawline is sharper, and people start looking twice. That's not vanity. That's validation of your work. It's proof that when others slept, you were building. And the best part, no one can give it to you, so no one can take it from you. You become self-made, and there's no feeling like it. You'll start realizing that gym isn't a chore, it's therapy. It's meditation with metal. It's the place where chaos gets crushed under iron and fear gets drowned in sweat. This life doesn't reward intentions, it rewards execution. All those dreams in your head mean nothing if your body is weak. You can't build an empire on broken foundations. Your health, your stamina, your mental sharpness, it all begins in the temple of pain. You become a man there. You suffer, and in that suffering you meet yourself. Not the version you post online, the real you, the one no one claps for. And when you shake hands with that man, everything changes. Because he's the one who's going to carry you when life tries to break you. There is nothing more spiritual than pushing your limits until your muscles scream, your vision blurs, and you still don't stop. That's how you build faith, not in a God, in yourself. That's where confidence is born, not from compliments, from scars, from refusing to quit when every bone in your body begs for mercy. And when you come out the other side, you'll laugh at the man you used to be because he was soft, he was scared, he thought life was supposed to be easy, but now you know nothing valuable comes without pain. And the man who learns to love that pain becomes untouchable. This is it. The end of excuses, the death of delay, the moment you decide that the man you've been is not the man you're meant to be. You don't need more motivation, you need movement. You don't need more talk, you need transformation. You've consumed enough content, watched enough videos, liked enough quotes. None of that means anything if you still wake up every day and disrespect yourself by staying weak. You're not stuck, you're stagnant, you're not lost, you're lazy. The cure is not comfort, it's conquest. And it starts with your body. No one is coming to build you. You are your own architect. You are the one who decides what kind of force you bring into the room. Not your parents, not your past, not your pain. You. And until you face yourself in the mirror, until you confront the softness in your life with ruthless accountability, you will never change. Stop scrolling for saviors and become your own. Stand up, breathe deep, and realize that the key to your evolution is already in your hands. Your body is the gateway. Your discipline is the lock. Your willpower is the code. This world doesn't respect potential, it respects proof. And proof is built in the silence, in the grind, in the gym when nobody is watching, and you're still pushing because you refuse to die average. That's where you earn it. That's where confidence is born. Not from compliments or likes, but from the internal fire that grows when you conquer yourself. You don't need to be the best, you just need to be relentless. You need to be the man who shows up when it's cold, when it's dark, when it hurts, because that's the man people remember. That's the man who writes his name into history. You don't need a perfect plan, you need painful action. You need to put the phone down, put the junk food away, and pick up the responsibility that you've been avoiding. Your muscles aren't just for looks, they're for discipline, they're for dominance. They are physical evidence that you don't fold under pressure, that you suffer voluntarily, that you choose discomfort while others pray to avoid it. That's what makes you powerful, not your car, not your watch, not your Instagram, your ability to master yourself. Every man says he wants respect. Every man says he wants success, but very few are willing to bleed for it. To wake up sore, to go to sleep hungry, to walk into the gym after failure and still lift like it's war. There is no victory without violence against weakness. There is no growth without battle. You are a soldier in a world of slaves. You train not just for aesthetics, but for clarity, for mental sharpness, for the kind of inner peace that only comes after chaos. That's why it matters, not for six packs or selfies, for structure, for control, for sanity. And yes, it will hurt. You will be tired. Your mind will scream for rest. But that's when the growth happens. That's when average men tap out and you dig deeper. That's when you find out what you're really made of. Not when it's easy, when it's hell. Because pain reveals truth. Struggle reveals strength. And when you survive what was designed to break you, you stop fearing life. You embrace it. You look at problems and say, is that all you've got? Because you've built yourself into fire. You've sculpted your spirit with sweat and scars. Right now, you're sitting on power you've never touched, on a version of yourself that's leaner, sharper, louder, stronger, but he's trapped, buried under procrastination, suffocated by comfort, held hostage by your own bad habits, and he's not going to break out unless you let him. That version of you doesn't come with motivation, he comes with momentum, with savage discipline, with repetition. He comes alive when you wake up and train without needing a reason, when you fuel your body like a machine, when you stop betraying yourself for temporary pleasure. This is your moment to wake up. This is your signal. You didn't stumble on this message by accident. You were meant to read these words at this exact time because deep down you know you're capable of more. You know there's a beast inside you, a force that's been waiting. And it doesn't care about your past. It only asks one thing. Are you ready to suffer for your greatness? If the answer is yes, then you'll move today. You'll run even if you're slow. You'll train even if you're sore. You'll eat clean even if it's boring, because now you understand something most men never will. Discipline is freedom. And once you taste that freedom, you'll never go back. You'll never again be satisfied with mediocrity. You'll start to crave the pain because you know it leads to power. You'll chase the challenge because you know it forces you to evolve. And every day you show up, every drop of sweat, every rep, every sprint, every sacrifice, it's another reminder that you are alive, awake, and ascending. This is what it means to become your best self. Not one day, not tomorrow, now.